Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
As a rookie trainer barely 2 weeks into his journey, Ash didn't know everything about the world, but he did understand one thing. A gym badge wasn't supposed to be handed out like a souvenir. His fight with Brock was a good example. It looked like he'd steamrolled the pewter gym leader, but that was only because Brock had used his weakest lineup, the lowest difficulty trial. On top of that, Ash had relied heavily on the tactics he'd picked up from Tactician Ash in the group chat. If champions struggled against that version of himself, then of course Brock was going to lose. The point was simple. A gym badge was proof that you fought, struggled, and earned your way forward. If gyms like Cerulean just tossed badges at people the entire league, no, the whole league would fall apart. So when Violet and Lily tried to hand him one outright, Ash couldn't understand it at all. A badge is just the outcome, he said, frustration creeping in. The battle is what matters. If you give me one for free, I don't grow. What's the point? The veterans in the chat had hammered that lesson into him. Gym battles were the way to grow. Earned badges pushed you up in difficulty. Every win raised the bar for the next gym. That's why, after beating Brock, evolved immediately and stabilized at intermediate rank within a day. Battles had to be at the right level, not too easy, not hopelessly hard. Cerulean Gym's offer didn't help him at all. If he accepted a free badge, the next gym would rank him as a 2-badge trainer and push him into a tier he wasn't prepared for. He didn't want shortcuts, he wanted experience. But even if he fought the 3 sisters, what would he gain? They weren't weak, but this wasn't the test he needed. He felt a flicker of doubt. Maybe Misty had been right, maybe this gym really wasn't ready to challenge him. Since you insist, Daisy sighed, I'll accept your challenge, one-on-one I only have. The back door burst open. Your challenge to the Cerulean Gym will be handled by me, the true gym leader of Cerulean City. Ash whipped around. There stood Misty, chin raised, voice ringing through the arena, the same Misty who had snuck out earlier. Ash's expression twisted. He looked at the 3 sisters, then at Misty, then back again, pointing at them like he couldn't decide who was real. The veterans had told him Misty was the gym leader in their worlds. At the time, he hadn't taken it seriously. Sure, she was strong and smart with water, but she was still his age. Later, she kept complaining about the Cerulean Gym and the scary gym leader, so he brushed the idea aside. He'd arrived, seen the glamorous, sensational sisters, and assumed the group chat had been talking about some alternate timeline. But now Misty was claiming the title herself. Wait, if you're the gym leader, why were you roasting your own gym this whole time? Isn't that just roasting yourself? What kind of logic is that? Seeing his face twist in confusion, Misty blushed, then straightened. She introduced herself properly, Cerulean Gym's rightful successor, the youngest of the 4 sisters. No wonder you didn't want me to come here, Ash blurted. You just didn't want me walking into your place. What do you mean my place? That sounds weird, Misty shot back. I didn't want you coming because I said I wouldn't return until I became a real water master, but thanks to you, here I am. If not for that ugly argument with her sisters, she wouldn't have dreaded coming home so much. But showing up less than a month after declaring she wouldn't return until she'd grown stronger, yeah, that stung. Still, protecting the gym's pride mattered more than her pride right now, especially in front of Ash. Misty, you're back, Violet and Lily rushed over. Didn't you swear you wouldn't return until you became a water master? Why are you back already? Daisy raised a hand to quiet them. Enough, Misty's back to help us. And honestly, in battle, she's far ahead of us. You 2 know how hard it's been trying to run the gym without her. The words hit them hard. Since Misty had left, the three had rotated the gym leader role and been crushed by challenger after challenger. Only now did they realize how much weight Misty had carried alone. Daisy stepped forward and placed the Cascade badge in Misty's hand. "Misty," she said gently, "I'm entrusting the Cerulean Gym to you again." "Big sis Daisy," Misty's grip tightened. "Don't worry, I'll protect our gym's honor. Ash, let's battle." Ash's eyes lit up. "Finally, I've been waiting for this." A moment later, they stood at opposite ends of the Cerulean Water Arena. The pool shimmered under the bright lights. "This match will be a little different," Misty said. "You can use 3, I'll use only 1, but it'll be my strongest. Do you accept?" Ash didn't hesitate. "Of course I do." Even with special rules, gym battles usually followed one simple standard. Both sides used the same number of numbers mattered. A pair or trio working together could swing a fight in seconds. Back in Pewter, if Ash had only relied on or the match wouldn't have gone nearly as smoothly. So when Misty announced a 3-against-1 challenge, Ash almost dropped his jaw. "You're joking, right? Gym battles are supposed to be fair, same number of on each side. 3-on-1 isn't fair at all." "I know the rules," Misty said, steady and unbothered. "But the gym's lower tier are still at the center recovering. Considering your badges and how long you've been on the road, I should be giving you the easiest challenge. I can't do that. The only partner I can use right now is my strongest." She crossed her arms, meeting his glare head-on. "I refused you when you wanted to battle me before, I'll be honest. My ace has trained way harder than your team. She's not on the same level as the monsters top gym leaders use, but for where you are right now, you can't beat her." Ash flinched at how blunt that was, but he knew she was right. Had only just hit advanced intermediate, and weren't even advanced yet. Misty's ace sat at peak superior. The gap was massive. Clever tactics could cover small differences, not this kind. On top of that, Misty knew exactly how he fought. She traveled with him. She'd watched every trick he had, and the water arena was home turf for a water specialist. She did have available, sitting at superior beginner and nearly ready to evolve, but she wasn't interested in a half-hearted test. If she was going to battle Ash, she wanted to do it properly. She wanted him to see her strongest partner, to give everything she had, and if she could, she wanted to win. A small part of her suspected this might be her only chance. Ash was growing too fast. If she didn't beat him now, she might never beat him again. Ash thought it over, then smirked. "Fine, 3-on-1, but if I win, don't start saying I bullied you." Truthfully, it didn't feel like an advantage at all. With this kind of level difference, 3 might not be enough, but that was exactly the kind of challenge he wanted. "Then I'll send first," Misty said. She drew a ball and tossed it. "Let's go, partner." A flash of light hit the surface and spun upright on the water, its jewel pulsing like a heartbeat. "So it really is," Ash muttered. He looked down at the small figure by his feet. "Watch from here, you're not battling today. I'll show you how your trainers fight." He lifted her ball and set it aside, then grabbed another. "I choose you." Emerged in a burst of wings, hovering lightly. Misty smirked, "Starting with figures, but the tricks you used on Brock won't work on me." Ash's pewter strategy, sleep powder, string shot, supersonic, was strong, but in Cerulean's water arena, Misty had every advantage. Was faster, stronger, and the water would wash away any spores before they even took effect. Use sleep powder," Ash called anyway. "I told you it's useless. Dive." Slipped beneath the surface in a clean arc. The green dust drifted onto the empty platform and dissolved instantly. Misty crossed her arms, confident. But Ash's eyes sharpened. "Perfect, return, go." Burst out of its ball and soared across the arena, wings gleaming. Misty raised a brow. "So you finally realized can't touch." Ash grinned. "Already did what I needed, it forced underwater, now twister." Beat its wings hard. A spiraling cyclone ripped through the pool, wrenching the water upward in a raging column. The vortex tore across the arena, sucking the water into its pull. In seconds, the entire pool churned like a storm. Was caught instantly, dragged into the heart of the whirlpool. Its jewel flickered wildly as its body spun in the raging current. What? Misty's eyes widened. He's using the water against me. The twister's suction, combined with the violently shifting water, pinned in place. Waves slammed against the arena walls. The water level dropped as the vortex yanked it upward, tightening around Misty's like a trap. "A break free, hurry," she shouted. But the pull was too strong. Spun helplessly inside the raging cyclone, trapped, its gem blinking erratically as it fought the roaring current. The combined pull of twister and the crashing currents gave real trouble. Against a simple twister, strength alone wouldn't have been enough to restrain it for long. But with the arena's water feeding into the cyclone, the storm became a roaring water twister, a force even couldn't easily break free from. "What an imaginative idea," Misty admitted, her eyes flashing with surprise. "If I hadn't traveled with you this whole time, Ash, I'd almost doubt you were still a rookie trainer." The tactics were unmistakable. Ash's battle against Brock had already shown glimpses of this ingenuity, and now it was on full display again. No newly debuted trainer should have been capable of stringing together strategies like these. Still, Misty knew this was only temporary. The instant the winds weakened, would rocket free of the vortex and launch a counterattack. Ash just grinned. "Guess I should come clean. I'm a genius trainer, way more of a genius than you, Misty." "Bah," Misty huffed, cheeks reddening. "Come back, it's your cue again," Ash recalled his bird and tossed out his ball with a flourish. Misty blinked now. The move made no sense at first glance. With still trapped, the obvious choice was an electric-type attack here could dealt devastating damage. Once escaped, speed might not even keep up with it again. Why waste the opportunity? But Ash's answer came not in words but in action. "I'll use confusion." His eyes glowed sapphire blue, psychic energy rippling through the air. The entire twister shuddered, lifted skyward, then tilted sharply, flung like a colossal waterspout toward the far side of the stands. The cascade of water slammed down with a deafening roar. The three sisters and Brock, safely on the opposite side, weren't in danger, but the sheer spectacle had them leaping to their feet in shock. What was Ash doing, trying to throw out along with the twister? But didn't go flying. The moment the cyclone was torn away, the gem at its core flared and it regained its freedom, spinning back into control. Misty's brow furrowed. "Ash, what on earth are you planning?" You'll know soon enough, August." Swings whipped up another storm, not a towering tornado this time, but a fierce gale that churned what little water remained in the pool. Submerged again unscathed, but was clearly flagging, its wings beating harder, its body sagging under the strain. 2 heavy moves in a row had drained nearly half its stamina, and now it was pushing itself even further. Brock frowned. At this rate, it's going to wear itself out before even attacks. Misty's eyes narrowed, stirring the water, her gaze flicked to the pool below, and suddenly her breath caught. The once full pool had been reduced to little more than a shallow basin. Barely had enough depth to hide in. Another few rounds like this, and the water arena, the greatest advantage, would vanish completely. Misty's heart skipped. So that's it, his real target wasn't at all, it was the battlefield itself. And now use confusion. The pool was already in chaos. With the surface broken and scattered, there was no longer enough cohesion for the water to resist. Even with its stamina nearly spent, psychic force could finish the job. His eyes shone a bright sapphire blue. A psychic wave surged and the remaining water lifted into the air, then came crashing down on the empty side of the spectator stands with a tremendous splash. The flood poured off into the drainage grates, leaving the battlefield little more than a damp basin. What little water clung to the tiles wasn't enough to hinder anyone, now had solid ground to run on. So that was your plan all along. Misty pressed a hand to her forehead, watching the dripping stands in exasperation. Ash smirked. Exactly. It doesn't matter if I can hurt yet. What matters is giving solid footing. If we battled in your water field, even 3 against 1, I'd have no chance. With that, he recalled, the poor bug's wings drooped, exhausted. Ash's grin softened. He knew he'd pushed and beyond their limits. Against their attacks barely scratched, it was like tickling a fortress. The only one who could truly stand against Misty's ace was his strongest partner and the one with the type advantage. But to change the field, you sacrificed completely, Misty countered, her voice calm again. The sting of losing her home field edge faded as she reassessed. Without your powders isn't a threat anymore, and can't pressure either. That leaves you with just one real option. Ash's hand clenched into a fist. Then that's enough, and gave their all. It's up to now to finish what they started. Pika Pai bounded forward, cheeks sparking, eyes blazing with determination. From the sidelines, toddled forward, tiny legs carrying it toward the arena as well. Whoa, hold it right there, Ash yelped, scooping it up with both hands. Sweat trickled down his cheek. Not today, it's turn. You're still too little, remember? I promised I'll send you out when the time is right. The little psychic type tilted its head, blinking innocently. Ash shuddered at the thought. If Ashley stepped into this fight, who knew what would happen? Misty might just throw in the towel on the spot, of course. Making Misty surrender was never an option. If that was what Ash wanted, he could just accepted the Cascade badge when her sisters offered it at the start. The thought flickered through his mind, then he shook it away. After scooping up and setting her gently back at his feet, Ash straightened, his eyes hardening as padded forward with a spark of relief and determination. I almost thought you were gonna send out, Misty said, one brow arched. Ash smirked. How could I? If I sent, I might as well jump in myself. Misty blinked. Excuse me, what? Did he just say he'd battle himself? Anyone else and she'd have snapped back, then go do it. But this was Ash. She bit her tongue. Because honestly, with the way he threw himself into danger, sometimes it felt like he could take on a bare-handed. And judging from the way he'd been training lately, Misty wasn't entirely sure her could win that fight. I use Thunderbolt. Chu. Golden electricity burst from his cheeks, arcing across the arena in a blinding flash straight at. A rapid spin to deflect it, Misty countered instantly. Spun like a living buzzsaw, its jewel flashing red as it whirled at incredible speed. The thunderbolt slammed against its body, sparks flying, but the spin redirected the lightning, scattering it harmlessly into the tiles. Still spinning, surged forward like a star-shaped missile. Dodge. Pika. But it only just landed from unleashing Thunderbolt. His paws skidded on the damp tiles, too late. Bang. The impact echoed as barreled into him, sending flying. He tumbled end over end before skidding to a stop, cushioned only slightly by the slick floor. Ash's heart leapt into his throat. The little mouse wobbled back to his feet, sparks weakly crackling from his cheeks. His legs trembled, but his eyes still blazed with resolve. Misty, however, stayed calm. Give it up, Ash. Your thunderbolt didn't even slow down, but one rapid spin has shaking. This battle's already over. You shouldn't have wasted so much effort changing the field. Her tone softened, not mockery, but the clear voice of a gym leader fulfilling her duty. If you'd pressed harder with and kept pinned with wind and then switched in at the right moment, you might have turned the tables. But now, she shook her head, eyes on his trembling stance. It's too late. These words reflected Misty's duty as a gym leader. When a challenger was about to lose, it wasn't her role to crush them, it was to point out their flaws, highlight their mistakes, and help them grow. And since the challenger standing before her was Ash, she felt all the more responsible to guide him. As for the badge, well, truth be told, his performance so far was impressive. His planning had been clever, even if his methods were a little misguided. For a beginner, he was easily one of the best she'd seen. Even if he didn't win, he deserved a badge. Misty was already imagining how she would lecture Ash afterward, arms crossed and chin lifted smugly, when he suddenly smiled. I lost. That's not necessarily true. The battle isn't over yet. Who knows how it'll end? Misty blinked. You're still not giving up? Ash, at this rate's only going to get hurt worse. Knowing when to quit is part of being a real trainer. But hasn't given up, so how could I? Misty's breath caught. She looked closer. His legs trembled, his body bruised and battered, yet his eyes blazed with fire. The gap in strength hadn't crushed him. It had only made his fighting spirit burn brighter. I never give up is our instinct, right? Pika. That's it. Let's show Misty our true power. Ash whipped his cap off and tossed it onto the field. Leapt, caught it neatly on his head, and landed firm. For a heartbeat, the sight was almost comical, with Ash's cap tilted on his ears. But then it looked right. As if this was true form, Ash's partner, not just about his other half. Misty's eyes widened. Why does it feel like this is complete? A bad feeling coiled in her chest. Let's go. Ash's eyes glowed faintly blue and sparked to match, aura fusion. Misty forced herself to steady her voice. Electric moves don't work on my, what else can you even try? That's not necessarily true. If I strike before you can spin it away, that's all I need. Use electric terrain. Electric terrain? Misty's heart lurched. She'd never heard use that before. Even aura sphere she could explain away as some strange aura trick Ash had taught, but this. She reacted on instinct, a rapid spin now. Ampaika Chuyu. Slammed his paws into the tiles. Lightning flared beneath him, spreading in jagged golden lines across the arena. His body blurred, vanishing into a streak of living electricity. The command on Misty's lips never reached. A boom. A thunderclap split the air. The battlefield shook as was blasted across the pool, smashed against the far wall with an echoing crash. The whole gym seemed to fall silent. Misty stood frozen, eyes wide, her pupils trembling as she stared at the fallen. What just happened at that moment? It wasn't just Misty who was dumbfounded. Brock and the Cerulean sisters on the sidelines were equally stunned. None of them had even seen what happened. One instant had been trembling on shaky legs, the next there was a blinding golden flash and went flying. What kind of move was that? Brock gasped. Even the sisters, who had grown up around water their whole lives, were lost for words. A quick attack, no way, not even close. In the world, moves like quick attack or extreme speed were known for their burst of speed, but there were limits. At best, quick attack let outspeed an opponent one tier above its usual level, but nothing like this. Wasn't elite level, he wasn't even close. Yet that attack, it had moved faster than many professional tier could ever dream of. And it wasn't just speed, the power of that hit had been terrifying. Yes, electric moves had a type advantage against, but with a gap this wide in battle experience, a simple thunderbolt would never have caused such devastating damage. So what in the world, Brock muttered, still staring, did Ash do to? From the outside, it had looked absurdly simple. Ash had tossed his cap, caught it, and suddenly he'd become an entirely different. Don't tell me that hat actually powers him up, one of the sisters whispered, half joking, half terrified. Again, electric acceleration, Ash roared, eyes burning. Misty quickly snapped out of her daze, clutching her fist. A rapid spin now, deflect him head-on. If was relying on contact moves, then there was still a way to turn this around. Rapid spin's force could rebound any close-range assault. Power-wise, still had the edge. If it met head-on, it could break through. His gem pulsed as it spun with violent force, so fast that the wall behind it cracked and crumbled into a pit under the pressure. The roar of its rotation filled the arena, shaking the stands. Ampaika Chuyu. Blurred into golden light once more, slamming into the spinning. A burst of sparks exploded across the pool, filling the air with crackling thunder. Instead of being knocked away, his glowing body stuck against the spin, electricity flooding into his core. The stalemate shook the entire gym. Sparks rained down across the battlefield like golden fireworks. "That's impossible," Misty whispered, wide-eyed. His rapid spin should have blasted off like a bouncing ball, yet Sora's charged body clung to it, refusing to be deflected, forcing to take the full brunt of his attack. "Oh, that's so cool. How is doing this?" The Cerulean sisters gasped in unison. They might not have been expert trainers, but they still knew the basics. Was a common in, not some powerhouse species. Under normal circumstances, it would struggle to consistently defeat even lower-level opponents. But Ash's clearly wasn't normal. "From the look of it, that attack resembles Volt Tackle," Brock muttered, rubbing his chin as if lecturing a classroom. "But the speed's completely different. It's faster, like quick attack supercharged with lightning itself. That's why it's almost impossible to follow with the naked eye." He stole a glance at the three sisters, hoping his analysis impressed them. Instead, all three were too absorbed in the battle to even notice him. Brock slumped, wounded in spirit. "SCRECH." The clash on the field reached its peak. Shifted mid-collision, twisting his body until his head slammed straight into his glowing core, the blood-red jewel at its center. The impact made its rapid spin falter, its rotation slowing by more than half. Apaika Chuyu seized the chance, surging with raw power. Golden lightning exploded outward, pouring into a flood that could no longer be deflected. His cry rang across the arena before its spinning stopped altogether. The jewel in its core flickered weakly, its body wobbling like a toy top about to topple over. Somersaulted backward through the air, spinning twice before landing squarely on the damp floor with perfect balance. Misty's confident mask cracked. She clenched her fists, her worried voice betraying her panic. At her call twitched, forcing itself upright. Its gem still pulsed faintly, it hadn't fainted yet. "That's it, use Psychic," Misty snapped, desperate to regain control. If she could pin down, victory was still within her reach. "A thunderbolt," Ash shouted, refusing to back down. The air split with a crack as golden lightning burst from, coiling like angry serpents straight toward. But the bolts froze midair, halted by psychic grip. Slowly, almost mockingly, the electric arcs began to bend back, threatening to rebound onto himself. For a second, it looked like the battle had swung back to Misty's side. But then Ash grinned. Because while held the arcs above, the currents below were another story. The leftover water on the arena floor crackled to life, carrying Thunderbolt's energy like a lightning rod straight across the pool. By the time Misty realized it was too late, electricity surged up from below, striking dead on. The starfish convulsed, its red jewel dimming to a dull glow. Then, with a heavy splash, it collapsed into the shallow water, completely spent. The referee's flag shot up. Is unable to battle, Winds's crashed into the pool and lay still. The referee's verdict was clear: Ash had won. Even though Misty had every advantage, a water field, a stronger and more, she still lost to Ash. She stood frozen, her pupils unfocused, unable to process what had just happened. Normally, that kind of gap was absolute. A superior class trained like she'd been able to sweep without breaking a sweat. The gulf between them wasn't small, it was an entire stage, from a gym level all the way to starter level. And yet, Ashes had brought her down without even fainting once. Even after struck twice with that strange move Ash called electric acceleration, Misty still believed she could turn the tide. If she had managed to pin with Psychic and then knock it out with Water Gun, the rest of Ash's team wouldn't have stood a chance. But the cruel truth was that she hadn't accounted for the field itself. Thunderbolt didn't just blaze through the air, it spread across the water on the floor, using the conductivity of the pool to deliver a finishing shock. That last surge left her fainted, the red core gem dimming until it went dark. Misty didn't know how long she stood there before her eyes refocused. When she came back to her senses, Ash and were already celebrating, hugging each other and spinning in circles. At their feet twirled happily too, mimicking Ash without really knowing why. If Ash was happy, then she was happy. It was that simple. With a small sigh, Misty recalled, then stepped into the drain pool and walked over to Ash. Congratulations, Ash, you defeated Cerulean Jim. I underestimated you. I never imagined you had moves like that hidden away. Ash rubbed his nose sheepishly and chuckled. It was a move and I stumbled on by accident. It surprised us too. Pika agreed, nodding proudly as he returned Ash's cap to him. That first time had shocked even. He hadn't known he could use such a move. It happened at Moon. While Misty and Brock slept in, Ash and were up at dawn training together. Ash had removed his sweat-soaked cap during exercises and, curious, plopped it on his head. The instant he did, he felt an incredible surge of power course through him. Startled told Ash, and Ash used his insight eye to check his partner's condition. What he saw left him dumbfounded. Who had been an advanced mid-level had jumped straight to advanced high-level just by wearing the cap. And his stats, instead of being stretched thin by the sudden leap, they actually climbed a tier across the board. C to B ranges became B to A, D to B became C to A. All of that from simply putting on a hat. Even Stranger felt a new move awaken inside him. When Ash asked him to demonstrate, that was when first unleashed the blazing speed and power of electric acceleration. Later, Ash rushed to the group chat to ask about it, but for once, the seniors had no answers. None of them had ever seen anything like it. Some admitted that there could perform certain exclusive moves when wearing a cap, but the technique Ash described was completely different. None of their showed stat increases or sudden jumps in level just by donning a trainer's hat. In the end, the group agreed on one conclusion. This was an exclusive transformation that belonged only to Ash's in this time and space. The idea of changing forms simply by wearing a hat was bizarre even to the veteran trainers in the group chat. Still, they gave it a name, partner form. As for the move itself, had come up with the name electric acceleration on his own. When using it, his whole body felt charged with electricity, every muscle propelled by lightning. The burst of speed was a full tier faster than quick attack, so much so that the descriptive name stuck immediately. That was the complete origin of electric acceleration. It was this move, combined with the mysterious power of the cap and Ash's aura fusion, that created the triple boost behind his strategy. By draining the battlefield of water, then unleashing enhanced speed and strength, Ash could fight head-on. And the results spoke for themselves. With all three buffs stacked, speed rivaled that of an elite level. When he dashed forward with electric acceleration, his movement priority even exceeded quick attack, simply couldn't keep up. That's how Ash secured a clean victory and earned the Cascade badge fair and square. Ash held the gleaming blue badge high and struck his signature pose. "I got the Cascade badge." Pika echoed proudly. Lala, who hadn't even battled, cheered along as well. She stretched her little hand to mimic Ash's pose, and Misty, despite her lingering gloom over losing, couldn't help but smile. The tiny psychic type's innocence was impossible to resist. Brock approached, clapping warmly. "Congratulations, Ash, your second badge. That was an incredible battle. Your style is so wild and imaginative, I doubt most gym leaders would ever expect tactics like that. Hard to believe you're just a rookie." At first, he'd been more distracted by Misty's older sisters, but by the end, his eyes had been glued entirely to the battle. Ash's approach, in Brock's mind, was reckless yet brilliantly creative, moves so unorthodox that no ordinary trainer would ever dare attempt them. Yet Ash not only thought them up, he executed them perfectly. If not for Ash's frequent blunders and his lack of textbook knowledge, Brock would almost suspect that Ash had been training for battles since early childhood, just like the heirs of gym families. Even so, one thought burned in Brock's chest. If Ash can keep building his knowledge to match his instincts, he really could be champion someday. Ash received the Cascade badge, and Misty's mood, which had been gloomy just moments before, lightened considerably, largely thanks to. The little seemed to sense her sadness and with surprising gentleness hopped into her arms and wrapped her in a comforting hug. Though still young, showed a remarkable emotional awareness. Misty thought to herself that when this little one grew up, she'd surely become a clever and strong. Holding close, Misty turned to look at her three older sisters. Not long ago, she had boldly declared to them that she would prove herself as a true trainer, but now she had been soundly defeated. Surely they were waiting to tease her. To her surprise, Daisy stepped forward, placed a hand on Misty's head, and smiled. Hey, Misty blinked. What, did you think we'd make fun of you? You already did great, Misty. If it were us commanding, we'd probably have lost even worse, Daisy said warmly. Your looks can't compare to ours, but Violet grinned, then glanced at Ash. We'll admit your battling skills are solid. Honestly, you can't be blamed for losing. We've seen a lot of matches, but we've never seen a trainer as reckless as this guy. Ash pointed at himself, twitching his mouth. Reckless? That was just standard tactics, wasn't it? He was getting slandered for no reason. We were wrong before, Lily added, her tone softening. Being a gym leader really is tough. You don't just battle, you have to guide challengers and shoulder the pressure of losing. That responsibility, it's not easy. Misty's eyes brimmed with tears. How many years had it been since her sisters spoke to her so kindly? Indeed, words alone weren't enough. Her sisters finally understood the burden of being a gym leader after trying it themselves. No, you've all worked hard too, Misty said, her voice trembling. If it weren't for the money you earned, I wouldn't have been able to train this far. I had my faults before as well. For the first time in years, the sisters truly opened their hearts to one another, and the tension between them melted away. Yet even in this moment of reconciliation, Misty hesitated. She glanced at Ash and Brock, then back at Daisy and the others, torn between choices. Should she stay at the gym now that her sisters had admitted their mistakes? If Daisy and the others were the ones managing the gym, splitting their time between performances and battles, Cerulean Gym's reputation would surely decline. Beyond, the gym's lineup wasn't strong. Most of the other were only at mid-level strength. Which meant, realistically, her was already the gym's mainstay. If she stayed behind to guard Cerulean Gym, it would help both the gym's reputation and its long-term survival. Oh, but she didn't want to let go of this journey. In just over 10 days with Ash, she had experienced more thrills than in her entire past decade. Glimpsing Ho-Oh, meeting a shiny, even seeing Ash do things no ordinary human could. These were adventures she'd never find staying in Cerulean Gym. That's why Misty stood there, hugging tightly, her heart torn in two, caught between the duty of guarding her gym and the irresistible pull of traveling with Ash. Misty, go on your journey. Daisy seemed to see right through her younger sister's hesitation. She smiled faintly and spoke the words Misty hadn't been able to say herself. A sister Daisy, Misty's voice trembled. Only by seeing the outside world can you grow on your path as a trainer. Didn't you always say that? If you stay here forever, maybe you'll end up like Mom and Dad, strong in your own way, but that's not enough. I want to see the day you truly become the strongest gym leader in. Daisy's gentle encouragement struck right at the heart of Misty's conflict. If she stayed, the Cerulean Gym would benefit. Once her reached higher levels, she could finally cast off the gym's reputation as the weakest in the league. But for her own growth, staying here would only hold her back. Exactly, Violet chimed in, folding her arms. Didn't you brag you'd surpass Mom and Dad one day? You haven't come close to proving that yet. Go on, Lily added with a smirk. The gym's the weakest with or without you, so you might as well become stronger and come back later. Their words were sharp, but Misty could feel the warmth beneath the teasing. Wiping away her tears, Misty's expression hardened with resolve. I understand. I'll get stronger, strong enough to return and bring new life to Cerulean Gym. Until then, you all have to hold the line. Good luck out there, and hey, drop by and visit when you can, Daisy called after her. And don't forget to catch some strong and send them back. We're tired of losing to every random challenger, Violet added. Also, Lily grinned, holding up her camera, I snapped a photo of you crying just now. I'll send it to you when you finally become a great trainer. Misty froze mid-wave, her cheeks turning scarlet. She had almost been fooled by their kindness. Her sisters hadn't changed at all. They were still the same relentless teasers. This time, as she set out again, Misty left behind at the gym. With the sisters' care, it should evolve into seeking soon, giving them at least one more reliable battler. And so Ash, Misty, and Brock departed once more, their next destination set. Vermilion City Gym. Ash chose the Vermilion City Gym as his third challenge for 2 reasons. It was nearby and it was tough. 4 gyms were famous for their difficulty: Saffron, Viridian, Cinnabar, and Fuchsia. According to Brock, even their easiest challenge levels were completely out of Ash's reach right now. That left 2 more realistic options: Vermilion City and Celadon City. Celadon was farther away, while Vermilion sat neatly on their current route. The difference in travel time wasn't huge, less than a week's detour, but the choice of order mattered. Both gyms were considered mid-tier in difficulty. Celadon specialized in grass types, which should have been easier for Ash since he had, and both of which countered grass well. But the catch was this: the more badges a trainer earned, the tougher the remaining gyms became. If Ash challenged Celadon first and won, Vermilion would scale up in difficulty. Vermilion was already considered harder than Celadon by default. If it became even tougher afterward, that would be asking for trouble. So Ash made the smarter choice, head for Vermilion first, while the difficulty was still manageable. The road to Vermilion wasn't short. To get there, they had to pass through a string of small towns. In fact, this leg of the journey was shaping up to be the longest they'd taken so far. A week passed. In those 7 days, the trio only reached one small town where they stocked up on supplies before heading right back out. Along the way, Ash faced plenty of trainers on the roadside, but not once did he lose. Each night, he checked in with the veterans in his group chat, who made sure to point out his flaws and gaps in strategy. Without their feedback, Ash might already have gotten cocky. Victory after victory was exhilarating, but also dangerous. For a 10-year-old who had yet to taste defeat, who had 2 badges and no losses, not even against Wild, it would have been easy to let pride swell. The only reason Ash hadn't was because he'd seen what a higher level of battling looked like. The seniors in his group were all other versions of himself, trainers who had grown into champions and masters in their own worlds. Compared to them, his little win streak was nothing but a first step. That was why Ash hadn't lost himself to arrogance. Misty and Brock, who had both expected they'd need to bring him back down to earth along the way, were instead surprised at his composure. A rookie trainer, undefeated, sharp in his tactics, and yet humble, such a thing was rare. Both of them separately credited Professor Oak. After all, if the man had once been champion, wasn't it possible that his grandson's rival had inherited some of that training talent? On the road, Misty eventually brought up the question that had been nagging her. That electric acceleration move, and with the hat, what's the deal with that? Even though it looked like nothing more than an accessory, Misty's instincts as a gym leader told her the truth. His power had definitely risen when he wore it. For a starter to take down an experienced opponent, type matchups and clever tactics alone usually aren't enough. Without some form of amplification, the gap in raw strength is simply too wide. Ash, however, kept partner form a secret. To Brock and Misty, he explained it only as an aura fusion, a technique where he and synchronized, letting draw directly from Ash's own power. That, he claimed, was the source of sudden strength. As for electric acceleration, Ash described it as a move created on the spot the first time he wore Ash's cap. But it only worked while had the cap on his head, which was why Ash always made sure wore it in crucial moments. Out of curiosity, Misty plucked the cap from Ash and put it on herself. Nothing happened. She blinked, disappointed. Brock, on the other hand, finally had one of his lingering doubts answered. So that's it, Aura Sphere wasn't smooth at all, it was yours, Ash. Even as a gym leader, Brock had never heard of a trainer transferring their own strength into there. And in truth, most humans wouldn't be able to do anything with such a gift. Trainers were, after all, just human. What power could they possibly lend in battle? But Ash wasn't just human. His body and his strange abilities already set him apart. If Ash were ever to face it himself, even an experienced one, Brock and Misty weren't sure the outcome would favor the. Still, that realization barely scratched the surface of Ash's potential. Over the course of the week that followed, every one of Ash's improved. Training sessions during their travels, roadside battles, and sparring with Misty and Brock all pushed them forward. They climbed further into advanced level and picked up several new moves. And both broke into advanced level as well, though still hadn't mastered Tailwind, the move Ash had been hopping for. Even so, their current moves gave Ash plenty of creative options to frustrate his opponents. And then there was. In just 7 days, the little psychic type had climbed all the way to intermediate level. At lower stages, leveling could be quick, but this pace was astounding even by those standards. This leap from novice to superior had been possible only thanks to evolution, and bug types were known for their explosive early growth. By contrast, and had both slowed down significantly after hitting advanced. But was different, still not a fast growth species, yet her progress was nothing short of extraordinary. Even Brock couldn't hold back his awe. She's the fastest growing I've ever seen. Now with her new strength wasn't just against weaker opponents, she could finally join battles herself. 8 days after leaving Cerulean Gym, Ash ran into a boy named AJ. AJ had built his own battlefield right in the middle of the path leading to the next town. Any trainer wanting to pass through the forest had no choice but to meet him. Of course, many eager challengers couldn't resist a battle once they saw the arena. The result, 98 straight victories for AJ. His plan was simple. Once he reached a perfect streak of 100, he'd pack up the arena, set out to challenge gyms, and aim for the Indigo Plateau Conference. Naturally, Ash couldn't ignore the challenge. His battling spirit burned and he stepped into the arena. The outcome, AJ's streak was broken. For AJ, this was a shock. He'd never faced tactics like Ash's, sleep powder into confusion, then stun spore, then endless hit and run. It was a battle style completely outside his experience. To his credit, AJ was no pushover. He trained his with brutal discipline, even working on its natural weakness against water-type moves. Though it hadn't eliminated the weakness entirely, could at least resist water attacks better than most. But against Ash, who never even relied on type advantage, none of that mattered. After the loss, AJ admitted frankly that he still had a long way to go. With his streak broken, his arena no longer had meaning. He decided it was time to continue his journey, see more of the world, and grow before taking on gyms. For Ash, the whole encounter was just a brief stop on his road. AJ was stronger than the average roadside trainer, but still far below the level of a gym leader, both as a trainer and in terms of his. That said, Ash couldn't help but admit to himself, without the constant coaching from the big shots in the group chat, his own current strength probably wouldn't be much greater than AJ's. Not long after, the Team Rocket trio appeared yet again. As always, Jesse, James, and made their flashy entrance, announced their evil plans, and declared their intention to steal. This time, though, they came prepared. A mechanical claw resistant to electricity and a reinforced cage designed to hold. At first, Ash sent a fight like usual, but was quickly caught by the electric-proof trap and locked in the cage. With smug laughter, Team Rocket began to lift off in their hot air balloon. That was when Ash did something that left them completely speechless. He leapt straight up 10 meters into the air, landed on their balloon, and with one punch shattered the unbreakable cage holding. The trio froze in place, their jaws dropping. Then, freed and furious, blasted them with a massive thunderbolt. Team Rockets blasting off again. But as they sparkled into the sky, each of them thought the same thing. Maybe their target was wrong all along. Why go after when Ash himself was the rarer catch? Could be found anywhere, but a human who jumped like that, who smashed reinforced steel with his bare hands. What kind of monster was this kid? Meanwhile, Ash wasn't smiling at all. The warnings from the group chat had come true. He really was being hounded nonstop by these three weirdos. No matter where he went, no matter how much time passed, they always managed to find him. Could it be, did Team Rocket have some special radar just for him? Another week later, Ash, Misty, and Brock found themselves wandering into a thick, foggy forest. Even with a map, they soon lost their way. The fog didn't lift until the following morning, and after an entire day of being lost, they finally stumbled upon a mysterious building deep in the woods. That's right, a building in the middle of the forest. And not just any building, but a school, a surprisingly large one at that. When Ash saw it, he couldn't help but complain. Who in the world decided to build a school way out here? Does anyone actually study in a place like this? They'd managed to get lost even with a map in hand. What kind of genius thought it was a good idea to build a school deep in the mountains? Still, grumbling aside, a building meant people. If there were people inside, they could finally ask for directions. Ash and his two companions walked through the gates and into the school. Ash had assumed that even if the building looked big, it probably wouldn't have many students. But to his surprise, the place was packed. This was the famous Technical Institute, better known as Tech. Students who graduated here were allowed to enter the Indigo Plateau Conference directly without collecting any gym badges. When Ash heard this, he was floored. Wait, you can go straight to the Indigo Plateau Conference just by graduating from here? That's ridiculous. Other trainers work their tails off, traveling all across, fighting one tough opponent after another just to qualify. And all you have to do here is study theory? No gym challenges, no badges? That's not fair at all. Before his journey began, Ash thought battles were all about brute force, just charging ahead and pushing through. But the more he traveled, the more he realized how important knowledge and strategy really were. That was also why he had been so desperate to study battle theory in the group chat with the older, more experienced trainers. Without the things they had drilled into him, he probably wouldn't even know what certain abilities did or how to properly use type matchups to his advantage. But still, being able to skip the entire gym challenge just with theory, that was going too far. Battles were about proving your strength in real combat. If it were only about theory, then the version of himself, Tactician Ash in the group, would be the strongest trainer in the world, no question. Even Champion Ash wouldn't be able to beat Tactician Ash in a classroom debate. That's the policy of Tech, explained Joe, a student at the school. No matter how many badges you have, no matter your age, no matter how long you've been traveling, if you graduate from here, you can enter the Indigo Plateau Conference without restrictions, but only once. Joe was the first person Ash, Misty, and Brock met at the school. According to him, he was close to the bottom of his class, but even so, his battling ability was stronger than that of most trainers who already had 2 badges. His words gave the trio a brand new perspective on the school's power. Wasn't Tech basically a privileged shortcut? Graduates didn't even have to worry about the 2-year rookie restriction for the Indigo Plateau Conference. But then again, anyone who couldn't manage to graduate within 2 years here probably wasn't much of a trainer anyway. Anyway, I don't think this school is all that great, Misty huffed, crossing her arms with a pout. Relying on nothing but theory to measure a trainer's skill, that only created students with stiff, predictable tactics and no ability to adapt when the heat of a real battle hit. If they ever faced an actual opponent, she continued, they'd crumble the moment things didn't go by the book. Even if they graduate, they'll just end up as cannon fodder at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Only someone who's never studied here would say that. Joe's brows furrowed, his pride stung by her words. Even if I'm at the bottom of my class, my strength is equal to a trainer who's already earned 2 gym badges. I wonder what level you're at. Me? Misty shot back without hesitation, her eyes narrowing. I'm the gym leader of Cerulean City. If you want to talk like that, then let's have a real battle. Let me see how strong this so-called 2-badge trainer really is. Joe's lips curled into a smirk. Cerulean Gym, the weakest gym in, I beat it easily in a simulation match. He spun the monitor toward them, loading a battle record. On the screen, his launched 2 sharp razor leaf attacks and cleanly knocked out a. Misty's forehead twitched with a comical pound-mark vein. You're seriously comparing a canned computer program to the real thing? That's not even close to a real battle. Joe gave a shrug. It's not that different. Wait, Joe, was that a simulated battle you just ran? Ash suddenly cut in, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Joe blinked, confused by Ash's excitement. Yeah, why? You can set levels, items, even abilities however you want, right? Ash leaned closer to the screen, his voice rising with enthusiasm. Oh, that's right. Ash's eyes practically lit up like stars. Can I try? I've never seen something like this before. In his group chat with the other versions of himself, the veterans had told him about these kinds of battle simulators. Compared to real combat, they were stiff, turn-based systems, I go, you go, that lacked the unpredictability of a live fight, but they were great tools for refining tactics. One of the seniors, Tactician Ash, was said to have developed countless strategies in simulators before testing them with real. No wonder even Champion Ash couldn't match him when it came to raw theory. So although Ash knew simulations weren't real battling, the chance to finally see one in action made his fingers itch with excitement. Of course, I'll teach you, Joe brightened, happy to have someone take genuine interest. Here you set the difficulty, this lets you adjust the stats, and here's where you pick their held items. Brock and Misty exchanged looks. Ash, the same Ash who charged headfirst into every fight, the guy who lived for the thrill of real battles, suddenly interested in a simulator. After Joe's detailed explanation, Ash slid into the computer chair. His fingers fumbled over the keyboard for only a second before he confidently navigated the menus. He set up his team, then without hesitation, clicked straight to Elite 4 difficulty. Joe nearly fell out of his chair. On the simulator, trainers could freely select, adjust levels, assign moves, and even add held items. After building a team, they picked a difficulty level, each one modeled after different ranks of real-world trainers. Elite 4 mode was no joke. The opponents were AI programs built from the strategies of actual elites from across the regions, with all above level 70 and battle tactics tuned to near perfection. Of course, you couldn't just cheese the system by slapping level 100s on your team. The simulator capped them to match the opponent's strength. Still, this gave ordinary trainers a chance to see what it was like to battle at the highest levels, and more often than not, it humbled them fast. Countless trainers had stormed in, convinced that the only thing separating them from the elites was a level gap. If I were just as strong, I could totally win, they said. Then the AI wiped the floor with them, showing the true difference wasn't only raw power, it was command skill, timing, adaptability. That was the whole point of the program, to shatter arrogance, to remind everyone that battling an elite or champion wasn't just about stats, it was about mastery. And Ash had just challenged it with this team. 2 level 1 Sandstream holding smooth rocks. 2 level 1 Sturdy holding shell bells. 1 level 70 Iron Barbs holding leftovers. 1 level 70 Intimidate holding a choice scarf. Joe gawked, hey, did you mess up the settings? That's Elite 4 level difficulty. In that bracket, start in the 70s. And you picked 2 level 1 and 2 level 1. and stood tall on the simulator's roster, both at level 70, but the other 4 slots made Joe's jaw practically hit the floor. 2, all at level 1. Joe rubbed his eyes, wondering if the monitor was broken. This has to be a mistake, right? Who in their right mind would enter an Elite 4 level battle with 4 that faint from a sneeze? Moreover, Joe had only vaguely seen the 6 Ash chose. Besides, he didn't know the others. Those didn't seem to be from. Whether I can win or not, he said, voice steady and filled with that familiar reckless bravado, I'll only know after I try, just watch. Ash's knowledge of was still very limited. Although he had mentors guiding him, he had been traveling for less than a month. Expecting him to have a fully developed understanding of was far too much to ask. He was still struggling to recognize every inn, let alone those from faraway regions. The reason he was able to assemble this strange team was because Tactician Ash from the group chat had once explained it to him in detail: appearance, names, abilities, held items, and even the exact moves. For Tactician Ash, this gimmick squad was just for laughs. Against opponents who had never seen it before or against rigid AIs, it was deceptively effective. This setup wasn't designed for long tournaments or endurance matches. It was meant to confuse, frustrate, and snag flashy wins. As long as the opposing team didn't just happen to counter it by chance, the battle could often be summed up in 4 words: utterly one-sided dominance. That was why Ash had memorized the build, which explained why he had selected it so quickly the very first time he tried the simulation battle game. He hadn't even finished learning about all the native too, yet here he was, picking from, and, luckily, this simulator contained data for nearly every known except legendaries, plus most held items. If it had been only, his choices would have been limited to something like at best. After Ash clicked start, Joe swallowed his urge to intervene. Even if the Ash had chosen were unfamiliar or outright unknown to him, 4 of them were still only level 1. He couldn't imagine how anyone could defeat an elite trainer whose entire team was level 70. The gap was overwhelming, a full team of 6 versus 6, but with triple disadvantages in level, numbers, and trainer experience. Not even a champion could be expected to beat an Elite 4 member with such handicaps. Misty and Brock leaned in beside Ash, curiosity written across their faces. If it had been any other trainer, they would have assumed it was a mistake. But Ash had already proven himself to be reckless, unorthodox, and endlessly imaginative. Surely he had some wild trick in mind. What puzzled them most was how Ash, who still blanked on some names, had somehow chosen these oddballs from regions far away. On Ash's shoulders and also perched forward, eyes glued to the screen. The simulator finished its random selection of Elite 4 opponents. A moment later, a beautiful, alluring woman with light blue hair and a revealing outfit appeared on the screen. Brock's eyes widened instantly. "Whoa, what a gorgeous woman, that's Karen, the dark-type Elite from." He spoke as if it were a question, but his tone carried the certainty of a lifelong admirer. This Elite 4 member Karen, famed for her dark type, sultry charm, and overwhelming strength. In Brock's heart, she immediately ranked in the top 10 of the older sisters he most wanted to meet in person. "Elite Karen, huh? I wonder what kind of she'll send out," Ash mused, not slowing his hand as the simulation began. The screen showed Karen's first. Ash's lead. The moment appeared, Sandstream activated, blanketing the battlefield in a raging sandstorm. Ash tapped a command casually tackle. Didn't even blink, a single dark pulse fired and was erased in one blow. Ash's face remained calm. Without hesitation, he sent out a level 1. Joe nearly choked. What are you doing? A level 1 against a level 70? Isn't this just suicide?" He had assumed Ash had some clever plan, but watching him send in Baby to be instantly flattened, was this really strategy, or was Ash just stress testing the simulator? Loosed another dark pulse. But this time didn't faint. It hung on, clinging to life with exactly 1 HP. What the? Joe's jaw dropped. And now use Endeavor. His tiny body lunged forward, its attack connected, and in the blink of an eye's HP plummeted straight down to match zone. One single point. Then the sandstorm raged. His last sliver of health was erased by the storm. Fainted. For a moment, silence. Misty, Brock, and Joe all stared at the screen, their minds blank. This what the heck kind of tactic is that? Joe's voice cracked. That's not normal damage, that's cheating. Brock, however, narrowed his eyes, his gym leader instincts kicking in. He replayed the sequence in his head. His ability, the move choice, the weather condition. Piece by piece, it clicked. Sturdy, Brock explained slowly, means that if it is at full HP, no matter how strong the hit, it survives with 1 HP. That's why it didn't faint. Then Endeavor forces the opponent's HP to match the user's current HP. Had 1 HP, so was dragged down to 1 HP. And finally, the sandstorm finishes the job. Since steel typing protects it from sand damage, the effect is one-sided. That's the entire combo. Misty's eyes widened. So, with just ability, move choice, and the weather, Ash erased the level gap. Brock nodded grimly. Exactly, a level 1 just dropped an Elite 4, it's insane, but it makes sense. He paused, then frowned. But there's a problem. Sturdy only works when you're at full HP. After taking 1 hit's already down to 1. How are you going to reset it for the next opponent? He hadn't even finished asking when something shocking happened. On screen, his HP suddenly shot back up to full. What? Brock's voice cracked. Ash grinned knowingly, clicking his command for the next move. On the computer screen, his HP suddenly jumped back to full. Brock was stunned. Misty and Joe sat frozen with their mouths hanging open. At first, they hadn't understood Ash's bizarre strategy, but after Brock's explanation, they more or less got it. And as Brock pointed out, it had a fatal flaw. Sturdy only worked once. After used Endeavor, it shouldn't have been able to repeat the trick. Yet before Brock even finished voicing his doubts, HP was full again. If it could restore its health every time, didn't that mean could sweep the entire team? Ash calmly clicked Endeavor again and explained. The item is holding is a shell bell. It restores 1/8 of the damage dealt as HP. Since hitting that are way higher level, even 1/8 is more HP than its entire health bar. So as long as Endeavor connects, HP is guaranteed to go back to full. With that, Karen's second was knocked out just like her. Cheap, definitely, but unbeatable, not at all. There were plenty of ways to counter this gimmick if you had the right abilities or moves. Karen's AI finally adjusted and sent out her third. Ash hit Endeavor again, dropping to the brink, but the sandstorm failed to finish it off. Ash blinked, then smirked as he realized why. So that's it, rock type. Steel and rock types resist sand damage. That was the hole in this strategy. But Ash had built in a backup. He simply used Tackle to knock out's last sliver of HP. Karen answered with, which easily dispatched the weakened with Wing Attack. But Ash still had another in reserve. The second came in and the cycle repeated. Fell to Endeavor plus Sandstorm, followed, and suddenly Karen's elite tier team was down 5, all taken out by the same level 1 trick. Still, the advantage wasn't all on Ash's side. In the real world, weather moves wore off after a set time, but on the simulator, they ended after a fixed number of turns. Thanks to stall earlier, the sandstorm had already faded. Karen's last appeared her ace. In reality, a like could have turned the tide, but here it was still just data. Managed to drop it with Endeavor, but finally fainted under attack. Now both were left with only a shred of stamina. Ash still had a level 1 waiting. He could simply bring it in, let Sandstream reactivate, and the sandstorm would finish on the spot. But instead, Ash smirked and sent out. After stalling the opponent for so long, Ash finally decided to go for a head-on clash. If this had been the real Karen, she would have been fuming. His HP was hanging by a thread, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to go out with the slightest touch. How could this possibly count as a clash? But holding a choice scarf had its speed boosted by 50%. With that boost, it easily outsped at the same level. Ash called out the command and charged forward with a crushing waterfall, finishing off and sealing the victory. The screen flashed, "Congratulations on defeating the elite." For a moment, Joe thought he was dreaming. A rookie trainer, barely a month into his journey, had just cleared an Elite 4 level simulation. Impossible. Then came the voices all around. Clap, 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 brilliant strategy. I never thought I'd see an Elite 4 simulation beaten so easily. That was amazing. Which academy are you from? How did that strategy even work? Can you explain the core of it to us? Ash blinked, startled. When he turned around, he found a small crowd had gathered behind him. Some were younger students, some older, but all were buzzing with excitement. The applause had come from a striking young woman at the front, clearly the leader of the group. "She's one of the academy's elite students," Joe whispered quickly. "Top of the junior division. Her strength is already equal to a trainer with 4 badges, and she's not even 14 yet. If she wanted, she could move up to the intermediate division anytime." Ash looked her over. Even while offering praise, her expression carried an unmistakable arrogance. Still, she was undeniably beautiful, with bright, clear eyes, delicate features, and a sharp confidence that made her stand out. Dressed in a neat academy uniform, she had an aura of authority. "Are you a graduate from another research institute?" the girl asked curiously. Ash shook his head. "Nope, I only started traveling less than a month ago." Her eyes widened. "What? You've been on the road for less than a month? Are you kidding me? Someone like that can't possibly beat an elite-level simulation, especially with such low level. You'd need deep knowledge of mechanics and strategy to pull something like that off." She and the other students had arrived partway through the match, but they'd seen enough. 2 level 1 sweeping nearly an entire elite tier team, plus a single sealing the victory. It was outrageous. And this kid claimed he was just a rookie. "Are you treating me like a..." she snapped. "Don't mess with me." Ash just shrugged with an easy grin. "I've got no reason to lie. I've only earned 2 badges so far. We just stumbled into this academy because we got lost in the forest. Oh, actually, could you tell us how to get to Vermilion City from here?" The crowd blinked, dumbfounded. For Ash, beating Karen's AI hadn't been about pride. He just wanted to test out the gimmick team's strategy one of his alternate selves, Tactician Ash, had taught him in the group chat. Against a predictable AI, the method worked like a charm. But against a real elite, not a chance. If someone thought a couple of level 1 could topple Karen herself, they were delusional. Still, in this game at least, Ash could boldly say, "Elites, weaklings, directions." The elite student froze for a moment, her sharp mind suddenly short-circuited. A trainer who'd supposedly only been traveling for less than a month had just beaten an Elite 4 level AI. That was something academy students struggled toward for years, sometimes over a decade. And now some rookie kid who just wandered and claimed he did it. What kind of international joke was this? No way she'd admit it. If his claim was true, what did that make them? A bunch of useless nobodies. "You must be a top student from another academy here on an exchange, right?" she pressed, forcing a smile. "Even if you're going to make excuses, at least try something believable. A trainer who just started traveling less than a month ago? Do you think I'd actually fall for that?" Ash frowned, his voice edged with irritation. "I already told you I'm just a rookie, and it was a simulation battle. You don't actually think that strategy would work against a real elite, do you? If I tried the same lineup against the real Karen, I'd get crushed." Ash was crystal clear. Simulations were simulations, reality was reality. He had only used a gimmick strategy he'd learned from Tactician Ash in the group chat. It worked here because the AI had predictable patterns. But against a real elite, not a chance. Did anyone seriously believe a level 1 sturdy could hold out against an elite's full-powered attack in reality? Did anyone really think Endeavor from a rookie level would land clean on an elite's partner? That's why Tactician Ash had called the setup a circus act. It looked flashy, sure, and it could annoy other players online, but try it in a real battle and reality would smack you in the face. So while Ash had cleared the AI, he wasn't proud, just amused. For him, it was fun, nothing more. But this so-called elite student wouldn't let it go. She was obsessed with his win, convinced he was some prodigy hiding his true identity. He sighed, whispering to Brock and Misty, "She's pretty, but I think something's wrong with her brain." Brock and Misty, "Ash, people can still hear you even if you whisper, right?" "What did you just say?" the girl snapped, her cheeks flushing. "How rude. I believe you now. You're definitely not from any prestigious academy. A proper school could never produce someone as vulgar as you." Ash's eyebrow twitched. "You're the one who started pestering me. I've already said it, real battles and computer sims aren't the same, but you keep pushing me." "Fine then," the girl shot back, fire in her eyes. "If you insist, we'll settle this the old-fashioned way. Let me show you that what's written in textbooks is absolute." A short while later, at the Academy's outdoor training ground, students crowded around the battlefield, buzzing with excitement. In the center, Ash and the elite student stood face to face, their eyes locked, sparks practically flying between them. Brock and Misty exchanged uneasy glances. They had only come here to ask for directions, yet somehow Ash had ended up facing off against the Academy's top junior student. Still, the way the students here carried themselves rubbed them the wrong way. Even Joe, who admitted he was near the bottom of the class, spoke as if he could completely dismiss the cerulean gym. Even if cerulean really was considered the weakest gem, it was still a gem. If someone like Joe could talk down to Misty, then what about the others, especially this so-called top student? These academy kids seemed to treat simulation battles and whatever was written in their textbooks as if it were absolute truth. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad thing for Ash to battle her, just to shake her out of that mindset. "Don't say I'm picking on you just because you're a girl. I'll let my partner battle first, you're up," Ash called, pointing toward the field. Chirped happily, then with a flicker of light teleported from Ash's shoulder straight to the center of the battlefield. Her sudden appearance drew gasps from the gathered students, not because they recognized her, but because she was just that adorable. From the region, but it looks different from the one in my textbooks," the top student murmured, narrowing her eyes. Unlike the younger students, she had studied from an even not just species. So she knew what it was, but Ash's seemed unusual, subtly different from the book illustrations. "A psychic and fairy type, then. In that case, I'll use this one," she declared, plucking a ball from a rack nearby and tossing it onto the field. A swirl of misty gas materialized into the shape of a mischievous ghost. "Ghastly." Ash frowned. "Wait, that's not your own, is it?" "That's right," the girl replied with a smug smile. "These are Academy battle. Even though I haven't raised them personally, I know all of their strengths and weaknesses. Ghastly, being ghost and poison type, is the perfect counter to your you didn't think I wouldn't recognize a did you? This is the difference textbooks make." Her tone dripped with pride. Ash gritted his teeth. Textbooks, you're really starting to get on my nerves. Fine, I'll show you something you won't find in any textbook." Under the guidance of so many mentors, Ash had come to respect the value of knowledge. He knew that becoming a true master meant combining travel, experience, and study, but people who treated textbooks like the be-all and end all really irritated him. After all, wasn't the fun of battles about unpredictability, finding unexpected ways to win? Who just followed the book word for word? "Go, Aura is in my heart." Oh. Ash's eyes glowed faintly blue and his hair lifted as though stirred by a phantom wind. Her bright eyes shimmered with the same light, the two of them glowing in unison. "Aura fusion." Not every could enter this state, up until now only had managed it with Ash. Yet had been able to synchronize with him from the very beginning, her bond even stronger than It was because aura fusion depended on one thing above all else, synchronicity. Some called it trust or even heart. With their bond had skyrocketed after their head-on clash at the start of their journey. They had literally understood each other through battle. And hadn't reached that level yet, perhaps because they hadn't fought side by side in the same raw, up-close way. But from the moment she hatched and recognized Ash, she had trusted him completely. That bond had been there since the very beginning. Aura fusion could comprehensively enhance its abilities, almost like indirectly raising its level. Still, with current strength, she couldn't handle too much of Ash's aura. But since Ghastly was only high tier as well, that boost was more than enough. And aura fusion wasn't just about raising stats. Oh, so cute. Ash, about to give his first command, stumbled at elite student's sudden outburst. Ghastly wobbled in midair, clearly offended. What the heck? Who starts a battle and then blurts out that, "You'll hurt your feelings, idiot"? Ghastly gave its trainer a betrayed look, but elite student's eyes stayed locked on, sparkling with unrestrained delight. His floating hair revealed more of her delicate face than usual, and for the first time everyone saw her wide, shining eyes. It was like Cupid's arrow had struck the entire class at once. How could I be this cute? Hey, we're still battling, Ash snapped. Sorry, elite student covered her mouth with a laugh. I didn't expect her to look so different with her hair lifted. Textbooks only show her usual appearance, but this is something you can't learn from books. Ash's mouth twitched. I wasn't telling you to admire her looks, show her what you can really do, use Thunder Punch. Elite student froze, Thunder Punch from that. She glanced at its tiny arms and nearly laughed. Psychic types were terrible at physical attacks, and Thunder Punch was way out of slag. No way. Before she could finish her thought, golden electricity crackled around small fist. With a flash, vanished, reappearing in front of Ghastly faster than the eye could follow, and... Oh, crack. Her Thunder Punch landed clean, slamming Ghastly out of the air and driving it into the floor with a booming impact. Dust flew, elite student stood frozen, jaw slack. No way. Not only could this little thing use Thunder Punch, but it hit like a truck. Psychic types weren't supposed to be this physically strong. What was this, some kind of violent little fairy? Now confusion, Ash shouted, striking while the iron was hot. Blue light flared in its eyes. Ghastly was yanked back into the air like a then slammed left, right, down, up. 6 brutal impacts in a row echoed across the training field. A thump. Each slam drew gasps from the crowd. Herself hovered serenely in midair, her hands glowing as she toyed with Ghastly like it was nothing. Finally, Ash raised his hand. That's enough. His eyes dimmed and Ghastly dropped to the ground with a dull thud, aura completely faded. The outcome was clear. Gently set Ghastly in front of elite student, then floated back toward Ash. She spread her tiny arms, smiling brightly. Did I do well, Ash? You were amazing. Look, everyone's stunned. Ash picked her up and turned so she could see the crowd. Sure enough, every student, even Brock and Misty, stood with mouths hanging open. This adorable little had just turned into a terrifying battle monster. Ash had hidden another trump card. Brock and Misty exchanged the same thought. First, he'd hidden Aura Sphere against Brock, then Electric Acceleration against Misty, and now this, a violent little. Who was teaching him to keep so many secrets? How did you do that? Has you already reached the advanced level? Elite student asked at last, silently recalling her fainted Ghastly. Ash shook his head. She's the same level as your Ghastly. The same, you can actually see her level. Why wouldn't I be able to? Ash replied casually. That's impossible. Without special equipment, only someone at least gym leader level could tell that just by looking. she insisted, her voice rising. Ash crossed his arms, eyes firm. That's why you shouldn't treat textbooks as absolute. Traveling and battling teach things you can't learn here. I've only been on the road for a month, but this is what experience gives you. So what if he was lying? This wasn't the time to lose momentum. Besides, he hadn't actually explained how he knew, just said he picked up the skill after starting his journey. Nothing wrong with that. The facts spoke for themselves. Ash really was a trainer who had only debuted a month ago. Elite Student had already confirmed it before their battle, even nodding that his traveling companions were gym leaders. A newcomer with just a month of experience, yet capable of using a strategy to defeat an Elite Four, level AI, seeing through an opponent's strength at a glance, raising such an unusual and somehow traveling alongside gym leaders. What kind of freak was this kid, and where on earth had he come from? Pallet Town, just some unheard of little backwater, wasn't it? What could possibly be special about that place? Anyway, after this battle you understand, right? Textbooks aren't absolute. Only by traveling and battling can you learn what the outside world really teaches. There are countless things you'll never find written in a book waiting for you out there, Ash said, holding and speaking with the confidence of a seasoned trainer. Of course, what he didn't say was that the chat group in his mind could never appear in any textbook. Talking with another version of himself from a parallel world? Who would ever believe that? Fine, take this win. Your goal must be the Indigo Plateau Conference, isn't it? Oh, that's right. Then I'll see you there and I'll defeat you with my own. Tossing her hair, Elite Student turned on her heel and left. Watching her graceful retreat, Ash suddenly remembered the most important thing. Hey, wait, which way is Vermilion City? Elite Student nearly tripped on the spot. Really? After all that intensity, this was what he asked? Couldn't he just grab directions from any random student? Follow that path to Route 107, stay on it and you'll get there. She jabbed a finger and walked away quickly, clearly flustered. The crowd of students, who had wanted to keep pressing Ash about tactics, scattered soon after. Without their leader, hanging around would only make it seem like they were admiring someone outside their academy. At the gate, Joe personally saw Ash and the others off, waving goodbye. But his eyes burned with determination. He too would leave the academy soon. Instead of bleeding tuition money and waiting endlessly for graduation, why not travel like Ash? Out in the real world, he might learn far more. That same thought began echoing in the minds of other students as well, something the teachers of the academy had never anticipated. Once they were back on the main road, Misty finally burst out with the questions she'd been holding in. When did learn Thunder Punch? How can someone who barely knows the suddenly pick a team with from and what's with that gimmick strategy? Did you actually come up with that yourself? The torrent of doubts left Ash scratching his head. That's a lot all at once. Where should I even start? From the beginning, Misty snapped word by word. Brock stayed quiet but leaned in, equally curious. Ash's growth since their first meeting was unreal. Every battle revealed something new, something rookie-like. What kind of beginner pulled this off? Ash shrugged. Picked up Thunder Punch a few days ago. Not just that, she somehow knows Disable, Confuse Ray, Mean Look, stuff she says she's always had but couldn't use until she got stronger. Misty and Brock exchanged baffled glances. Unlocking moves like that wasn't normal at all. As for that elite beating strategy, well, I didn't invent it. I saw Professor Oak use something similar once, battling online. I thought it was cool, so I memorized the team. When in doubt, blame Oak. No way he could reveal the chat groups. Neither Misty nor Brock could exactly call up Oak right now to verify, and by the time they reached a phone, the details would have blurred. Ash figured he was safe. Still, both quietly made a mental note. This was no ordinary. A mysterious egg, shiny at birth, unnatural growth, a wide move pool, her origins had to be unusual. So they cautioned Ash, don't flaunt strength too openly. Ash only laughed. Exaggerated? Nah, that's just because she shares my aura. By herself is still delicate. Don't underestimate her cuteness. Hearing this, both Brock and Misty gave Ash odd looks. Turns out, the one who really shouldn't go around talking about his special qualities was Ash himself. After their incident at the academy, 3 more days passed. Ash and his friends followed the path the top student had pointed out, restocked camping supplies in a small town, and pressed onward. But less than a day later, they were lost again. "All these trees look the same, where even are we right now?" Ash complained, squinting at his map with frustration. The forest stretched endlessly around them, and after circling for what felt like hours, they somehow ended up back where they started. Even with the map, nothing made sense. "The road to Vermilion City is brutal. How do other people even get there?" Ash groaned. "Relax, Ash. This forest isn't that big. We'll find our way out soon enough. More importantly, it's lunchtime. Let's cook," Brock replied cheerfully, already pulling out pots, pans, and spices from his backpack. Cooking had always been Brock's passion, and with Ash as a willing helper, his enthusiasm only grew. Their traveling trio had settled into a rhythm. Ash helped with prep and cooking, Misty set up and cleaned, and Brock did the rest. And compared to half a month ago, Ash was like a completely different person. Back then, he could barely chop vegetables. Now he could put together a variety of dishes. The taste wasn't quite at Brock's level yet, but for a beginner, his progress was shocking. Ash suspected this had something to do with aura. Ever since his aura had awakened, his memory and coordination had become sharper, as if his whole body had been enhanced. According to Aura Ash, aura was the very source of life, and a sudden surge might explain his unusually fast improvement. Because of this, Ash was learning at a frightening pace. Cooking, care, battle theory, he not only absorbed lessons quickly, but could adapt and apply them in new situations. So according to Breeder Ash in the chat group, by now he was already at the level of an intermediate breeder. And his were advancing just as rapidly. And had both reached the advanced tier, even advanced a bit faster thanks to its natural species advantage. Was the most shocking, already at advanced peak, nearly touching elite tier. In just a month, he'd gone from normal high to the brink of elite. For a whose species normally developed at a modest pace, this growth was unbelievable. No wonder Team Rocket was so fixated on him. Meanwhile, remained at the same level she'd been during the battle 3 days earlier. By rights, with her growth rate, she should have already reached normal peak. Her speed of growth was so abnormal even couldn't keep up. But Ash had deliberately slowed her progress. Experts in the chat group had advised him to let fully maximize her current ability values before allowing her to level up. Each had caps in 6 core stats. Caps were all S rank, but so far she had only trained her stats up to be at best before leveling. That meant every time she advanced, she was leaving potential behind. Breeder Ash explained that pushing it to its current limits first would make future breakthroughs smoother, while also ensuring none of its innate potential went to waste. And so, for now, S level remained unchanged, because Ash was training her to polish every last ounce of strength before she advanced further. The higher S level, the harder it was to grow stronger. Not only did leveling up become more difficult, but raising ability values did as well. For example, raising an advanced level stat from B to A was already tough, but raising an elite level stat from C to B was far harder. And yet, whenever a leveled up, their ability values naturally shifted, dropping by half a grade to a full grade. This was why Breeder Ash in the chat group emphasized a different method. Before leveling up, max out his current stats to their limit. That way, when they advanced, their growth would be smoother with no wasted potential. Ash had taken this advice to heart. He was no longer focused on rushing his partners to higher levels. Instead, he concentrated on polishing their foundation, making sure every step forward was solid. It would make their future growth far more stable and far more powerful. As for his friends, Misty's team had climbed all the way to elite peak, nearly equal to, both resting at the threshold of professional tier. Brock's team had evolved into gaining a level boost from evolution and successfully caught up to. Both now stood at advanced high. His, however, was progressing slowly, still only normal mid, though that was an improvement from the normal low level it had when he first caught it. This was the state of their teams after more than half a month since leaving Cerulean City. 1 week with the Beast Tamer AJ, 1 week at the Academy, and now 3 more days, 17 days in total. Half an hour later, Brock and Ash had laid out a full spread of dishes, with plenty of food included. Just as the three were about to dig in, a small oddish shuffled into view. The little grass type looked at them with wide, teary eyes, softly mumbling. Brock and Misty both glanced at Ash immediately. By now they knew only Ash could understand her. As she says she's hungry and asks if we'll share some food, Ash translated gently. Of course we can, here you go. He quickly filled a bowl, set it down, and nudged it toward her. Oddish instinctively hopped back a step, then edged forward and began to eat with desperate energy. This little one must have gone hungry for a long time, Misty murmured, crouching beside Ash with a sympathetic look. Yeah, Ash nodded slowly, watching her eat, then his expression hardened with resolve. I'm thinking of catching her, I don't have a grass type yet. Aodish's final evolution was one of the grass types recommended by the experts in the chat group. Though a leaf stone was rare, the payoff was more than worth it. Odish's final evolution was a grass-type powerhouse. With the chlorophyll ability boosting its speed under sunlight, could swing between a fence and support with ease. Compared to, there was some overlap, both could disrupt opponents, but their specialties were different. Excelled at spreading status and boosting team momentum, while strength lay in setting up grassy terrain. That field effect not only healed grounded but also empowered grass-type moves and synergized with a wide range of strategies. For Ash, Oddish already showed promise. Her current aptitude was good, stats mostly C grade, with speed and special attack at B that made her a solid candidate for growth, especially if trained carefully. He was already imagining bribing her with food, then inviting her into a battle to earn her trust. Surely she wouldn't refuse, right? But before Ash could act, a firm voice cut through his thoughts. Adone. Ash's head whipped toward the sound. His eyes went wide, his breath caught in his throat. Adone. Standing proudly before them was the grass-type starter of. Every region had its own traditional starter. In that honor went to, and they were raised under the league's care, then distributed to new trainers through official channels. Finding one in the wild was nearly unheard of. Ash's heart pounded. Back in Pallet Town, most kids starting out received one of the 3 from Professor Oak. He, however, had been the exception, paired instead with, and while he had come to treasure that bond, deep down he had always dreamed of raising one of the Royal 3 families. Yet here, less than a month into his journey, stood a wild. Oh, let's battle, Ash shouted, leaping to his feet with excitement. His voice startled Oddish, who froze mid-bite. With a guilty look, she glanced at Ash, then at before hopping behind him as though seeking protection. Brock's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. It looks like Oddish and know each other. Could they belong to the same trainer? Oddish's expression was like a child caught sneaking snacks behind her parents' back. Her behavior suggested a bond with, maybe a protector and companion. Trainers, Ash muttered, his excitement dimming. That would be too bad. He knew it was unrealistic to stumble upon a wild starter so easily. Though they were common in the league's care, encountering one outside was rare. But the more Ash observed, the less ordinary this seemed. A species. Gender male. Type grass poison. Level normal advanced. Ability overgrow. Moves tackle vine whip razor leaves. Aptitudes attack CB, special attack BA, defense CB, special defense CB, HP BA, speed AA. 3 A's and 3 B's across its stats. This was the most gifted Ash had seen yet, second only to his own and it wasn't just talent. For a wild, its normal advanced level was incredibly high. If it had a trainer, that trainer had to be relatively new, not far ahead of Ash himself. By comparison, Ash's team had reached their current heights through a mix of factors: extraordinary growth, already advanced level when caught, and naturally rapid bug-type progression. Thanks to a mix of coincidences and sheer luck, Ash, barely a month into his journey, was already traveling with 3 at the advanced tier. Normally, a rookie trainer would be lucky to have a team of 6 at the normal level by now. To even attempt a gym challenge typically required at least 6 weeks of training. Ash and Gary were both clear outliers. And now Ash could see not only stats, but also his typing and partial. It was the work of his developing insight eye, a special ability that grew sharper with each battle and experience. One day, it might reach the level of the breeder version of Ash from the group chat. I barked, his tone sharp. Ash frowned, catching the meaning through his aura. What do you mean I gave Oddish random food? She came to us starving, and this was a balanced meal Brock and I cooked. If anything, your trainer should be ashamed, letting her get this hungry in the first place. But then shook his head firmly. Oh, Ash blinked surprised. You don't have a trainer. Gestured toward the bowl Oddish had left unfinished. Curious, Ash slid it forward, scooped up a bit with his vine whip, tasting it. His stern face softened, and for the first time he looked genuinely satisfied. Ash and Brock exchanged a proud glance. Having their food appreciated, especially by such a wild, was a victory all its own. So it looks like you guessed wrong, Brock, Ash grinned. Isn't owned by anyone. Brock rubbed his chin, then he and Oddish must be wild, living together in a group. Meanwhile, finished the last of Oddish's food, then flushed slightly. He'd scolded Ash earlier only to turn around and eat the leftovers himself, but didn't dwell on pride for long. With a respectful nod, he thanked Ash and prepared to leave with Oddish. Wait, Ash called out, stepping forward. Since you don't have a trainer, why don't you come with me? With me, you'll have meals like that every day, not to mention we could get stronger together. His eyes shone with determination. Of course, I'm not asking you to just let me catch you. Let's battle first the proper way. Froze, his expression conflicted. At last, he shook his head. Although Ash's smile faltered, you still have something to protect. Those words hit Ash harder than he expected. This wasn't refusing out of pride or stubbornness, he had responsibilities. From the way he'd shielded Oddish earlier, it was clear was loyal, dependable, and bound by a promise. Ash clenched his fists. This steadfast wasn't one he could just walk away from. If there's something you're protecting, then let me see it. Maybe I can help. If I do, will you consider joining me? Hesitated, studying Ash with serious eyes. Finally, he nodded. Ash grinned in relief, only for Brock to raise a hand. No rush, let's eat first. Oddish barely had anything and probably hasn't eaten enough either. Ash warmly invited Oddish and to join the group for lunch. Oddish hopped over shyly while followed more cautiously. Immediately greeted him with cheerful chatter, offering a share of his food. Tested it, though the flavor wasn't exactly what he was used to, it was hearty, balanced, and surprisingly good. These humans were different. They were friendly, the food nourishing, and most shockingly, the boy who wanted to catch him had asked permission instead of forcing the issue, had battled enough trainers to know how things usually went. If a wild fell, the ball would follow without question. But this one, he'd fed Oddish first, he'd spoken as if consent mattered, and somehow he had understood words. That shouldn't have been possible. Studied Ash's face, unsettled and intrigued in equal measure. This human was unusual, special in a way he couldn't quite define. After the meal, Misty packed away the dishes while Brock stowed the cookware. At beckoning, the group followed him and Oddish through the forest until they arrived at a small wooden house nestled in the trees. In front of it knelt a young woman, grinding herbs into poultices and gently tending to a group of injured. She looked up as they approached, her expression softening when she saw a return. You're back, and who are these 3? She asked. Ash stepped forward eagerly. My name's Ash from Pallet Town. This is Misty, the gym leader of Cerulean City, and this is... My name is Brock, gym leader of Pewter City, Brock blurted, practically leaping in front of Ash. Ash blinked, scratching his head, while Misty only gave him a helpless smile. She'd already noticed Brock's weakness for older women, whether it was her sisters back at the Cerulean gym or now this gentle caretaker. Honest as he seemed, he definitely had a shameless side. The young woman bowed her head politely. Hello, my name is, I run this little convalescent home for sick and abandoned. Did give you any trouble? She assumed the worst, since this was the first time had ever returned with strangers. Ash waved his hands. No, nothing like that. Actually, it's the opposite. He quickly explained how they had met in Oddish and how he had come to understand what meant when he said he had something to protect. Hearing the story, Brock's expression sobered. So that's it, he's been guarding this whole place, hasn't he? Ash nodded. The truth was clear now, wasn't refusing him out of pride. He was staying because someone had to protect these vulnerable. Brock stepped forward, speaking earnestly. Miss, if what you need is security for this healing house, I can request help from the League. As a gym leader, I can vouch for this place. We could have the League designate it as an official protected site and send trainers here to guard it. That way, wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. For once, Brock's priorities were straight. Yes, he was smitten, but he also understood his friend's longing. He'd seen the way Ash's eyes lit up for, and he wasn't about to let that dream slip away if there was another solution. Brotherhood first, even before his usual flirting. After hearing Brock's suggestion, was stunned. She hadn't expected that, just for sake, they would even bring up applying to the League to make her little shelter an official rescue station. That wasn't something that could be approved easily, but the fact that they even mentioned it showed how serious they were, especially the boy in the middle. The look on Ash's face when he said he wanted was so firm it almost startled her. If followed a trainer like him, it might truly change his future. Shaking her head, said softly, There's no need. This place is only a temporary shelter I put together on my own. Has been helping me and I'm grateful, but I know it's holding him back. If he stays here forever, he'll never grow. So if you like this boy, Ash, then go with him. She smiled reassuringly. Don't worry about me. I made this shelter to help injured, but if it ends up limiting their growth, then I'd rather not have it at all. Her words were echoed by the gathered around her. Even Oddish, standing at side, cried out encouragingly. They all owed much to and now they wanted to have his own chance at a better future. As for themselves, they could continue living in the wild. Eventually, one of them would rise to take place as the big brother of the group. Fell silent, her words made sense, and he already felt the tug of wanting to follow Ash. His friends urging him only pulled him further in that direction. He was close to deciding, but something still held him back. Oh, and then... A shrill, arrogant laugh split the air, followed by the whoosh of a hot air balloon. Who's there? Asked instinctively. Since you asked so nicely, prepare for trouble. And make it double. Jesse, James, and popped up over the trees. After half a month, Team Rocket had tracked Ash down yet again. This made the fourth time they'd appeared. Persistent didn't even begin to cover it. And this time they had a new toy, a gigantic, roaring vacuum machine. The suction was so strong that the in the shelter were dragged in one by one. Once trapped inside the collection bag, they couldn't escape. They cried, frantically lashing out with razor leaf and vine whip, but the reinforced nozzle didn't even budge. The machine kept pulling, and even himself was on the verge of being swallowed. Oh, then... A blazing blue sphere shot out, striking the vacuum's joint with a thunderous impact. Oh, crack. The massive machine split in two, sparks raining down. Jesse and James froze mid-laugh, their jaws dropping. What are reinforced steel? Even a high level couldn't dent it in one shot. Every pair of eyes turned toward Ash. Jesse and James hadn't seen who fired, but everyone else had. That glowing aura sphere had come from Ash's own hands. Misty and Brock didn't even blink, they were used to this by now, but's eyes went wide, her jaw slack in disbelief. Was that an attack from a human's? Not even the strongest here could scratch that machine, and Ash had destroyed it in a single strike. Just what is he? Aura sphere, Ash shouted again, and another ball of shimmering energy exploded against the capsule that held the shelters. A boom. The metal shell shattered, and the captured tumbled free into the air. Catch them, use Vine Whip, Ash commanded sharply. An SAUR. Vines lashed out in a blur, snaring the falling one by one and bringing them safely back to the ground. Jesse's face twisted in fury. You brat, you ruined everything again. James was red with outrage. Are you even human? What were those glowing blue spheres? This time they had come fully prepared, insulated steel, machines designed to counter electricity, and yet hadn't even lifted a paw while Ash himself had blown their device to pieces. Your evil plans are always the worst for us, Ash shot back, pointing forward. Finish this, use Razor Leaf. Obeyed Ash's command without hesitation. He shook his body, unleashing a storm of razor-sharp leaves that sliced straight through Team Rocket's hot air balloon. Unlike the heavy vacuum machine, the balloon's thin fabric didn't stand a chance. Within seconds, dozens of gaping holes ripped across its surface. Team Rocket's blasting off again. Jesse, James, and wailed, their faces pale as the balloon popped and sent them flying into the sky. With the villains gone, Ash and the others rushed to check the injured. Thankfully, none of them had suffered serious harm. Finished his inspection, then turned to Ash. His eyes burned with determination. I want to go with you. Really? Ash's voice cracked with excitement, and he practically jumped 3 feet high. That's awesome. He had nearly given up hope, but had made his choice after all. Brock tilted his head back toward the endless blue sky and chuckled. Funny enough, Team Rocket actually did us a favor this time. They forced to see his own limits and Ash's strength. That's why he decided so firmly to follow you. Ash, still hugging in delight, froze for a second, his expression twitching. It was true, without Team Rocket might still be hesitating. And last time, it was thanks to Team Rocket's meddling that he'd stumbled into his ritual and met. And could it be those 3 were his lucky stars? Ash immediately shook his head hard. No way, absolutely not. Team Rocket was just a pack of bumbling villains. He would never admit that. Still, the result spoke for itself. Ash had successfully caught. His party now numbered 5, just 1 short of a full team. After thanking for her help and asking her for directions, Ash, Misty, and Brock set off once again for Vermilion City. Compared to their relatively smooth trips to Pewter and Cerulean, the road to Vermilion was an ordeal. They had gotten lost more times than Ash could count. By car, the trip would have taken a single day. On foot, even with no detours, at least a week. But thanks to their constant wandering in circles, 2 weeks had passed and they'd only covered half the distance. Still, catching alone made all those detours worthwhile. Finally, following directions, they managed to escape the forest and reach a proper road. Relieved, they found their place on the map and pressed on. 2 days later, however, they found themselves staring at yet another endless stretch of identical trees. Ash's forehead beaded with sweat. They were lost again. Why are we lost again? Misty screamed, clutching her head in despair. This road to Vermilion City is impossible. We should take in the bus back in Cerulean. Ash winced but tried to defend himself. Don't say that. If we hadn't gotten lost, I wouldn't have caught, and besides, we've gained tons of experience along the way. Misty jabbed a finger at him. Correction, you gained all that. What about us, huh? Ash shut his mouth. Misty's frustration wasn't hard to understand. Being lost in the woods for days, unable to find a town, and going without proper baths was more than enough to fray her temper. Brock crouched beside Ash, studying the map. I think we're here. If we head this way, we should reach a main road, then a small town near Vermilion. From there, it'll be smooth sailing. That was the plan, assuming they didn't get lost again. Ash suddenly smacked his forehead. Oh wait, I can use my aura. I can scan up to 50 miles around me and see the terrain. That way we'll find the road easily. Misty froze, her face darkened, twitching as she slowly turned toward him. You've had this ability the entire time. Her voice was low, trembling with suppressed rage. Then she exploded. And you didn't say anything until now. Misty's face twisted with rage. She stretched out her pale, delicate hands, clamped them around Ash's neck, and shook him furiously, looking every bit like a demon from the depths of hell. Why didn't you say this earlier? She roared. All right, Misty, let Ash find the route first. Brock quickly stepped in to break it up, worried the two might actually go too far. If Ash reflexively fought back, Misty's physique wasn't exactly on par with Team Rocket's. At Brock's words, Misty finally let go. Truthfully, she hadn't used much strength, she just wanted to vent her frustration. Ash, ever the dramatic actor, flopped back, sticking out his tongue as if he'd nearly been strangled to death. His over-the-top reaction actually drained most of the fire from Misty's anger. Once she released him, Ash sheepishly rubbed his neck, then finally closed his eyes and activated his aura. No wonder Misty was furious. If he'd remembered earlier that his aura could map the terrain, they'd already be in Vermilion or maybe even Celadon by now. Still, a loss sometimes turned into a gain. After all, he had caught during their detours. I found the road, it's over there. In just moments, Ash had scanned the entire area with aura and located the path to Vermilion City on the map. When Misty saw how quickly and easily he solved the problem, her temper almost flared again. You mean you had this ridiculous shortcut the whole time and just forgot? Brock, however, was more thoughtful. Aura really is something else. I looked up some information back in the Cerulean City Center. From what I read, only a handful of can even use aura, and even then it's usually just for things like aura, sphere, or wave sensing moves. Nothing like what you're doing. And there's no record of any human wielding aura this way. Ash, you're one of a kind. Misty bit her lip, her anger slowly cooling as she remembered all the strange, miraculous things Ash had already done with his aura. Shielding others, pathfinding, even attacks rivaling us. A rookie trainer who possessed power on par with high level, who showed surprising talent for training, creative tactics, a caring bond with his team, and rapid growth in experience, Ash was undeniably remarkable. If other girls knew about this side of him, Misty thought, they'd probably line up just to travel with him. An excellent trainer was always in demand. Her gaze lingered on Ash, strange emotions stirring. There's up ahead with a really weak aura. Let's go check it out. Ash suddenly shouted, cutting her thoughts in half. Misty nearly jumped out of her skin. That fleeting flutter in her chest was instantly replaced with the urge to punch him square in the face. At least Ash's shout wasn't random. His aura sense had picked up a faint, weakening presence from a further down the path. Ash's aura had stretched too far earlier, covering too many at once. He hadn't noticed it right away. Now, by narrowing his focus, he locked onto the faint signal of a single aura. That aura was weak, so weak it was close to fatting out entirely. The poor thing was on the verge of losing consciousness. The discovery jolted Ash so hard he cried out before his body even moved. By the time Brock and Misty caught up, panting after a minute-long sprint, they too saw the Ash had sensed. A small orange body, sharp claws, a trembling flame on its tail. Charo, Misty gasped. Her voice was filled with disbelief. First, now, did Ash plan to collect all the starters by stumbling into them in the wild? It wasn't like running into a wild or, even though the league bred plenty of and wild specimens were incredibly rare, encountering two of them back-to-back in less than a month was absurd. Brock and Misty exchanged a look. Slowly, their eyes drifted back to Ash. Ash didn't notice their stares. His own eyes lit up the moment he saw the little fire type curled on a rock. He had already guessed during his aura scan, but to confirm it in person, it was like a dream come true. Luck this good almost felt unreal. First, now, was the effect of that S-rank ability he once drew still lingering, or was this just pure ridiculous fortune? A species. Gender male. Type fire. Level rookie peak. Ability blaze. Moves tackle growl ember smokescreen scary face flamethrower belly drum. Stats attack DS, defense EA, HP EA, speed DS. Ash's jaw nearly hit the ground. This wasn't just rare, it was a monster in the making. SSS rank potential, a stacked move pool at rookie peak, second only to his in raw promise. Ash's heart pounded, he wanted this badly, but when he looked closer, the fire in his eyes dimmed. The little guy's body was weak, trembling, he could barely stand, let alone battle. For Ash, capturing him now would be no different from Team Rocket's cheap tricks. He clenched his fists and forced down his excitement. Not yet, Brock, give me some food. Brock blinked in surprise, then smiled in relief. He dug into his bag and handed over a pouch. Ash knelt and poured the food into a bowl, setting it gently in front of. The fire type's fierce little glare melted into confusion. Eat up, Ash said softly. Get your strength back. When you're better, we'll battle fair and square. He reached out, wanting to pat's head, but the lizard flinched away, still cautious. Even so, hunger soon won out, dipped his head and ate hungrily, finishing the bowl in no time. Brock frowned, rubbing his chin. That's odd. If he were truly wild, he'd have foraged for food on his own. Why's he been sitting on this rock instead? Maybe he's just exhausted, Ash said. Why don't we take you to a center? Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. When I catch you, it'll be in a real battle. Char shook his head and let out a plaintive growl. Ash's smile froze, then his shoulders slumped like a balloon losing air. What's wrong? What did he say? Misty asked. Ash sighed. He says he already has a trainer. He's waiting here for them to come back. Brock's eyes softened in understanding. So that's it. No wonder he refuses to leave this spot. His trainer must have told him to wait here. This was heartbreakingly obedient. Even with his stomach caving in from hunger and the flame on his tail guttering low, he stayed put, waiting. If he already has a trainer, then there's nothing we can do, Misty said with a regretful shrug. Guess Ash's hot streak had to end sometime. Yeah, if he belongs to someone, we can't interfere. Ash forced a smile. Brock, let's leave another pouch of food here for him. If his trainer still isn't back, at least he won't go hungry. Brock nodded. A portion of food wasn't much to part with, and it might make all the difference. Still, something felt wrong. Judging by his condition, he hadn't been waiting a few hours, it had been a long time. What kind of trainer leaves there like this? Fall into a ravine? Get stuck in a bathroom stall? Ash set the extra food down, told a casual goodbye, and walked away with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Inside, his heart bled. This was an SSS rank. In the group chat, the big shots had said an S-rank talent was 1 in a million. SSS rank brushed the threshold of divine potential, a like that wasn't just rare, it broke the scale. No wonder he'd lost himself for a second, but he'd snapped back because he loves. If anyone else learned what this could become, they'd try to snatch him regardless of his condition. An SSS rank would draw greed like a magnet. Ash was crushed to learn already had an owner. If this was the only SSS rank he'd ever meet, of course it hurt. But what could he do? Unless the trainer was insane enough to abandon him, there was no opening. And who would ever abandon at all, let alone one with that kind of potentials? They left the rocky outcrop and made it back to the roadside trail. The sky dimmed as if someone turned a dial, and then the rain came, sheets of it, drumming the world into a silver haze. Heads down against the downpour, they hurried along the road until the warm glow of a center came into view. Luckily, it wasn't far. They didn't get completely soaked, just mostly. and were damp little bundles by the time Nurse Joy ushered them inside. Ash borrowed 3 towels, passing one each to Brock and Misty, then used his to dry and first, only afterward scrubbing his own hair. With his current constitution, a full day in the rain wouldn't even give him the sniffles. Wet hair was just annoying. Nurse Joy returned with 3 steaming cups of coffee. Brock declared the service exquisite, asked for her email with shining eyes, and was politely, expertly turned down. The 3 sipped their coffee in silence, the patter of rain outside the window filling the quiet. The warmth was soothing, but none of them looked completely at ease. "I wonder if Trainer ever came back for him," Misty murmured. Ash forced a smile. He should have, right? It's been a while now, but his eyes betrayed his doubt. If that so-called trainer had really left out on that rock until he was half-starved, then he clearly hadn't been gone just an hour or 2. And if was still waiting out in this storm with his health so fragile, his levels so low, and his type so weak to water, the rain could literally kill him. Ash clenched his fists. He prayed he was wrong. Then, over the gentle hum of the center, a loud, arrogant voice cut through the calm. "See, these are all the I've caught. Not bad, huh? Oh, you're amazing. Over a dozen balls, caught so many." Ash, Misty, and Brock turned their heads. At a nearby table, a flashy young man sat surrounded by balls, boasting while his sycophants cheered. Normally, a trainer carried no more than 6. Any extras were automatically transmitted back to their storage PC. Carrying a dozen at once was impractical, careless even. But still, it wasn't a crime. The 3 might have ignored it until the next words left his mouth. "By the way, you don't have a, do you?" "I had one," sneered, "but he was useless, couldn't even beat us, so I dumped him in the mountains." His lackeys chuckled, so added with relish, I threw him away 4 or 5 times, but he still kept following me, so I told him, wait right here, I'll be back soon. And he just stood there wagging his tail, watching me leave. Isn't that hilarious?" "Oh, you bastard." Before anyone could blink, Ash was on him. With one hand, he seized by the collar and lifted him clear off the ground. Gasps filled the center. How could a kid so skinny show that kind of strength? Flailed, shocked, the boy's eyes gleamed with a strange sapphire glow, cold and unyielding. "I found a waiting for his trainer on a rock in the mountains," Ash growled. "That is yours, isn't it?" "Why, yeah, so what?" snapped back, but his voice cracked. "How long have you abandoned him?" Two days, I guess." His defiance crumbled under Ash's glare. Ash's fist trembled. Then he dropped, only to slam a punch straight into his face. As Ash's punch connected, sailed backward and crashed into a sofa. The couch toppled, rolled a dozen feet across the floor, and smashed hard into the wall. Teeth scattered, blood spattered, and the wooden wall spiderwebbed with cracks. He'd clearly broken more than a few bones. Since the day his aura had awakened, Ash had learned to rein himself in. He knew how dangerous his strength could be. One miscalculated blow could maim or kill. He'd been practicing control ever since and could usually keep his power in check. But 2 cruel lines had cut too deep. In a flash, Ash lost his temper and slammed a serious punch. By instinct, he pulled back most of his force, about 90%, otherwise his skull might have exploded on the spot. Even so, the result was brutal. "Do you think our toys, because of you that stayed on that rock for 2 days, too afraid to go look for food, waiting for you while the flame on its tail nearly died?" Ash snarled. Didn't answer. He'd already passed out from the impact. Brock and Misty reached forward at once. Neither had ever seen Ash so furious. Each laid a calming hand on his shoulder. "Forget him for now, go check on," Brock urged. "If we wait, it could be too late." Misty and Brock's words steadied Ash. He spun to bolt out of the center, but Nurse Joy intercepted him, furious. "You need to explain yourself," she demanded. "Why are you fighting in here, causing a ruckus in a center? Do you think this is a playground?" His groans had already summoned Joy from the desk. Seeing him crumpled on the floor with blood in his mouth, the usually gentle nurse looked half outraged, half exasperated. I'm sorry, Joy, he didn't mean it, Brock blurted, bowing. Even if deserved it, brawling in the center was disrespectful. Sorry, Joy, Ash added. If you want to punish us, we'll accept it later. Right now we need to get out, there's a waiting in the storm. If we delay, it could be fatal. As soon as Joy heard the word, her expression changed. She darted to the front desk, grabbed 3 slick raincoats, and thrust them at the 3 travelers. Take these, it's slippery out there, watch your step. Thanks, Joy, Ash said, grabbing a coat and tearing it on as he ran and leapt onto his shoulders. Misty and Brock followed hard on his heels. Joy watched them splash out into the downpour and then, with a resolute little sigh, turned to the dazed crowd around. Take care of him, she ordered. And his gang were local troublemakers. They had friends in low places. Joy didn't relish dealing with them, but she couldn't leave him untreated. She was a healer. If she didn't intervene, the consequences could be severe. Outside, the rain slammed against them. Even with the raincoats, the cold sheets stung exposed skin. The 3 sprinted through the storm until Ash finally skidded to a halt. There, on the same rock where they'd left him, sat stoic, soaked, and utterly exhausted. Even the brutal rain hadn't driven him from his post. Was crouched on the rock, a trembling leaf clutched over his head as sheets of rain hammered down. A single leaf against a storm like this, it was heartbreaking, more symbolic than shelter. And just as Ash and his friends rushed up, a new threat appeared. A flock of the same kind of bullies that had once chased Ash and now swooped in again. 4, no, 5 of them circling with hungry, narrowed eyes. Normally in weather like this, they'd be tucked under trees waiting it out. But today, their sharp gazes were locked on something else, the bowl of food sitting at its feet. That was the prize, was just an obstacle. 2 dove at the already weak fire type, while the other 3 gleefully pecked at the food, switching roles so they could torment and eat at the same time. Ash's blood boiled. Get out of here, he roared. But instead of retreating, they fixed their fierce little eyes on him and shrieked. Then all 5 came charging. Ash didn't flinch. He stepped forward, swung his arm, and chopped downward. His hand collided with the beak of the leading crack, and the bird was knocked backward faster than it had come, tumbling helplessly through the rain. Ash glared at the rest. His expression alone radiated a force that even could understand. They hesitated, screeched to one another, then scrambled to grab their fallen comrade and retreat into the storm. The battlefield cleared in seconds. Ash, Misty, and Brock rushed to his side. The tiny flame on his tail flickered, nearly invisible in the downpour. Brock's face tightened. If you hadn't given him food this morning, Ash, he wouldn't have lasted until now. Misty quickly crouched, stretching her raincoat over the fragile flame, but the water still hissed off it, threatening to snuff it out completely. This isn't enough, she said, panic in her voice. Unless we can raise his body temperature, won't survive until we reach the... Ash clenched his fists, his heart raced. A think. Then it hit him, wait, that's it, I have something that can save him. He fumbled at his belt, eyes blazing with sudden hope. The rainbow feather. A divine feather said to carry the blessing of Ho-Oh itself. Ash held it high, its glow piercing the storm. According to everything he'd learned, the rainbow feather was more than just a key to Ho-Oh's trial. It was a sacred artifact, one of the greatest held items in the world. Up until now, he had rotated it between, and since both flying types resonated with its blessing, their rapid growth had been thanks in part to its power. But now, Ash's eyes burned with determination. Please hang on. He recalled, gently removed the shining feather, and pressed the rainbow feather close to his fatting flame. What is that? Brock gasped, eyes widening at the feather in Ash's hands. He had never seen it before, though Ash had rotated it between and Brock hadn't noticed a thing. Ash and Misty exchanged awkward glances. Only now did they realize they had completely forgotten to tell Brock about their encounter with Ho-Oh. This is Ho-Oh's feather, Ash explained quickly. It's filled with life energy. If I put it on, it should help. He pressed the rainbow feather gently against a soaked body. Instantly, the seven-colored feather flared brighter, light spilling across the storm. The tiny tail flame, shielded by Misty's raincoat, flickered, and then grew just enough that it no longer looked like it would go out at any second. "It's working," Ash cried, hope shining in his eyes. "Let's get him back to the fast." He didn't waste a second. Even if the rainbow feather had bought time, it was only temporary. For to truly recover, Nurse Joy's treatment was essential. They ran through the storm together. Misty shielded tail flame with her coat. Brock tried to block as much rain as he could from Spotty. Ash held the rainbow feather firmly against him, refusing to let go. On Ash's shoulder, spread her eyes wide and used confusion to deflect raindrops that threatened to hit them, though her own body became soaked in the effort. Less than half an hour later, they came into view. Just as Ash moved to take the rainbow feather away, it vanished. Right before their eyes, the feather dissolved into radiant light and sank into skin. Ash froze, then his aura spread outward, searching. Sure enough, within small body was a presence, out of sync with his own aura, but undeniably there. The rainbow feather had fused with him. There was no time to question it. If it meant could survive, then it was enough. Nurse Joy was already waiting at the door by her side, and his gang were gone, likely having fled in fear of Ash's return. Ash stepped forward and bowed his head. "Please, Nurse Joy." "Leave it to me." Her eyes softened. She took into her arms and hurried inside. Even though the building was just a wooden roadside, its facilities were as advanced as any hospital in the region, only possible thanks to the resources of the Joy family. The three of them waited anxiously in the quiet lobby. Time crawled by until finally the operating room door opened. Nurse Joy stepped out, her tense face giving way to a relieved smile. "It's all right, is safe and sound." "That's great," Ash, Misty, and Brock nearly shouted in unison, then quickly clapped hands over their mouths when Joy hushed them. "Many people are sleeping," she whispered with a gentle smile. Then more seriously she added, "His initial condition was severe, but during treatment a mysterious power inside him stabilized his body. With that power and our equipment working together, his recovery advanced far faster than I expected. Honestly, even if you hadn't brought him in, I suspect might have healed on his own thanks to whatever is inside him." Her words carried the weight of amazement. In all her years as a doctor, she had never seen anything like it. Ash, Misty, and Brock exchanged looks. They didn't need to guess. The power she described was the rainbow feather. Misty leaned closer to Ash and whispered, "Did you do that on purpose? Did you fuse the rainbow feather into him?" Ash shook his head. "No, it wasn't me. The rainbow feather merged on its own. I don't know why. That never happened with or. Some held items could merge with a body otherwise. How could smaller possibly carry oversized relics? But the rainbow feather had never done this before. When or carried it, the feather always stayed external, glowing faintly against their plumage. This time was different. With it had fused straight into his body. That was what unsettled Ash the most. He knew the usual way to remove a held item, but the rainbow feather wasn't usual. What if it couldn't be separated now? If so, he had just given up a legendary treasure and his chance to become the rainbow hero simply to save. And yet Ash felt no regret. If it meant lived, then losing the feather was worth it, even if the price wasn't small. His condition had stabilized, but he still needed to rest in the ward. After visiting him, Ash, Misty, and Brock returned to the lounge. Nurse Joy later told them had treated. When woke, he and his gang had fled, but his glare had been full of resentment. Joy gently warned them to be cautious. Ash brushed it off. That kind of coward wouldn't stand a chance against him anyway. After seeing his near-death state, Ash even felt his earlier punch had been far too merciful. With no more problems, they went asleep. Was safe now, only recovery time remained. The next morning, Ash stirred groggily in bed, and nearly leapt out when he saw an orange red standing at the foot of his bed. He rubbed his eyes. "Why are you here? Are you healed already?" "His injuries are fully recovered," came Nurse Joy's gentle voice. Ash turned to see Joy smiling in the doorway. Her voice woke Misty and Brock, who sat up instantly alert. "Joy, you too," Ash blinked, still half dreaming. "Yes," she said softly. "To be precise, this little one asked me to bring him here," she looked fondly at. Ash met's gaze and suddenly understood. Last night, even as his body failed, had been conscious. He knew who had shielded him, who had fed him, who had pulled him back from the brink of death. And he knew that the radiant power burning inside him wasn't his own. It was a priceless treasure sacrificed by the boy before him. And so, the first thing had done upon waking was ask to be brought here. "Are you here to thank me? You don't need to," Ash said with a smile, kneeling down. "We just happened to meet. If I hadn't gotten lost, I probably wouldn't have even seen you." He didn't mention the rainbow feather or what it had cost him. He chalked it all up to fate. Char pressed his head against Ash's leg, then pointed firmly at Ash's belt. Ash blinked, then broke into a grin. "You want to come with me?" Char nodded, eyes blazing with determination. Even the most stubborn loyalty had limits. Yesterday, he had waited foolishly for a trainer who would never return. That hope had shattered. But just as despair threatened to consume him, a new light appeared, this boy who had fed him, sheltered his flame, and risked everything to save his life. Had made his choice. "In that case," Ash said, holding out a ball, "let's work together from now on." With no hesitation, tapped the ball. Light engulfed him and the ball clicked shut without a single shake. Ash clenched it to his chest, joy overflowing, at last was his. Indeed, good deeds always came back around. "Lycod, Pike-a-pie, Allah." The cheerful sound of capture was joined by Scry and's groggy little call. She'd only just woken up and didn't understand what was happening. But as far as she was concerned, if shouted, then she should shout too. "Congratulations, Ash, you caught another," Brock said warmly. Misty, however, could only clutch her head. What kind of ridiculous luck is this? First you get a shiny dropping out of nowhere, then a Nowa, and let's not even talk about and you even... She cut herself short before mentioning Ho-Oh. But even without that, Ash's fortune was outrageous. These were the kinds of opportunities a normal trainer might never see in a lifetime. And Ash had stumbled into them all in just 1 month. Was there any justice left in the world? Ash released his new, then instinctively used Inside Eye to check his stats. "Okay, let's see, aptitude 3S, right?" He blinked, rubbed his eyes, stared again, wait, 4S. His aptitude had jumped overnight from 3S to 4S. His stamina had gained an extra S rank. Not only that, his level had risen from novice to intermediate. Ash's head spun. Was Inside Eye glitching out, or had something truly miraculous happened to? When in doubt, ask the experts. Ash first thanked Nurse Joy, then recalled, washed up, and slipped into the restroom to close his eyes and enter the group chat. "Newbie Ash, seniors, something strange has happened to me." "Breeder Ash, what strange thing?" "Newbie Ash, well, I just caught a new and that." Ash described everything that had happened within detail. The group's first reaction wasn't shock at sudden aptitude boost, but at Ash's absurd luck. "Champion Ash, you're really lucky. With 3S aptitude is already a once-in-a-millennium find. My only had 1S when I started with him." Fishing enthusiastic Ash, hey, why is it every time I pop in here you're bragging again? Are you even human? Can't you spare a little of that luck for the rest of us? At least let me catch something other than for once. The poor fishing Ash practically made himself sick with rage every time he saw the group logs. And yet, he still scrolled through the chat whenever he missed something, just to get mad all over again. Truly self-inflicted misery. "Newbie Ash, I don't know why I always bump into you. By the way, why do you experts always reply to me instantly? Are you just sitting around staring at the group all day?" Every time he asked a question, someone replied within 5 seconds. Did they have nothing better to do? Ash only had time to peek at the group during breaks or by sneaking off to the restroom like now. Aura Ash, it's not that we're always staring at the group. We've set you as a special contact. That way, whenever you say something, we get a direct ping in our heads. Fishing Ash probably didn't set it, though. He just happens to walk in right when you're flexing. That's what we call fate. Newbie Ash, special contact. That's a thing. Why did you all set me as one? Ash was stunned. This was the first time he had heard that the group could set special contacts. If you set a special contact, the chat group would notify you as soon as they came online and spoke. No wonder every time he popped up, someone in the group immediately answered, and as the first person appeared, others followed right after. It turned out everyone had set him as a special contact, but why? Was his message as a small newcomer really that important? Champion Ash, because you are the only one in the group who hasn't reached the peak in any field, a pure newcomer. Breeder Ash, you're like a blank sheet of paper, ready to be dyed with any color. We all want to experience what it's like to be a mentor. Aura Hero Ash, theoretically, each parallel timeline represents a possibility of our own change. So there's also a possibility that a me in one timeline could possess all the knowledge and power from every parallel timeline. Aura Hero Ash, we want to see if, under our guidance, you can absorb everything from us, who stand at the peak of different fields and make it your own, becoming that theoretical existence. Champion Ash, if you can do that, you'll definitely become what you dream of, a master. Ash stared at the messages from the experts, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. So the experts think so highly of me. Newbie Ash, the experts think too highly of me, but I will do it. I'll become a master. Champion Ash, haha, that's the confidence we want. By the way, what you said about stamina aptitude becoming S is related to the rainbow feather. Let the rainbow hero explain. Rainbow Hero Ash, the rainbow feather as Ho-Oh's separated core feather contains part of Ho-Oh's essence, such as Nirvana rebirth. Rainbow Hero Ash, normally this ability won't activate. First, the must be on the verge of actual death, not just fainting in battle. Second, it must be a fire type. Finally, it must have both the aptitude and emotions recognized by the rainbow feather. Rainbow Hero Ash, newcomer, you said the rainbow feather didn't immediately merge with its body, right? Newbie Ash, yes, I put the rainbow feather on him and it took about half an hour before it fused. Rainbow Hero Ash, the rainbow feather isn't like ordinary items. Under normal circumstances, it cannot merge with its body. For it to do so, the must have unwavering devotion to you, the rainbow hero candidate, and be a fire or flying type. Rainbow Hero Ash, in other words, felt your affection and sacrifice during that time, and his feelings for you changed. That bond led to the rainbow feather fusing into him, which triggered the aptitude improvement and boosted his level. Newbie Ash, this is just a feather from Ho-Oh. Isn't the effect a bit exaggerated? Just a feather could do all this. If Ho-Oh itself appeared, wouldn't it be able to raise straight to 6S? Rainbow Hero Ash, not exaggerated at all. Ho-Oh's 3 legendary beasts were once ordinary. By Ho-Oh's grace, they became legendary beings. The original trio all reached 4S, and probability of their descendants had a much higher probability of inheriting S-ranked aptitude. That is Ho-Oh's divine power, Nirvana. This was Ho-Oh's divine duty. Outsiders believed Ho-Oh to be the god of life, a being of endless vitality, even capable of reviving the dead. Legends say the 3 legendary beasts were brought back to life by Ho-Oh. It seemed natural to call Ho-Oh the guardian of life, but in truth, that divine duty belongs to. Ho-Oh's true divine power was the cycle of Nirvana rebirths. Yes, Ho-Oh overflowed with vitality, but there was a fundamental difference between him and Newbie Ash, Nirvana divine duty. Rainbow Hero Ash, in any case, the rainbow wing is now bound to. As the one who holds the bond, you could technically remove it from him, but I'd advise against it. Rainbow Hero Ash, looking at your current team, is the most suitable partner for the Rainbow Wing. He's already met the conditions to unlock most of its functions, rotating it between and would only hold him back. Newbie Ash, yeah, I won't take it from him. Since it's already bound to, it's basically his now. Even if I hadn't become his trainer, I wouldn't pull it out. Champion Ash, that's very much in my style. I never obtained the Rainbow Wing myself, so I can't speak to its full power. But I know this much, in the early stages, it's a divine item that will help you grow fast. We'll be waiting for your next update when you defeat the next gym. Newbie Ash, of course. Thanks for the advice, everyone. I'm logging off now. If I keep chatting, Misty and Brock will think I fell into the toilet. Ash cut the connection, his avatar dimming in the group. Champion Ash had wanted to remind him about the lottery chances. After all, catching 6 was a milestone that unlocked rewards, but Ash had already logged out at lightning speed. Oh well, he thought, next time if I remember. Back in the restroom, Ash flushed to keep up the act, then walked out looking refreshed. After grabbing the free breakfast at the trio continued their journey. Vermilion City was finally within reach. The sooner they arrived, the better, and hopefully without getting lost again. But soon after leaving the center, several figures appeared on the road ahead. Ash, Misty, and Brock tensed instantly. Team Rocket. No, the numbers didn't add up. There were over 10 people blocking the way. Team Rocket was always the same, 2 people and 1 talking cat. At most they brought giant machines, never an entire gang. From the crowd, a familiar swollen face stepped forward. Ash's eyes narrowed. You brat, I finally caught you, sneered, rubbing his fists. Inside I couldn't lay a hand on you. Out here, though, no rules, no restraints. His grin twisted cruelly. Aren't you a tough guy? I've got 10 men here and each of us has 10. Let's see you fight that. Out here in the real world, it's all about numbers and power. What good's a single fighter against us? At his signal, balls flew through the air. One after another materialized on the road. Many were weak, but when dozens of them gathered together, their sheer numbers made the air heavy with menace. In the tall grass nearby, Jesse, James, and crouched low, their ambush plans abruptly halted. Who did this twerp tick off? Jesse whispered. I don't know, James muttered, but those guys look more like villains than we do. His tail twitched. If the kid can't handle it, we yank him out. Only we get to blast him and steal meow. While Team Rocket bickered, Ash clenched his fists and stepped forward. His eyes blazed. Numbers don't scare me, and I already fought our way through a whole flock of, and we've only gotten stronger since then. Paika's cheeks sparked. I raised her arms beside him. I'll help too, Ash, Misty called, taking out a ball as she took her place at his side. No need, I'll handle this. It's the perfect chance for the one I just caught to warm up, Ash said, his voice full of confidence as he tossed all his remaining balls into the air. With a flash of light, and appeared at his side. His eyes widened, then he burst into mocking laughter. That wait, isn't that the I abandoned? What are you, some kind of garbage collector, picking up the trash I toss away? That weakling couldn't even beat a he's pure. A whip. Before could finish, a vine lashed across his already battered face. His words were cut short with a howl of pain as he spun in the air like a broken top. Blood and teeth sprayed as he hit the dirt hard, his screams echoing down the road. He cried fiercely, his vine snapping back. The cold glare in his eyes left no doubt that Vine Whip had been his doing. May have been new, but as far as was concerned, if Ash had accepted him as a partner, then that made him family. No one insulted Ash's family. Bristled, cheeks sparking angrily, whilst hair floated as psychic energy surged. The usually gentle little wore an uncharacteristically furious expression, even she was ready to strike. Staggered on the ground, his face swollen on both sides now. Why you idiots hit them? He slurred, barely intelligible, but his subordinates understood and hurled out the rest of their balls. In a blinding storm of light, more than 100 flooded the road, their cries filling the air. The 7 versus 100 plus battle had begun. 10 minutes later, the battlefield was silent. Every one of Sin's men themselves lay groaning in the dirt. Piles of fainted sprawled across the roadside. Ash's team stood victorious. Wings drooped, his feathers were ruffled, his vines twitched with fatigue, and his little body trembled as smoke drifted from his mouth. They were injured, battered, panting hard, but they were still standing. Ash, meanwhile, brushed some dirt off his clothes. Aside from a few scuffs, he was completely unhurt. Misty and Brock exchanged uneasy glances. They already knew Ash could fight. Misty had seen him and fend off a whole flock of before. But something about Ash now felt even more intimidating, as though he'd grown into someone who could hold his own even in a battlefield meant for. Hidden in the bushes, Team Rocket swallowed hard. Jesse clutched James's arm. James's knees wobbled. His whiskers quivered. James whispered. "Oh, this kid," Jesse muttered. "It is a monster, meow." Ash knelt beside, who wheezed pitifully on the ground. "It is not useless," Ash said firmly. "He only seemed weak because you were his trainer. If a trainer doesn't know how to draw out his true power, don't you dare blame them for being weak." His eyes narrowed and his voice grew colder. "You asked what good fighting is? Well, let me show you. I'm a better fighter than you could ever imagine." Ash tied up with a rope from his backpack. "And one more thing. Abandoning especially the way you did it is against the law. People like you don't deserve to be trainers. You're going to face Officer Jenny." A swollen face twisted in terror. He couldn't fight back, not against Ash, not against the boys, not against the truth. Dragging back to the center, Ash handed him over to Nurse Joy, who promised to contact Officer Jenny immediately. At last, the threat was ended. The three of them, Ash, Misty, and Brock, resumed their journey. But before long, Team Rocket leapt from the shadows to cause trouble again. Ash wasn't even surprised. Back when he dealt with, his aura had already picked up the presence of the two crooks and their talking. Since they hadn't shown themselves, he hadn't bothered. He never expected they'd actually dare attack after watching him and his take down over 100 opponents in a single fight. How big were their hearts? Of course, Team Rocket thought they were being clever. To them, Ash and his team had to be exhausted from the last battle, so this was the perfect time to strike. Unfortunately for them, battling Team Rocket hardly counted as a warm-up, and Ash handled them without breaking a sweat. Still, this time Ash didn't send them blasting off again. He simply defeated them and let them retreat with their tails between their legs. It was a rare bit of mercy, considering they hadn't interrupted during the fight. With that annoyance out of the way, the trio pressed on. Along the road, Ash and Misty finally explained to Brock about the rainbow feather and their encounter with Ho-Oh. Brock listened with his jaw practically hitting the ground. His shocked expression gave Ash a guilty thrill of satisfaction. Sure, he couldn't brag about seeing Ho-Oh to just anyone, but bragging to friends, that was fair game. By the time Brock fully understood that Ash was chosen as the rainbow hero, he realized what kind of extraordinary journey he'd signed up for. Traveling with Ash wasn't just a good decision, it was possibly the best decision of his life. 2 days later, the trio finally reached the next town. They were just about to stock up on food and camping supplies when the ground gave way beneath their feet. A drab. Luckily reacted instantly. Her eyes glowed, and her confusion lifted Ash, Misty, and Brock right off the ground and gently deposited them on safe, solid earth. The pit was deep. They might not have been seriously hurt, but Misty and Brock definitely would come away with bruises if they'd fallen. "Thanks," Ash exhaled, then narrowed his eyes toward the bushes. His aura flared. "You guys over there, I've seen you come out." They were standing at the edge of town. Waist-high weeds lined the path. Ash hadn't paid them much attention before, but after nearly falling, he swept the area with aura and found 5 distinct signatures lurking in the brush. No question, the trap had been theirs. One by one, 5 figures leapt from the bushes. Ash blinked, Misty and Brock stared too, their expressions frozen somewhere between awe and disbelief. Because the culprits were not 1, not 2, 5. And each one wore a pair of black sunglasses. The leader's shades had a sharp, angular design marking him apart. They didn't look anything like innocent, playful. A species. Gender male. Type water. Level intermediate. Ability torrent. Moves tackle water gun glare withdraw. Stats attack CB, BA defense CA, def CA, stamina BA, speed CC. Ash's insight eye nearly short-circuited. The leader's aptitude was ridiculous. How on earth had he stumbled across it in the wild? Could his luck from the group chat actually apply to the real world too? And it wasn't just the leader. The other 4 each had at least 1 B-grade aptitude, already well above the average. Misty's eye twitched. Ash, this is the 3rd time. Brock nodded slowly, his mouth twitching into a grimace. First, then, now. The 3 starters, all of them in just over a month. This wasn't luck anymore, this was divine favoritism. They've got serious hostility toward us. Right, he had almost forgotten the trap. These weren't just rare, they were troublemakers. The leader glared at him from behind his shades. So you avoided the trap? Guess you humans aren't as clueless as you look. Ash's eyes narrowed. The translation rang clear in his ears. There was no doubt now this ambush had been set up by the so-called squad. Why did you set a trap for us? This should be our first meeting, right? Ash asked, frowning. Humans are all bad. The leader snapped, and in the next instant, the 5 darted away into the brush. Ash didn't give chase. Instead, he turned toward the city gates ahead. Those really dislike humans. Judging from the way they set up traps, they must have been living here for a while. Let's head into town and find out more. Misty and Brock exchanged surprised looks, then turned those looks on him. What, did I say something wrong? Ash asked, puzzled. Misty shook her head, folding her arms. No, what you said was right, that's exactly the problem. I didn't expect you of all people to figure it out. You're usually so clueless outside of battles. Hey. Ash scowled while Misty smirked. Their bickering carried them into the city, where they soon found Officer Jenny. Sure enough, Jenny confirmed that this same group of had a glorious record in the area. Abandoned by their former trainers, the leader, distinguished by his unique sunglasses, had gathered the others together. Fueled by resentment toward humans, they caused trouble in town regularly, to the dismay of the residents. The revelation made the 3 travelers glance at each other in disbelief. Another abandoned, and not just any, another of the starters. Ash clenched his fists, silently fuming. How could anyone abandon them? The squad weren't weak. Even at a glance, their aptitudes were above average. The leader especially was top tier within his species, with multiple A-rank stats and an arsenal of skills. And yet someone had still discarded him as worthless. Ash grit his teeth. What's wrong with those trainers? Even if they had trouble raising them, abandoning them like this is unforgivable. So they don't have trainers now, right? Ash asked suddenly, his voice firm. That means I can catch them. Jenny nodded. Of course, but there's a condition. You'll need their approval. If you force the capture in battle, they might never obey. That's fine, Ash said with confidence. Winning them over is what I do best, right? Pika chirped, thumping his chest. Jenny smiled faintly. Then it's all up to you. For most trainers, battling was the only way, but Ash already had plenty of experience winning through trust and emotion. Had chosen him from the start, bonded with him the moment she hatched, was persuaded by his conviction, and was moved by his actions. Only and had been caught through conventional battles. When it came to earning loyalty, Ash had his own method. That evening, after stocking up on food and supplies, Ash and Brock borrowed the town's kitchen to prepare a batch of food. Brock carefully balanced the flavors while Ash added his own touches. Between the two of them, the food was guaranteed to suit the taste of any, unless they had truly unusual preferences. Ash looked down at the steaming bowls of food, determination blazing in his eyes. The way to his heart is through its stomach. First food, then trust, that's the formula for victory. By the time they were done preparing, night had already fallen. Finding in the dark might have been difficult for anyone else. But Ash wasn't just anyone. With his aura, tracking them down would be no problem at all. When Ash first encountered their auras had already imprinted themselves into his mind. As long as they were within 50 miles, there was no way they could escape his detection. The moment he unfolded his aura again, the world around him flickered into focus within his mind's eye. A few seconds later, Ash's eyes snapped open, his expression shifting drastically. Hurry, Team Rocket's found them. Oh, hi, Misty gasped. Oh, they're here again, Brock clenched his fists. Ash didn't waste time explaining. In one burst of speed, he sprinted out of the restaurant, Misty and Brock scrambling to keep up, and bounced on his shoulders as they dashed into the open fields outside town. What greeted them was chaos. The squad had gathered in the grass, glaring up at a massive Team Rocket robot. 3 of the smaller were already injured. Their leader, his eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses, stood defiantly in front of his squad, but his face betrayed the frustration and despair boiling inside. You dare set traps for us? Jesse's voice rang from within the cockpit. Today you're coming with us to the boss as lucky turtles. James's voice followed. Yeah, you've gone too far this time. Yanked at the controls. Let's snatch these pests and be done with it, meow. The robot's giant claw came crashing down. The lead spat a desperate water gun, but the stream splashed uselessly against solid steel. Against a machine like this, they were helpless. The leader bit his lip. He'd known that one day his squad would anger someone too strong for them to handle. Still, he had to stand his ground for his teammates' pride and to vent the pain of being abandoned. But who would ever come to save troublemakers like them? Iron Tail. Ampaika CHU. In a flash of silver launched from Ash's shoulder, his tail gleamed like polished steel as it collided with the robot's claw. A boom. Metal screeched, sparks flew, and the entire palm was sent spiraling into the dirt, dented with a perfect crescent from his tail. Ash ran straight to the squad. Are you all right? He asked, genuine concern in his voice. As the leader froze, he knew this boy, the one he had pranked earlier. Why would he help them now? Ash turned his glare on Team Rocket. I let you off last time, and now you're back again. Haven't you had enough? Don't blame us, brat, Jesse shrieked, popping out of a hatch. We weren't even after you today. James jabbed a finger. Exactly, we're the victims this time. Why don't you ask what those did to us? Flailed at the controls. This is legit revenge, meow. Step aside or we'll bag your 2. Ash glanced back at the squad, then faced the trio with steady eyes. Your victimhood is just falling into their pranks. That's all they were, pranks. They didn't deserve this. I'll apologize on their behalf. If apologies worked, there'd be no need for the police. Jesse snapped before diving back into the cockpit. The robot lurched forward once again. Ash spread his arms wide in front of the It's all right, we'll protect you. Misty, Brock, take care of the injured ones. Oh, got it. I'll leave it to us. Misty released while Brock called out, both forming a protective wall around the injured. Ash then crouched down to meet the leader's hidden gaze, his voice firm but warm. I know you were abandoned and grew to hate humans, but not all of us are heartless. Lend me your strength. Let's protect your squad together. The leader's sunglasses glinted. For a heartbeat, he hesitated, then he gave a sharp nod. A perfect use water gun. A thunderbolt. A pika chuyu. Dashed forward, blasting a steady stream of water straight at the robot's chassis. It wasn't powerful enough on its own, barely more than a tickle to the steel giant. But if you adds thunderbolt, it's different. Ampaika CHU. Golden electricity burst from his body, threading itself into his pressurized water gun. In midair, the streams merged into a dazzling torrent of water wrapped in lightning. The result, an improvised hydroelectric cannon. The combined attack carried far greater force and piercing power than a water gun alone, requiring perfect timing between water flow and electricity. Yet even in their very first cooperation, and displayed an uncanny synergy. The robot's fist slammed forward, heavy as a boulder, the air whistling from its speed. The hydroelectric cannon met the steel fist head-on, locking in a brief stalemate. Then, with a blinding surge, the torrent of lightning-charged water tore through the metal, punching a gaping hole straight through the robot's arm. Inside Jesse James and nearly popped their eyes out. "Impossible, our robot isn't made of paper," Jesse shrieked. "Even with and that turtle, they shouldn't have busted an arm this easily," James wailed. His eyes narrowed, catching sight of Ash behind his. The boy's hand was raised, faint blue light pulsing from his palm. "And it's that brat, he juiced the attack somehow." Ash didn't deny it. His aura shimmered faintly across his fingertips, feeding into the combo without ever noticing. He called out, voice brimming with conviction, "This is your strength, don't doubt yourself just because some trainer abandoned you. Your potential surpasses any out there. For your squad, finish them, you skull bash." The word struck home, sunglasses gleamed as his eyes sharpened. He kicked off the ground, body launching like a bullet, head aimed squarely at the robot's cockpit. Behind him, Ash focused his aura still, compressing it into a bead of blue light no larger than a marble. An FWOOSH. Together, Skull Bash and the aura sphere slammed into the cockpit. Metal shrieked as a smoking hole ripped open in the robot's chest, sparking wildly. Jesse and James yelped, diving aside as debris rained around them. Howled, "Sheesh, the whole thing's gonna blow." Through the smoking breach, faint arcs of electricity crawled across the robot's frame. The machine groaned under its own weight, teetering on collapse. "Have a bad feeling." "Me too." Jesse and James sat rigid in the cockpit, eyes darting nervously to the sparks flashing across the control panels. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. With their extensive experience, they knew exactly what that meant. "The core's fried," James muttered weakly. "In layman's terms," Jesse gulped, "it's about to." A boom. The robot exploded in a fiery blast, sending the Team Rocket trio rocketing skyward, silhouettes shrinking into the distance until they became twinkling stars. Team Rockets blasting off again. Ash shielded his face from the wind of the blast, then dropped his hand with an exasperated sigh. "Why do these three never learn? They've never beaten me, yet they keep coming back." Honestly, their resilience was terrifying. Forget they might be humanoid themselves. "Maybe they're a bit like you, Ash," Misty teased, walking forward with the squad. Ash blinked, how am I anything like them?" "You're both equally stubborn," Brock chuckled, arms crossed. Ash's eye twitched. Sure, he was persistent, but being compared to Team Rocket was just unfair. With a black-lined expression, he decided not to argue. Instead, he knelt down, gently scooping up one of the injured. "Come on, let's get you all treated. Even small wounds can cause big problems if ignored." The leader scratched his head, looking conflicted. His sunglasses couldn't quite hide the hesitation in his eyes. Would the townsfolk even want a treat who had caused them so much grief? Ash smiled, firm but kind. "Don't worry, nobody hates you. At worst, they thought your pranks went too far. As long as you don't pull tricks like that anymore, they'll forgive you." Floated another, tiny legs toddling along beside Ash, while the rest of the squad exchanged a glance and followed. About the center. "They're fine now, just make sure they rest well once they return," Nurse Joy said warmly, releasing the three fully bandaged back to their squad. The small turtles cheered, reuniting with their leader. Then, almost in unison, they turned to Ash. Humans, we cannot repay your kindness in saving us. Tell us what we can do. The leader pounded his chest, speaking with heroic conviction, and waved his arms for emphasis, worried Ash wouldn't understand. But Ash only grinned, shaking his head. It was nothing. If possible, could I become your trainer? You can test me however you want, battle me, challenge me, anything. I just want you to accept me. He hadn't planned to rely on gratitude. His original idea was simple: win them over with food and sincerity, then earns respect in battle. But after Team Rocket's ambush, things had changed, perhaps made easier. The leader froze. Slowly he reached up, tugging off his trademark sunglasses. Beneath them was not the fierce, delinquent maws, but a pair of wide, watery eyes. Ash finally understood. Without the sunglasses, didn't look scary at all. Without his sunglasses, couldn't possibly pass as a gangster. No matter how much trouble he caused, he had no intimidation factor. If anything, without those shades, he looked so harmless that people would probably laugh. Yet with his sunglasses off, patted his shell and cried. Even without translation, Misty and Brock understood what it meant, had chosen to follow Ash. This meant Ash had now officially completed the trio of starters, and all in less than a month of traveling. His luck, it was downright absurd. Ash's face twitched. Translated into human words, declaration basically meant, the kindness of saving my life cannot be repaid. From now on, my life belongs to you. That was exactly how had joined him, and two. Thinking about it, two of the three had joined him thanks to Team Rocket's meddling, and the third thanks to a scumbag trainer. In other words, Ash had caught all three starters without a single proper capture battle. He almost laughed. Could Team Rocket actually be good people in disguise? No, impossible. More likely, they just had a strange curse where everything they tried backfired and somehow benefited him. Shaking his head, Ash dismissed the thought and held out a ball. He tapped it gently against his head. A click, a ping. I caught, and Ash shouted, striking his familiar capture pose. Pika. Oh. Another classic Ash moment, but this time was his 7th. By default, the automatically transferred the most recent capture to Professor Oak's lab. Wait, not. Ash fumbled with his, quickly swapping the settings and sending instead. Had been falling behind in team progress. Maybe Professor Oak could help him train more efficiently before he returned. Once the transfer finished, Ash immediately released again. He couldn't just take him away without letting him say goodbye to his brothers. The squad crowded around their leader, arms waving and voices chattering in their sharp, watery tones. Misty and Brock watched them baffled. But Ash's expression grew complicated. He walked over and whispered to his friends, "If this squad wants to follow trainers too, would you be willing to take them?" Allow me. Misty almost squealed before clapping a hand over her mouth. Is that even a question? Of course I'm willing. She'd been dying to catch a new. Along their journey, she'd seen plenty, but none that fit her taste. Either they weren't water types or weren't cute enough. At Moon had tempted her, but she couldn't bring herself to split it from its family. So she'd gone this whole time without catching a single, but now a chance to get a, she could barely contain her excitement. Brock's eyes gleamed too. Ash hadn't just asked Misty, he was clearly offering this to both of them. What did say? Brock asked carefully. Ash smiled. The leader said that life outside is rough. If he follows me, he wants to make sure his brothers also have safe places to go. He's asking if you two would be willing to take them in. Otherwise, he'd worry about them. Misty and Brock exchanged stunned looks. Then their faces broke into matching grins. They'd traveled with Ash long enough that maybe some of his outrageous luck was finally rubbing off on them. The leader finished his farewell talk with his squad and turned back to Ash, gesturing wildly with his short arms. Ash squatted down, gently stroking his round head. I understand you want your brothers to come with us, right? Froze, his jaw almost dropped beneath the sunglasses. This human can understand me. Still, he quickly nodded. Ash wasn't just strong, he was different. My friends are more than happy to accept them, Ash continued with a calm smile. Misty and Brock will each take one as their partner. As for the remaining two, I'll entrust them to Professor Oak. He's a great man, kind, patient, and his lab has more food than you can imagine. He'll take good care of them. Ash briefly described Oak's lab, the rolling pastures, the backyard full of happy, the safe environment. Compared to wandering hungry and scared outside, it was paradise. The leader's eyes softened. He gave a firm nod, stepping back to let Misty and Brock choose. Misty nearly skipped forward, her face glowing with excitement. Finally, she crouched down, her eyes scanning carefully. The moment she saw that she had carried back to the center for treatment, her choice was made. You're the one, let's be partners. The little turtle cheered, hopping into her arms. Brock also stepped forward without hesitation. Guess a rock gym leader isn't supposed to catch a water type, huh? Well, rules were made to be broken. He winked, tossing out a ball. One hopped inside without a fight. That left two. Ash held out their balls, watching as the turtles went inside with trusting smiles. He called Professor Oak from the town's phone, explaining everything. Oak, clearly delighted, promised to raise them well and maybe one day gift them to worthy new trainers. And just like that, the squad had a new future. The trio stayed the night in town, then set out early the next morning. This time, after days of detours and delays, they finally reached Vermilion City without getting lost again. Misty walked the whole way with a spring in her step, ball in hand, a smile she couldn't hide. Even her nagging tone towards Ash had softened, though she'd never admit it. Ash, meanwhile, was quietly grinning too. Completing the starter trio had unlocked 2 new draw chances in the chat group. One for capturing 6. Another for completing the full set of and. He spun them both immediately. This time his luck wasn't as good as before, he only drew 2 B-rank abilities. One ability was Cooking Bee. Compared to the comprehensive breeder he had before, Cooking Bee only improved Ash's culinary skills. But this ability also made Ash's cooking skills advance by leaps and bounds, almost catching up to Brock. Brock even felt puzzled as to why Ash's cooking proficiency had become so high in the past 2 days. Before, there were still some uncoordinated aspects, but recently they had completely disappeared, and he even knew some dishes that Brock himself didn't understand. Ash just grinned innocently, all thanks to your great teaching. Shifting blame had already become Ash's norm. A speed aptitude limit B. Ash gave this straight to. His partner's speed aptitude didn't leap to S, but the baseline shifted. From inconsistent bursts of speeds, pace now had a rock-solid floor. His movements became sharper, quicker, and more reliable. On one hand, benefited the most from this ability's boost. On the other hand, was his starter and his strongest currently, having reached the advanced peak level. Making his ace stronger was also a good thing. With going all out, he could now hold his own even against professional level. The rest of Ash's team wasn't slacking either, everyone was improving day by day. In particular, was on the verge of evolving. Her level had already reached the peak of the normal tier. Just one more push and she would become a. Ash sometimes felt reluctant when he thought about it. Once she evolved, wouldn't be able to perch on his shoulder anymore like she always did. Still, she couldn't remain a forever. And honestly, herself wouldn't want to. After being influenced by Ash, she dreamed of dominating battlefields, not sitting on the sidelines. This level hadn't changed much, but had each gained a stage, now sat at the peak of normal, while had climbed to high normal. For it was a steady rise. He had been lingering at high normal for a while, and once Ash improved his nutrition and training regimen, he quickly crossed into the next tier. But was another story. He had only just advanced from beginner to mid-normal, and in just 4 days he jumped another whole level. Even Brock was amazed. The last time he had seen such explosive growth was with. As a gym leader, Brock had seen more than he could count. Yet in his memory, only two stood out as being this abnormal. Both were on Ash's team. Rare species, top-tier talent, was this really just luck? Or was it something closer to destiny? Meanwhile, had also advanced, reaching mid-advanced. But in his case, it wasn't shocking. He had been stuck at early advanced for a long time, so the progress was more natural. All in all, Ash's team had grown tremendously. By the time they finally reached Vermilion City, he was eager to face his third gym battle. The journey had been long, but they arrived on the afternoon of the third day, still early enough to challenge the gym right away. Ash was practically bouncing with anticipation. But Brock suggested otherwise. We should rest first and gather some info about the gym. From what I've heard, the leader's a retired soldier. He won't be an easy opponent. Ash frowned, but after a moment he nodded. Makes sense. So their first stop was the Vermilion City Center. Ash gave his partners a well-earned rest, and all three of them freshened up. Getting lost so often on the way meant they rarely had the chance for a proper bath. Ash and Brock could tough it out, but Misty had been at her limit. Her usual fresh, flowery scent had long vanished, and she couldn't stand the idea of being smelly for even another day. Honestly, the fact she had lasted this long was already beyond normal human endurance. After washing up, the three regrouped in the center lobby. "It's strange, Ash," Brock said, glancing around. "There are way more injured here than anywhere else we've been." Ash looked too, noticing the rows of bandaged and their worried trainers. He frowned. "Yeah, the number here is almost the same as all the others we've seen combined." These were all caused by the Vermilion City gym leader. The voice was gentle, but the words heavy. All three turned and saw the speaker, Nurse Joy. Brock immediately flushed red, his thoughts about the injured scattering into the void. After all, he had no resistance to big sisters like Joy. The Vermilion City gym leader? Don't gym leaders usually battle challengers to test them? Even if they win, they don't go so far as to cripple the other sides. Misty frowned, arms folded. All around them in the center lobby were injured, some lightly scratched, others wrapped head to toe in bandages. Their trainers sat beside them with weary expressions, frustration and sadness mixed in their eyes. If all of this was caused by the gym leader, then it was far beyond acceptable. "The Vermilion City gym leader is Surge," Nurse Joy explained, her tone heavy. "He's a retired soldier and his battle style is merciless. The way he fought in the military, he now brings into gym battles." She sighed. "When facing challengers, he always raises the difficulty by a full level. Beginner matches become intermediate, intermediate matches become advanced. He calls it a test, saying only trainers who can overcome such battles have the potential to become elites or champions." "That's outrageous," Ash slammed a fist on the counter. "That's not a test, it's crushing rookies before they even start." He thought back to his first gym battle. "If Brock had fought me at higher difficulty, I never would won that boulder badge." At the intermediate level, we're at least peak advanced, maybe even elite level. For a beginner trainer, that was an impossible wall to climb. If a gym leader didn't want to hand out badges, they could just refuse challengers. Why torment them like this? "There's nothing we can do," Nurse Joy said helplessly. "League rules let each gym leader decide the challenge level. If you don't like it, you don't have to battle. You can always skip Vermilion and move on to another gym." Brock, who had just managed to calm down from his blush at Joy's presence, frowned in thought. But why would he do that? Isn't a gym leader's duty to help challengers grow and prepare for the league? Why scare them off? Joy folded her hands, her brows creasing. Maybe he doesn't want to waste time with weak trainers. By building such a brutal reputation, only the strong dare challenge him, which gives him the thrilling battles he wants. Remember, he's a soldier. In the army, there's no such thing as mercy. You either survive training or you don't. Surge simply doesn't know another way to battle. If it weren't for league regulations, he'd probably fight everyone at full strength from the start. Misty bit her lip and turned to Ash. "This is going to be tough, Ash. Do you still want to challenge him?" She had thought Vermilion would be no harder than Cerulean Gym. But after hearing this, it was obvious Surge's gym would be a different kind of battlefield altogether. It could very well become Ash's first defeat, maybe even a blow to his confidence. Of course I'm going. Ash clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. Not because I care about his tough guy act, but because he's hurting. Look at this place, shouldn't be left like this just from a gym battle. That's not strength, that's cruelty. Everyone in the center could hear the conviction in his voice. Ash's love for wasn't about glory or winning battles. He was the kind of trainer who would throw himself in harm's way to protect his partners. He trained with them, pushed himself harder than any of them, massaged their muscles after practice, and even experimented with Brock on recipes to make sure his team ate food that was both delicious and full of nutrients. So when he saw mistreated, whether abandoned or left near death, he couldn't forgive it. To him, this was even more unforgivable than abandonment. Surge's actions had already lit a fire in Ash's heart. His challenge wasn't just about a Thunder badge. It was about teaching Surge a lesson and proving that trainers could be strong without treating like disposable weapons. He didn't know if he could win, but he did know one thing: if he didn't try, nothing would ever change. And if he did succeed, maybe future challengers wouldn't have to suffer the same pain as the trainers in this center. This opponent won't hold back, Ash. He might even hit hard. Are you really sure about this? Brock frowned, concern written across his face. Most gym leaders, even when they saw Ash already had 2 badges, would still go easy on him once they learned he'd only been on the road for about a month. But Surge wasn't most gym leaders. Brock knew Ash's team well. If Surge chose intermediate difficulty, Ash still had a solid chance. But if Surge pushed the battle to maximum difficulty, then even with Ash's current progress, it might be too much. Ash nodded firmly, then turned to Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy, do you know what Surge's strongest is? His ace is, Joy replied after a moment's thought. It's been with him since his army days. Its strength is said to be at the professional level. Professional level, huh? Got it. Thanks, Nurse Joy. Let's go, Brock, Misty. Ash's voice was calm, but his eyes burned with determination as he strode out of the center with Anne at his side. Misty and Brock exchanged uneasy glances before hurrying after him. Misty had already made up her mind. If that gym leader dared to brutalize Ashes like the others they'd seen in the center, she would step in to stop the battle herself. She knew how deeply Ash cared for his partners. If they ended up battered like the injured here, it would break him. On the way to the Vermilion gym, Ash walked at the front. Misty and Brock trailed behind, not noticing that Ash had closed his eyes. Newbie Ash, guys, help me out here. If goes all out, can we really take down a professional level? A few seconds later, the group chat flickered to life. Tactician Ash, if you had Aura Fusion or Partner Form unlocked, it'd be 99% in your favor. I'd have 99 different ways to crush him. Newbie Ash, what about me? Tactician Ash, depends. Is he elite tier? Which stage of professional are we talking about? Newbie Ash, no, it's Surge. His is professional level, but I don't know how high. Tactician Ash, oh, Surge, huh? Then as long as isn't high professional, you've got at least a 70% chance. He's not exactly a genius. Just apply the strategies I taught you and you shouldn't lose. And if you do lose, don't say I was your teacher. Newbie Ash, don't worry, even if I win, I wouldn't dare say you taught me. Anyway, I'm heading in now. When the chat faded, Ash opened his eyes, brimming with confidence. If even Tactician Ash gave him a 70% chance, that meant at least 80 in reality. Tactician Ash never exaggerated, his estimates were always conservative. That was enough for Ash. If he was going to change Surge's ways, then he had to face his strongest head-on. This time, his target was Surge's ace. The trio soon arrived at the towering doors of the Vermilion gym. At Ash's declaration of challenge, the heavy metal gates creaked open. Inside stood a massive, muscular man with spiky blonde hair, arms crossed, and a grin that was equal parts cocky and careless. Well, so you're the challengers, cute bunch you got here. His eyes slid straight to Misty. Then, without warning, he lunged forward as if to greet her with a hug. Misty yelped, stepping back in shock, but the man's frame was so broad he was nearly twice her size, she couldn't dodge in time. Just then, Ash stepped in front of her, one hand raised. His palm pressed firmly against Surge's chest, and despite the man's massive bulk, he froze in place, unable to advance even an inch. Surge blinked in confusion. He glanced at Ash's skinny, unmuscled arm, then back at the floor where his own boots had skidded across the tiles. How had this scrawny kid shoved him back 10 steps with one hand? His face twisted with disbelief. No way some twig-armed rookie could push him, Surge, around like that. It wasn't reasonable. Please don't harass my friend, and for the record, I'm the one challenging the gym, Ash said firmly, his voice sharp and cold. He had already been disgusted by the state of the in the center. Now, to walk in and see Misty harassed on top of that, his opinion of the Vermilion gym had plummeted straight through the floor. For a beat, the gym was silent, then Surge threw his head back and roared with laughter. BWAHHHA, you little boy, are you kidding me? You dragged in here to challenge my gym? This ain't no kiddie playground, kid. Facing Surge's taunts, Ash, already a little angry, shot back. First, I'm 10 years old. Second, why are you looking down on my... Pika, who had been insulted for not even evolving yet, was even more furious. He hadn't even entered battle and was already being underestimated. Totally unacceptable. That hasn't even evolved. If that's not a kid, then what is? Surge sneered. And besides, you're carrying around a baby too. Gym battles aren't child's play. I've crushed plenty of rookies like you. If you don't want to get hurt, you'd better leave now, got it? His words also revealed his identity. He was Surge, the gym leader of Vermilion City Gym. Now, to be fair, Surge was harsh, but he always made things clear before a battle. If the challenger still insisted on fighting, he wouldn't hold back in the least. Even so, Ash couldn't accept that kind of arrogance. Every gym he'd challenged so far, whether Misty's or Brock's, had given him the impression of what a real gym leader should be. But this man in front of him, he didn't seem like a leader at all, more like a fighter desperate for thrills. What he wanted wasn't a fair gym battle, but just a fight that satisfied himself. Whether it evolves or not isn't how you judge its strength. I'm Ash, a trainer from Pallet Town, and I challenge Surge, gym leader of Vermilion City, Ash declared, taking a bold step forward. Win or lose, he couldn't let his spirit falter. If his opponent wanted to keep calling him a kid, then the best counterattack was to stand tall as a challenger and declare war head-on. Hearing Ash's words, Surge's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. He clenched his huge fists, a grin tugging at his lips. Interesting, you're a little different from the rest. Come on in. With that, Surge turned and walked deeper into the gym. Misty, still shaken, trailed nervously behind Ash. Surge's overbearing presence just now had rattled her badly. The thought of being grabbed by such a towering man sent goosebumps across her skin. Thankfully, Ash had stepped up to shield her. As they entered, the dim gym suddenly lit up. The battlefield stretched out before them, standard layout, but with burn marks and scorched trails that looked all too fresh. Standing tall in the arena, Surge looked down at Ash. So, kid, how long have you been on the road and how many badges you got? 1 month, 2 badges. 2 in a month, huh? Must been from some third-rate gyms. Surge's voice dripped with sarcasm. Can't imagine what kind of gym would hand out badges to some rookie who hasn't even been training for a month. Gyms these days are pathetic, handing out badges just to fill quotas. The implication was obvious. If Ash had 2 badges already, then Brock's and Misty's gyms were nothing but third-rate. Why that? Brock's already tanned face darkened further. No gym leader would stay calm hearing their own gym mocked like that, especially right in front of them. Misty nearly exploded too, her lips twitching with rage as she fought back the urge to curse. But Ash, anticipating her reaction, quickly pulled her back. Don't lose your cool, Misty. Let him run his mouth a bit longer. He'll find out soon enough which gym is really third-rate. With that, Ash strode onto the battlefield and said coldly, "Enough talk. What level of challenge are you giving me?" "First, show me proof of your debut and those 2 badges," Surge demanded. Ash immediately pulled out his, flipped it open to his trainer profile, and held it up. The clearly displayed his start date as a trainer. For trainers without the league issued a debut certificate along with their first. This rule wasn't just for record keeping, it let gym leaders fairly set the difficulty of a battle. After all, plenty of people in the world tried to cheat the system, claiming they were new just to get easier gym matches. But if they were caught lying, they'd be blacklisted across every gym, and every future challenge would be set to the highest difficulty, no exceptions. With official proof, almost no one dared fake their debut. Surge checked Ash's profile and the 2 badges clipped inside his case. His expression tightened slightly. After a pause, he finally said, "So it's true, you've only been on the road a month, but you already have 2 badges, fine. I'll put you down for a medium difficulty battle." He cracked a grin. "If you can't even pass that, then you never should gotten a badge in the first place." "A highest difficulty." A Surge blinked. "What?" "I said I want to challenge the highest difficulty," Ash declared, his voice echoing across the gym. "Isn't your strongest? Then do you dare let your fight my one-on-one?" Normally, gym matches were at least 2-on-2 or more. That way, a challenger's skill could be tested through switching, matchups, and tactical variety. Even Misty's earlier 1-on-3 battle had been the gym leader's choice, balancing the fight based on the challenger's strength. Ash's request, then, wasn't actually the official highest difficulty. If it were, he'd have to face 2 or more of Surge's toughest. Instead, he was twisting the challenge rules. By provoking Surge into a 1-on-1, Ash forced him to use only against. He knew that if Surge used 2, probably couldn't win, but in a 1-on-1 had a fighting chance. Surge stared at him as though Ash had just declared he could punch it into orbit. His smirk widened. "Kid, do you even know what level my is?" Of course." "And you still dare to say that? You're telling me you're gonna beat my professional level with a kid? There's a limit to how much you can look down on people." Surge barked out a laugh. If Ash had tried to bluff with another, Surge might suspected a hidden strategy. But this, sending out a that hadn't even evolved, it was insanity. He had already sized up with a gym leader's eye. Advanced level, sure, but definitely nowhere near elite. And Ash was seriously challenging his professional level head-on. That wasn't a battle, that was suicide. Ash met his gaze without flinching. "Just answer the question, will you fight or not? If you're too scared for a 1-on-1, then fine, we can do medium difficulty." "Scared?" Surge's grin turned into a dangerous smirk. "Kid, you've got guts. You've actually managed to get my blood pumping. But remember this, I hope you're still running your mouth when you're getting ground into the floor." He laughed, already imagining the battle, hammering into the dirt while Ash sobbed on the sidelines. Nearby, 2 gym trainers, Surge's subordinates, were whispering and chuckling at the exchange. Countless challengers had been flattened by their leader, but none had ever forced him to bring out. This kid was really asking for it. Finally, both sides took their positions on the battlefield. The lights burned bright above them, illuminating every scar scorched into the floor. Surge lifted his arm and barked the command. "Go RAICHU." Surge was the first to send out his. With a crackle of light, the ball burst open and a hulking orange-brown mouse hit the field. Compared to was nearly twice the size, bulkier, and heavier. Its appearance didn't carry the same cuteness had, but there was no denying it looked stronger. Its long tail crackled with sparks, humming with power. Ash's eyes flicked to his readout. Level professional beginner. Ability static. Stats speedy, all other stats D. Ash nearly choked. What kind of training makes a stats this bad? That's right, bad, pathetic even. Training wasn't just about pushing levels. Developing their stats, their speed, strength, stamina was equally important. That's why behind every great trainer, there was usually a breeder, someone who raised to maximize their potential at every stage. Raise only levels, and even a champion class might lose to an elite raised with real care. And this, a professional level with stats that looked like a rookie's. Ash had never seen anything like it. Surge smirked. Well, intimidated already? You've only been at this a month, but you've never even seen a professional level before. Look at the auras giving off, you're already trembling. Trembling, Ash glanced at by his side, was shaking, yes, but not in fear. His tail lashed the floor, sparks snapping from his cheeks. He was itching to launch himself at. Ash grinned. You're wrong, I've never seen a professional level before, but I have seen legendary level. And you've got nothing on that. A surge. A legendary level? What kind of nonsense is this kid spewing? What's next? You've had coffee with? He's just trying to mess with me. Ash crouched down and placed his cap firmly on his head. It's decided. Let's show them our strength. Evolution isn't everything. We'll find our own way to be stronger. Brock and Misty froze at the sight, the hat. They remembered all too well. When put on Ash's cap in battle, his strength shot up like night and day. It wasn't just a symbol, it was like flipping a hidden switch. And now Ash was starting this fight with the hat on. That meant from the very beginning was going all out. Surge's booming laugh filled the gym. What is this? Your baby needs accessories? Don't tell me you think a hat can block moves. Pika's cheeks sparked wildly. In a flash, dashed onto the battlefield, lightning coursing through his fur. His paws dug into the ground and his eyes blazed with battle fire. Words won't decide who's stronger, Ash shouted, sweeping his arm forward. We're striking first. Use electric acceleration. Pika dropped low, then launched forward in a golden blur. Electricity surged across the floor, warping the air with static. Before even had time to react. Wham! A sharp impact slammed into his stomach. Sparks exploded across the battlefield as his eyes bulged. The hulking electric type let out a strangled cry as lightning-charged tackle launched him backward like a cannonball. Right. Smashed into the floor, tumbling and rolling. The speed of Stash was sharper than even quick attack. With his current boosted stats and the extra edge from wearing Ash's cap, he moved so fast that couldn't even see his shadow. Surge's grin instantly vanished. What kind of move was that? On the battlefield, tumbled hard across the floor, sparks flying from his cheeks. Surge rubbed his eyes in disbelief. That burst of speed, it was like fighting an elite. What happened in those few seconds? Excellent, don't let up, you surging surf. Ash's voice rang out, sharp and confident. The speed boost from electric acceleration was blistering, but the damage too was negligible. They were both electric types, and electric acceleration itself did not hit hard. But surging surf was different. It took a deep breath, then stomped hard. A ribbon of water burst up beneath his paws, swelling in seconds into a towering wave. A surge, a gym staff, a Brock and Misty. No way, what was this? Was that really a move could use? Is that surf? Can even learn surf? Is your legal? Surge wore the look of a man who had just seen a ghost. First that invisible lightning burst, and now a move like surf. What kind of was this? There was no way this was a normal. Out on the field rode the rising wave, flooding it with the electricity crackling inside his body. Golden lightning flashed through the deep blue surge, a storm of light threading the water. Surf is water type at its core, but charged with electric type power. If it hit, it could even cause paralysis. Rode the golden blue crest and slammed it down at who had just struggled to his feet, eyes wide with terror. I'll use protect. Oh, right. Threw up protect the moment the order landed, but Surge was still a heartbeat late. Before the barrier could fully form, the massive wave crashed down on with crushing force. The giant waters heaved and rolled, power surging so hard it seemed to shake the whole gym. A splash. A figure vanished beneath the churning waves. The torrential wave roared across the field, swallowing whole. Water slammed into the gym walls before slowly receding, leaving the battlefield drenched in spray. Surge stood soaked on one side of his body, but he didn't care about the water. What really shook him was the question pounding in his head: how in the world does a no surf? This was insane. Surf was a move most water types couldn't even master. How could an electric type summon such a massive tide? Did really have that much water type energy inside its body? And yet, as the water washed over him, Surge felt his skin prickle. A faint current buzzed in his legs like he'd touched a live wire. Wait, is this water infused with electricity? His voice cracked. That's impossible with surf and that much power. His two assistants looked pale, their eyes bulging like they'd seen a ghost. No way, it can't be, doesn't learn surf. That move was massive, it was like a tidal wave dozens of times its size. Even Brock and Misty, who traveled with Ash every day, were frozen in place. First the hat, then that mystery speed move as fast as extreme speed. And now surf, Misty's hands shook. When did even learn that? She turned to Brock, who just shook his head blankly. If I knew, I'd be just as shocked as you aren't right now. Both of them knew Ash trained with every morning, waking 2 hours before them. Clearly, that was when arsenal of surprise moves had been forged. But come on, was it really possible to learn something new every single morning? Was there some kind of golden training window that let pick up skills like candy? And why did Ash never use them in daily battles, only saving them for gym fights? Was he deliberately hiding things from them? Had Professor Oak taught him to hold moves in reserve like trump cards? On the field, Ash smirked and called out, voice dripping with sarcasm. So how about it? Do you still think Mice just a baby? Surge twitched. If that's a baby, then Mice at best a toddler, one who might not even beat this baby. He had suspected something was off from his first attack. That felt like it had jumped from advanced level to elite in the blink of an eye. But Surge had shrugged it off. Even if was elite, so what? Was still a professional class. The tier gap was huge. Elite versus professional wasn't even close. At least that's what he'd thought. But now, with flattened twice in a row and still struggling to stand after that wave, Surge's confidence wavered. That surf hadn't been any weaker than a water type's own. What kind of monster is this? Surge clenched his fists, the joints cracking like gunshots as his grin finally dropped. His expression hardened into something deadly serious. Kid, I'll admit I underestimated you, but don't fool yourself, the difference in our levels can't be erased by party tricks. I slipped up once, but now, his eyes narrowed, flashing with a battle-hungry gleam. Are you ready to face real defeat? It was clear now, Surge was finally getting serious. Staggered back onto his feet, water dripping from his fur. The last wave had hurt, yes, but his bulky frame wasn't just for show. Go, let him see your true electricity, Thunderbolt, Surge roared. Arise, Rai. Rage surged through as he obeyed, electricity flooding across his body, gathering into a deadly storm. His cheeks sparked violently, the air itself trembling with static. Then suddenly his movements faltered. The charge fizzled, his muscles stiffened, and his body froze with a harsh jolt. The larger electric type let out a strangled cry. His limbs locked up and his whole frame twitched uncontrollably. Paralyzed, but how? His eyes widened in disbelief. He was an electric type, how could he possibly be paralyzed? Electric were supposed to be immune. But this wasn't ordinary paralysis. The soaring surf had unleashed carried water infused with electricity, and the current had shocked his body in a way no electric-type immunity could protect against. Against that hybrid attack, paralysis could take hold, and it had struck at the worst possible moment. Ash's eyes gleamed. That's it, he's paralyzed. Use nasty plot, don't waste this chance. Originally, Ash had been ready to play evasive with electric acceleration again, but he recognized the golden opportunity. Tilted his head, sparks crackling around him as his eyes narrowed. A faint golden aura shimmered across his body, his thoughts sharpened. Umpaika. Ash didn't let the momentum fade, now electric acceleration. Umpaika Chuyu. Blurred out of sight, reappearing right in his face with explosive speed. His body slammed into the paralyzed before the larger could react. Was sent flying again, tumbling across the battlefield in a shower of sparks. The direct tackle hit harder than expected, his paralyzed muscles unable to brace against the blow. And electric acceleration carried its own quirk on impact. It knocked the opponent off balance, forcing back to the ground. Ash's eyes lit up. Perfect, he's still paralyzed, still struggling to get up. Time for the finishing blow. Press the advantage, use Soaring Surf again, Ash commanded with a sweeping gesture. Umpaika. Stomped down hard, summoning the wave once more. Water gushed upward, electricity flooding it until the tide glowed golden blue. The gym shook as another massive surge rose behind like a thunderous wall. Surge's expression twisted. His hadn't landed a single hit. He was supposed to be the professional-level trainer, and yet here he was being toyed with, suppressed from start to finish. Damn it, what's going on here, he thought, teeth gritted. The sheer absurdity of it all made his fists clench. Was the one meant to overwhelm challengers, but here he was, pushed into the dirt by. In Protect, Surge's voice cracked as he shouted, desperation breaking through his usual confidence. At this point, all he could hope for was that could block's relentless assault and finally counterattack. If this kept up, no matter how tough was, he would be crushed. Forced himself up, legs trembling, only for his vision to fill with another roaring wave. The deep blue tide bore down on him, winds whipping and water crashing. A chill ran down spine. If he took this attack head-on, the damage would be brutal. All right. With a roar, forced the electricity in his body into shape. A glowing green barrier sprang up in front of him. The wave slammed down, smashing into the shield, but it held. Protect, one of the strongest defensive techniques. Even in paralysis, as long as the body didn't lock up, it activated instantly. The first failed attempt had been because Surge called it too late and had been caught off guard. After all, who in the world expected it to summon a water-type attack powerful enough to swallow an arena whole? No, Surge's fists clenched. Not just this one's different, a freak, an anomaly. But the damage was already done. The last Soaring Surf hadn't only struck, it had paralyzed him with the electricity woven into the current. That paralysis had opened the door for to power up, and from that moment the tide had turned. Now Surge and were clinging to Protect, waiting for a chance to fight back. The wave slowly drained off the field, the green barrier faded, and when the water was gone, so was. What, where is he? Surge's eyes darted wildly across the battlefield. Had ridden the wave, but after it crashed down, his figure had vanished. The arena floor was slick with shallow water draining away through the pipes beneath the gym. A tiny trickle pulled at the puddle's center, spiraling downward. Surge froze, weight draining water. His pupils shrank, his gaze snapped to a spot just in front of and his heart lurched. Jump now. Rai blinked in confusion but obeyed, trying to leap. With paralysis slowing his body, though, he had barely bent his knees when... crack. The ground split apart and exploded upward in a shower of dirt and sparks. Ampaika Chuyu. A tiny golden fist, glowing with ground-type energy, rocketed into his chin. The blow connected with explosive force. His head snapped back, and ironically, the upward punch helped him complete his jump, launching him into the air. Surge's face darkened, realization slamming into him like the wave had. Damn it, he burrowed underground. The Vermilion Gym had a drainage system built beneath the arena floor, but 2 consecutive Soaring Surfs had overwhelmed it. For a short time, the battlefield had become a shallow pool. When the water began draining, had slipped into the current and tunneled below. But's reaction was still a beat too slow. A boom burst up from beneath the ground, his fist glowing with earthy energy and smashed square on the chin. The impact sent the larger electric type spinning through the air, sparks flying from his cheeks as the blow rattled his whole body. It was Dig, a ground-type move with a natural advantage over electric types. What kind of monster is this? Surge's eyes bulged. First Surf, now Dig, how many moves does he know? Surf, Dig, none of this should been possible, and yet was wielding them like weapons forged for him. A thunderbolt, Ash roared. It was still airborne, unable to brace himself. That meant Ash's thunderbolt would strike without fail. I use thunderbolt too, Surge barked, his instincts kicking in this time. CHU. Two golden lances of electricity burst forth almost simultaneously. Thunderbolt streaked upward, downward, the beams colliding midair. The clash erupted in a blinding explosion of light, sparks scattering like fireworks. Shockwaves rippled through the gym, blasting the last puddles of water from the floor. Misty and Brock shielded their faces from the spray, but neither could tear their eyes away. A professional class in evolved form. Against a logic said's Thunderbolt should be superior, even with the special attack boost should have been outmatched. And yet. CHUU. Ashes snarled, pushing forward. Slowly, lightning was forced back, his aura dimming under the relentless golden flood. Surge's pupils shrank, disbelief twisting his face. What? Impossible, why? How could an overpower his an evolved higher tier with the same move? It reason, it rules. Press him, Ash shouted, his voice shaking the rafters. Ampaika CHUU. His thunderbolt flared brighter, searing the air itself. His attack shattered under the pressure, and the full force of electricity engulfed him. His scream echoed as his body lit up, arcs of golden lightning racing across his frame. His silhouette flickered in the blazing light before finally crashing to the arena floor with a heavy thud. The sparks faded, the gym went silent. Lay motionless on the scorched battlefield. Great job, we won, Ash shouted, his voice filled with excitement as lay motionless for nearly 10 full seconds. Pika panted heavily, sparks flickering weakly from his cheeks. Using so many powerful moves, especially techniques beyond his usual level, had drained him badly. But the exhaustion didn't matter. To him, the joy of defeating an opponent who had mocked and belittled them was worth everything. With one last burst of energy, dashed forward, leapt straight into Ash's arms, and the two burst into laughter together. Pika. Ha, we did it, Ash hugged him tightly. From the sidelines, wriggled out of Misty's arms, floated across the field, and happily joined in the celebration, twirling in the air beside Ash and Surge stood frozen for a moment, staring at his fallen. His eyes flickered with disbelief, frustration, and then something heavier. He hadn't expected to lose today, not like this, not so completely. Through the entire battle, had failed to land even a single hit. They had been suppressed from start to finish. And while had been strong, the bond between Ash and was stronger, seamless, flawless, every move timed perfectly. If Surge hadn't known Ash was a rookie who had only begun his journey a month ago, he might have believed this trainer and his had been partners for 10 years or more. Level, evolution, and experience had all been on his side, yet he'd been crushed. Why? His mind replayed the battle, his impossible speed from the start, that shocking surf, the unlucky paralysis that slowed at the worst possible time. One misstep had snowballed into another until everything collapsed. Was this payback, retribution for looking down on so many challengers? No, when it came down to it, the truth was simple. Strength. Ash's had simply been stronger than his. Tricks or not, luck or not, none of it mattered if the power gap was real. You won, Surge's voice was low but steady. He drew in a deep breath and looked Ash in the eye. I take back what I said before. I was wrong to insult you and your partner. I apologize. He recalled, then strode across the battlefield. To everyone's shock, the towering gym leader bowed his head deeply to Ash. The act left Ash stunned. He had wanted to boast, to rub the victory in a little. But faced with this honest apology, his pride melted. Surge might have been brash and arrogant, but he knew how to admit mistakes. Ash smiled faintly. I don't need to gloat. I already won. That's enough. Besides, this battle had given him far more than a badge. His aura now burned brighter than ever. He had broken through to elite level. Even without the special partner form, was now a genuine elite in his own right. Ash's thoughts echoed something Professor Oak had once told him. The harder the battle, the greater the growth. Of course, looking back, the fight might have looked easy, well, relatively easy, The truth was, Surge's had been poorly raised. Uncle Surge, Ash said suddenly, tilting his head. When you trained, you focused only on raising his level, right? You didn't work on building his stats or refining his abilities. Surge blinked, caught off guard. He hesitated, then gave a small nod. That's right. I always believed trainers' commands and battle instincts would carry the rest. With higher levels and sharper orders, I thought victory would always be mine. That's what I believed until today. After battling Ash, his worldview was shaken to its core. A rookie trainer with less than a month of experience had suppressed him completely. And with a lower level in form, had beaten his head-ons. Everything he thought he knew about strength crumbled in this single match. Ash patted his head and spoke calmly, almost like repeating a lesson drilled into him. Uncle Surge, your problem isn't its level, it's its ability values. Could fight evenly because even though his level is lower, his stats aren't weak. He smiled slightly, recalling Champion Ash's words from the group that guided him. Build a solid foundation at every stage. Maximize its abilities before letting it evolve or level up. That's how you raise true strength. If you only grind levels and ignore the basics, even a champion level might lose to an Elite 4-member head-on. Surge's expression darkened as the words hit home. He had spent years hammering up in level but hadn't polished the itself. Training ability values, endurance, speed, strength was far harder than simply raising levels. It took patience, creativity, and discipline, but the reward was undeniable. And the boy in front of him was living proof. An advanced class had defeated his professional class, not because of form or level, but because its foundation was solid. I see, Surge muttered, eyes narrowing in thought. I always believed level and command were everything, but you just proved me wrong. He exhaled heavily, then looked Ash dead in the eye. Usually it's the gym leader teaching the challenger. Today the opposite happened. Who exactly are you? Ash grinned, flashing his white teeth. Just a trainer from Pallet Town. Surge barked a laugh. You've really got me there. But Ash's smile soon faded. His expression hardened and his voice carried a sharp edge. One more thing, Uncle Surge, about those rookie trainers you've beaten before. Surge blinked. I don't know why you treated them so harshly, Ash continued, but crushing them like that, it's wrong. You're a gym leader. You're supposed to be a role model, a guide. What you did wasn't guidance. It was ending their journeys before they even began. Ash stepped aside, gesturing toward Misty and Brock. These two are gym leaders too. I've learned so much from them about battling, about caring for, and about being a trainer. They're what true gym leaders look like. Surge's gaze flicked to Misty and Brock. Misty's strongest was nowhere near his level. Brock wasn't much stronger, but the sincerity in their eyes told him all he needed to know. They were leaders because they lifted others up, not because they crushed them down. Ash's voice softened, but it struck even deeper. I was lucky I met them. Lucky Misty joined me on my very first day back in Pallet Town. If I'd met someone like you back then, maybe I'd never have made it this far. Silence fell. For the first time in years, Surge reflected not just on his training, but on himself. He remembered his days as a soldier, serious, strict, but never cruel. Back then, he hadn't wanted to hurt anyone. But after years of battling weak challengers with and the like, his pride had twisted. He felt insulted by their weakness, convinced they were mocking him. That resentment had dug in deep. And so, bit by bit, he became harsher, until the man before Ash now was unrecognizable from the one who had first become a gym leader. His idea had been simple. If he scared off weak challengers and built a fearsome reputation, then those kinds of challengers would stop coming. He wouldn't have to endure the boredom or the perceived insult of battling trainers who brought and. But that approach had only ended up hurting both the challengers and their spirits. For many rookies, this was their very first gym match. To be crushed mercilessly and told, "Come back in 2 years," was a brutal blow to a new trainer's confidence. If Surge weren't a gym leader, he could be judged merely on morals, but he was a gym leader. This was a matter of professional ethics. Ash's words slammed home a simple truth. This was no longer a battlefield, and the trainers who came to challenge him were not enemies from wartime. A gym leader's duty wasn't to annihilate an opponent and end their career. It was to guide them, teach them, correct their mistakes. That was what it meant to be a qualified gym leader. Thinking of this, Surge bowed once more deeply and sincerely. "Thank you, Ash. If not for you, I don't know how long I would kept being wronged." From kid to young man to Ash, that shift in how he addressed him, all in less than half an hour, spoke volumes about how the boy's standing had changed in Surge's eyes. "This is proof you've defeated me, the Thunder Badge. Please take it." Surge produced the Vermilion City Gym's badge. Ash accepted it without hesitation. "I got the Thunder Badge." Ash struck his trademark victory pose. After admiring the Thunder Badge for a long moment, he pinned it to his jacket. That made 3 badges in a little over a month. 5 more badges in the remaining 5 months. That didn't seem like a problem at all. Watching Ash tuck the badge away, Surge couldn't hold back the questions any longer. "Ash, how exactly did you train this? Even if stats weren't optimized, I shouldn't lose ground in a straight clash with an elite level, right? And that soaring surf and that strange high-speed electric move, can the line even learn those?" These questions had been piling up from the very start, and only now could he finally ask. Ordinarily, this sort of thing counted as a trainer's secrets. How you train, how you make them special, that's each trainer's unique recipe. You don't just hand that over. But Surge was truly baffled. He'd raised and himself. How could he not know what moves could learn or what their base strength should be? Even if his own stats were undertrained, was innately weaker than by species. Even well-bred with a lower level should still have been at a disadvantage. And in theory, should have won out. And beyond that, there were those 2 incomprehensible moves, the sheer breadth of and that sudden surge in level at the start. Everything felt off. Was this really or was some legendary wearing a costume? Ash paused, then shook his head. "Sorry, Uncle Surge, that's a secret between me, and I can only say this, my is special. Whether it's electric acceleration or soaring surf, they're moves only he can use. Other can't learn them. As for the level up, you must seen it wrong. What level is mine now?" Surge glanced down at the by Ash's feet. His expression froze. He rubbed his eyes and looked again carefully. What? Wasn't he advanced just now? How is he elite now?" "From an ordinary intermediate start to elite level now in just over a month. Growth could only be called miraculous." Even after checking 3 separate times, Surge still couldn't believe it. Was undeniably elite now. All he could do was mutter to himself that he must misjudged before. After a few more pleasantries, Ash waved goodbye. Before he left, Surge asked one last question. "Why do you keep calling me Uncle Surge?" Ash blinked. "It just felt natural, so I said it." The truth was, the name had slipped out from the way Tactician Ash in the group chat addressed him, but explaining that would only make things messier. Once outside, Misty glanced at him curiously on the walk to the center. Ash, what's up with smooth, soaring surf? Isn't that just surf? Did you rename it yourself? Ash looked down at Nestled in his arms and smiled. It's not just regular surf. Fuses electricity into the water, it can paralyze opponents. That's why I gave it a new name. Originally, I wanted to call it electric surf. Pretty descriptive, right? But didn't like it, said it was too plain. So we went with soaring surf instead. As for how learned it, Ash shrugged. He just figured it out on his own. I guess Team Rocket chasing him all the time isn't without reason. He finished with a helpless smile. Misty pursed her lips, hiding a smirk. Then so named it himself, huh? No wonder it sounds cooler than Ash's idea. Her steps grew a little lighter, especially as she recalled Ash instinctively shielding her earlier. At the center, Ash immediately phoned his mom, proudly sharing the good news. Then he called Professor Oak. Congratulations, Ash, Oak said warmly. 3 badges already, you're keeping pace with Gary. Gary, Ash scratched his cheek. It had been so long since he'd thought about him that the name almost slipped his mind. How many badges has he got now? He's earned 3 as well. He headed to Celadon first, and now his next stop is Vermilion. He should arrive in the next 2 days. Ash clicked his tongue. He'd been so focused on training, he'd practically forgotten about his so-called rival. Then Oak's tone shifted. Oh, by the way, Professor Cerise's laboratory officially opened today. If you have time, stop by and support him. Ash froze for a second. The name rang familiar. Professor Cerise, one of Oak's own students, a young and promising researcher who often visited Pallet Town to collaborate. Ash remembered him and remembered the girl who always came along with him. Cerise's daughter. Ash smiled faintly at the memory. After a few visits, he and that girl had become good friends. In the years after Ash turned 8, Professor Cerise began visiting less often. His daughter almost never came at all. Rumor had it she'd enrolled in a research school. A research school focused on the theory behind biology and behavior. Graduates often went on to work in research, and the program gave them a solid foundation for the future. Ash hadn't really known where Professor Cerise lived. Only today, after talking with Professor Oak, did he learn that Cerise's home and laboratory were in Vermilion City, and that today happened to be the lab's grand opening. Professor Cerise, I've heard that name before, Brock mused, rubbing his chin as he thought back. He's one of Professor Oak's students, right? I've read a few of his research papers. He's made quite a name for himself in the academic world. Didn't expect his lab to be opening today, though. As a former gym leader, Brock made a habit of reading the news every day and keeping up with the latest developments around the world. Though he had never met Cerise, he was familiar with the man's work. Yeah, Oak said between bites of instant noodles, that guy used to fly all over the place. This year, he finally decided to settle down and open a lab near home. As they say, timing is everything. Ash, you haven't seen in a while, have you? Ash nodded. Yeah, it's been, a year or 2? The last time we met was during her summer break. After that, she spent all her time studying. Who's a Misty asked, frowning slightly, her tone neutral but curious. She sounds like a girl. She is, Ash said with a grin. Professor Cerise's daughter. He used to bring her to Pallet Town all the time, but ever since she started at the research school, she's hardly come by. After getting the lab's address from Professor Oak, Ash ended the call and looked at the map on the wall of the center. Let's see, it's not far from here, maybe 10 minutes walk, he said. Then let's go. I've never been to a lab opening before, Misty said, tightening the straps of her small backpack and heading for the door. Hey, wait up, why are you walking so fast? Ash called, grabbing his own bag and hurrying after her. Brock followed at a calmer pace, his expression thoughtful. Before long, the trio reached the spot Professor Oak had mentioned. A few pieces of colored ribbon still littered the steps out front, leftovers from recently fired confetti cannons. They climbed the stairs and stepped into the open doorway. Inside, a middle-aged man stood on a raised platform, a large screen glowing behind him. He was giving a lecture about research. The image on the screen made Ash's eyes widen. It looked both familiar and distant. Familiar because he had seen that once before, distant because it had only been that one unforgettable time. Projected on the screen was Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh hasn't appeared before humans in hundreds of years, Professor Cerise was saying, his voice tinged with wistfulness. Legend says that those who witness Ho-Oh will gain eternal happiness and may even be chosen as the hero blessed by its rainbow light, the so-called rainbow hero. But so far, that's all it's ever been, legend. Research on Ho-Oh has been stagnant for ages. Professor Cerise continued speaking about Ho-Oh, his tone laced with quiet regret. Misty and Brock, listening from the crowd, couldn't help but glance toward Ash. After all, the rainbow hero Cerise spoke of, the one who had once met Ho-Oh and earned its recognition, was standing right there among them. Hearing the professor's words, Ash couldn't help but smile with pride. He'd seen the legendary Ho-Oh with his own eyes and even been chosen by it. That was something few trainers could ever boast about. Still, he couldn't exactly shout that out in front of everyone. Professor Cerise, long time no see, Ash called as he strode into the laboratory, instantly drawing every guest's attention. Cerise paused mid-sentence, blinking in surprise before breaking into a delighted grin. Ash, well, look at that. What brings you to Vermilion City? You didn't even tell me you were coming. I came to challenge the gym here, Ash replied with a grin. After I won, I called Professor Oak, and that's when I heard today was your lab's opening ceremony. I had to come see it for myself. As Ash looked around, his curiosity took over. Compared to Oak's sprawling lab in Pallet Town, Cerise's facility was smaller, but given the sky-high property prices in Vermilion City, the place was still impressive. Professor Cerise, who's this? One of the guests asked curiously. Oh, this is Ash from Pallet Town, Cerise explained. Ash, head inside and rest for a while. I'll join you soon. He gestured toward the garden behind the lab, indicating that his lecture wasn't over yet. Ash nodded and led Misty and Brock through the corridor into the inner garden. The moment they stepped outside, Ash automatically compared it to Professor Oak's garden back home. Oak's backyard was enormous, practically a nature preserve in itself, so naturally Cerise's smaller city garden couldn't compete. Still, for a space within Vermilion, it was peaceful and lush, with a small waterfall and clusters of flowering plants. As the three wandered along the stone path, admiring the greenery, a sudden pulse ran through Ash's mind. A buzz. A strange wave of aura energy, familiar yet unsettling, flashed across his senses. His head throbbed sharply. Ash staggered and dropped to one knee, clutching his temples. Ash, Misty gasped, rushing to his side. She knelt beside him, one hand steadying his shoulder. What's wrong? My head, it hurts. It feels like something's calling me, Ash murmured through gritted teeth. Calling you? Misty looked around, scanning the quiet garden. There was nothing out of the ordinary, just the rustle of leaves and the trickle of the waterfall. No people. What's going on with you? She whispered. Ash slowly opened his eyes, the pain fatting just enough for him to speak. Over there, he said, pointing shakily toward a patch of tall grass by the water. Misty helped him to his feet, and together with Brock, they pushed through the dense growth. Behind it, a small waterfall spilled into a clear pond, sunlight dancing across the surface. It really was a beautiful place, perfect for to live in. Professor Cerise had even designated this garden as a storage area for partner belonging to trainers affiliated with his lab, much like Professor Oak did back in Pallet Town. But none of that mattered right now. Ash frowned, scanning the tranquil scene. The pain was gone, but the pull in his chest remained faintly, like a whisper fading into silence. There's nothing here, Misty said hesitantly, glancing around the quiet pond. Ash, are you sure you didn't imagine it? No mistake, it's right there. The sharp pain in Ash's head had already faded. Now that he'd recovered, he finally understood what had caused it. It was aura. His mind had been struck by an aura transmission. Someone or something had reached out to him through that energy. The attack hadn't been meant to harm him, but to send a message. If he'd been alert, his own aura would repelled it easily. But who goes around keeping their aura defenses up when they're just sightseeing? Even with his strong aura, that sudden burst had left him with a lingering headache. Fortunately, the intent behind it was harmless, and his body recovered quickly. He pointed toward the source of the call, straight at the small pond. Misty and Brock followed his gaze but saw nothing unusual, just the pool of clear water shimmering beneath the light. Without hesitation, Ash started walking. The others exchanged a glance and hurried after him. A few steps later, they arrived at the edge of a smaller basin beside the main pond, separated by a line of rocks and moss. It wasn't large, barely 70 centimeters across, but the water inside glowed faintly under the sunlight streaming through the glass ceiling. Misty gasped, covering her mouth. Egg. Brock leaned forward, eyes widening. Is this what called you, Ash? And patted closer, their reflections rippling in the pool. Floating in the center was a single egg, its shell a milky white streaked with delicate blue patterns. Near the top was a thin, jagged crack. There's a crack, Misty whispered, lowering her hand. Does that mean it's about to hatch? Normally, when an egg's shell begins to crack, it means hatching is imminent, usually within minutes or hours. Brock crouched beside the pool, peering at it closely. It should be almost ready, but why is it in the water? He frowned, feeling a strange calm wash over him the closer he got. Weird, this place feels so peaceful all of a sudden. Ash didn't answer immediately. He stared intently at the egg, his aura pulsing softly around him. Finally, he spoke. No, it's not about to hatch. His voice was low. That crack isn't from hatching, it's damage. The words froze everyone in place. Damaged, Misty echoed, eyes wide. Ears twitched and let out a startled squeak. A damaged egg was something you almost never saw. In the wild, parents guarded their eggs fiercely. Anyone who tried to touch one would face the parents' wrath. And in breeding facilities, eggs were kept under strict incubation conditions with nutrient infusions and temperature controls. For one to be damaged here, inside a professional lab's garden, what could possibly happen? Then why would a damaged egg reach out to Ash through aura? Ash knelt beside the pool, extending his hand toward the water. His aura pulsed in response to the faint signal coming from within the shell, like a fragile heartbeat calling out for help. Just as his fingertips brushed the surface. What are you doing? The sharp voice made Ash jerk back, water droplets scattering. Professor Cerise stood in the doorway, his usually calm expression flashing with rare anger. Ash, I told you to rest, he said, his tone uncharacteristically sharp. You can't touch that egg. If you move it from the water, it won't survive. Ash blinked, startled by the sudden reprimand. Behind him, Misty quickly stepped forward. Professor Cerise, I'm sorry, we didn't mean to intrude. Ash, just something strange happened and we followed him here. Her tone was earnest and the professor's frown slowly eased. No, I'm sorry, Cerise sighed, rubbing his temples. I shouldn't have raised my voice. I told you to explore freely. It's just that this egg, it brings back some unpleasant memories. He exhaled softly, forcing a small smile. I lost my composure for a moment. It's fine, Ash said quickly, shaking his head. But Professor, there's something wrong with this egg, isn't there? Those cracks, they're not from hatching, are they? Ash could still feel it, the faint, fragile pulse of aura radiating from the egg. It was so weak that no one else could possibly notice it. Only someone attuned to aura could sense the life flickering within. Even then, if he hadn't wandered close, within 10 meters at most, he never would have felt it. The signal was that faint, like a whisper carried by the wind. If the egg hadn't reached out to him so suddenly, he would walked right past this garden. completely unaware that a dying life was struggling to hold on. Oh yes, dying. In Ash's orosite, the egg's energy glimmered faintly, trembling like a candle about to be snuffed out. Its life force was flickering, barely holding on to that last breath of existence. Once it went out, the inside would be gone forever. When Ash voiced his concern, Professor Cerise fell silent for a moment. Then he exhaled softly, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "This is a long story," he said quietly. "That egg has been here in this pond for 5 years now." Ash, Misty, and Brock froze. 5 years, Brock blurted out. The pond kept it alive. Misty and Brock both exclaimed, greatly shocked by what Professor Cerise said, because a damaged egg surviving for 5 years is absolutely unprecedented and unheard of under normal circumstances. A damaged egg that couldn't be treated immediately meant only one thing: the end of a life. Forget 5 years. If such an egg survived even 3 days, it would already be considered a miracle of willpower. And yet this one hadn't gone cold. Even now, 5 years later, it still clung to life. Its tenacity was beyond anything they'd ever seen. "With all due respect, Professor Cerise," Brock said, brows furrowed, "that sounds impossible. Theoretically, a damaged egg shouldn't last that long. Its life energy should faded long ago." His skepticism was understandable. Even if it had been the egg of a legendary, 5 years was unthinkable. Professor Cerise nodded slightly. "You're right, under normal circumstances that would be true, but this egg is different. It survived because of this pond." He gestured toward the pool, where faint ripples shimmered around the egg like a heartbeat. "The water here comes from a place called Clear Cliff. It's infused with potent life energy. Without it, this egg would perished years ago." "Clear Cliff," Ash repeated, exchanging a glance with Misty and Brock. "I've never heard of that place before." "It's in," Cerise explained, "a dangerous region, towering cliffs, unstable ledges, wild that attack intruders on sight. Helicopters can't approach safely, so researchers have to climb by hand. Few ever attempt it." He paused, his gaze softening as he looked at the egg again. "That's why Clear Cliff's waters are so precious. They're pure, untouched, and alive." The way he said it carried a quiet weight, the kind of truth that sounded simple but had come at a cost. Vermilion City wasn't cheap to begin with. Renting a lab here ran into 6 figures a month, and yet the tiny pond before them, just a few square feet of water, was worth more than triple that. And it didn't stop there. The vitality in Clear Cliff's water wasn't endless. The pond had to be replenished once a year, which meant the expense was constant. To keep this one fragile life breathing, Professor Cerise had spent more than most people could hope to earn in a lifetime. Even then, the egg had never shown signs of recovery. He exhaled quietly, his voice tinged with resignation. "Even with the water's energy, its life force keeps fading little by little. No matter what I do, it's slipping away. At this rate, it may not last another year." Silence fell over the garden. The only sound was the soft trickle of the waterfall behind them. Then Ash took a step forward. "Professor Cerise," he said softly, eyes locked on the egg, "may I touch it?" Cerise's head snapped toward him, startled. "Ash, what are you? That egg is incredibly unstable. Even the slightest disturbance could," he trailed off, trying to choose his words carefully, "it could extinguish what little life remains." The implication was clear, don't. But Ash didn't back down. His fists clenched, and when he spoke again, his voice carried a quiet, unwavering determination. "I want to save him. Save him." Professor Cerise froze. Then the meaning sank in. Ash was serious about reviving the dying egg, about restoring it to the point where it could hatch. "That was impossible." Haha, Ash, don't joke around." Cerise waved a hand, trying to mask his unease with a chuckle. "You can't just say things like that." But Ash didn't laugh. He said nothing at all, only met Cerise's gaze with eyes that were calm, unwavering, and frighteningly sincere. Something in that look made the professor's chest tighten. He wasn't joking, he meant it. Please, Professor Cerise, Ash said quietly, just this once, trust me. I might seem reckless sometimes, but when it comes to, I've never treated their lives as a game, not ever. There was no bravado in his tone, only conviction. Cerise stood there, torn between reason and instinct. Then, after a long silence, he finally exhaled and gave a small, reluctant nod. All right, Ash, try it. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. I believe you're different from that person. Oh, that person. Misty and Brock exchanged a glance. The way Cerise said it carried weight, perhaps the one who had caused the egg's current state, but there was no time to ask. Ash had already knelt beside the pool. Slowly, he reached into the clear water and pressed his palm gently to the top of the egg. His hand was small, barely large enough to cover the upper curve, but it fit perfectly over the fractured spot. Then he closed his eyes. A pulse of deep blue light rippled from his body, radiating outward like a heartbeat. Professor Cerise's eyes widened. The air itself seemed to thrum with power. What is this energy? Before he could process it further, aura poured from Ash's body into the egg, flowing like liquid light. The water glowed softly. Normally, an egg takes between a week and a month to hatch, rarely longer. Around the halfway point, the inside begins to stir, becoming aware of the outside world. When it senses care, its parents' warmth, or a trainer's gentle voice, it forms a bond, a connection that shapes its heart after birth. That was how Ash's had come into the world so quickly. Her hatching had been accelerated by the energy of the giant moonstone, compressing weeks of growth into mere seconds. But this egg. This egg had lingered in its shell for 5 long years. No egg, healthy or not, should remain unhatched for so long. Only the life-rich water of Clear Cliff had kept its spark alive. As his aura reached into the fragile shell, Ash could feel it, the faint, flickering consciousness within. When his energy touched it, a flood of emotions answered back: gratitude, joy, relief. It was alive. And more than that, it was aware. The mind inside wasn't new or unformed, it was mature, enduring, it had known it was dying, it had cried out for help. If Ash hadn't arrived today, it might have gone silent forever. As Ash's aura flowed into the egg, the fragile spark within began to stir. At first, it was faint, like the slow heartbeat of something half asleep, but with every pulse of his energy, that heartbeat grew stronger. The faint, flickering light of life inside the egg blazed back into a steady glow. Still, this was no simple healing. Aura was life itself, vital energy drawn from one's own soul. Pour out too much and the body would weaken. Give too much and life itself could fade away. That was why Aura could save the egg at all, because it traded life for life. But this time, the one giving it was Ash. Not only did he receive all of Aura Ash Aura, but his own aura is also slowly developing. Injecting aura into a dying egg to revitalize its life would not cause any burden to Ash. Reviving a dying egg. Even restoring a legendary or a divine grade, so long as it wasn't one of the true life givers like Ho-Oh, or wouldn't cost him his life. The aura of a human-shaped legend burned within him. Blue light shimmered from Ash's palms, spilling through the water like liquid fire. Misty, Brock, and Professor Cerise could only watch, hardly daring to breathe. Seconds ticked by. Then a faint sound echoed from within the egg. Did you hear that? Brock whispered. The soft sound grew sharper, louder, crackling like lightning under glass. Tiny fractures webbed across the shell, racing faster and faster until it was covered in a mosaic of glowing blue lines. Professor Cerise's eyes widened. The cracks, are they? He couldn't tell if this was revival or collapse. His instruments weren't here, and his heart pounded helplessly in his chest. Crack, crack, crack. A bang. With a muffled blast, the shell shattered. Fragments burst outward like shards of glass, scattering through the air and raining into the pond. Misty and Brock threw up their arms, shielding their faces from the spray. What happened? Brock winced, feeling a sting where a piece had struck his hand. Did Ash fail? If it had truly hatched, it shouldn't have sounded like an explosion. When it hatched, it had been silent, almost gentle, nothing like this. But Misty shook her head, voice trembling. No, Ash doesn't fail, not when it's something like this. Over the past month, she had watched him do things that seemed reckless, impossible, and yet every time the results spoke for themselves. He always pulled through, he always found a way. This time wouldn't be any different. They slowly lowered their hands. Professor Cerise hesitated, torn between fear and hope, while Misty, heart-pounding, looked into the pool first. Her breath caught, a brilliant smile lit up her face. Professor Cerise, Brock, he did it the hatched. What, really? Where is it, where's the hatchling? Both men turned toward the pool and then froze. Nestled in Ash's arms, still faintly glowing with blue light, was a small blue-black. Its body was sleek, its ears rounded, its form canid yet delicate. The small in Ash's arms stirred faintly, its soft fur still damp from the water, its breathing slow and even. This was the that had hatched from the long silent egg. It actually hatched, Professor Cerise murmured, disbelief flickering across his face. He hurried closer, unable to stop himself, and knelt beside Ash. With a trembling hand, he gently touched the little's flank. The warmth beneath his palm made his breath hitch. It was alive, truly alive. Misty and Brock stepped forward as well, crowding around Ash, their eyes wide with awe and curiosity. What kind of is that? Misty asked softly. It doesn't look like anything from. Ash smiled faintly, glancing down at the tiny form resting against his arm. He said, it's from the region. Misty blinked. Her surprise wasn't because of the name, but because Ash had recognized it so easily. He wasn't exactly known for encyclopedic knowledge. In the early days, he could barely identify half the species in. Sure, he'd learned a lot since then, but recognizing a region he'd never even visited, was strange. Was it another special case like the rare Professor Oak sometimes told them about? Species occasionally seen far from their native regions under unusual circumstances. Is extremely rare, Professor Cerise began, his scientific curiosity quickly taking over as the initial shock faded. Even in are uncommon. Some researchers compare its rarity to that of certain legendary. He adjusted his glasses and continued, his tone warming with fascination. Possesses a very special ability. It can sense the emotions of people and alike, perceiving the world around it through a unique energy known as aura. Those with kind hearts are drawn to it, while those with malice make it recoil. In short, is one of the few capable of freely manipulating aura power. Aura power, Misty echoed, the term clicking instantly. She and Brock exchanged a knowing glance. Of course, that explained everything. Ash knew about because he shared the same gift. Aura, the life energy that connected all living things. Even as gym leaders, neither of them had heard of a human capable of wielding it. Later, after meeting Ash, they'd researched it out of curiosity but found almost nothing. Only a handful were known to use aura, perhaps a few others. Those gifted individuals could channel their inner energy into a devastating move, aura sphere, a technique that never missed its mark. That was the same move Ash had once used. But what made Ash truly different wasn't just that he possessed aura, it was how he used it. He could do things no ever had. Merge his aura with another's, form protective barriers, track life energy through solid terrain. And now, the newborn in his arms was one of the few species capable of that same mastery. Being able to sense good and evil, and being able to observe any emotions with aura, isn't this one of Ash's ways of applying aura power? Everyone crowded around, their earlier tension finally giving way to relief and awe as they admired the newborn. But Ash didn't smile. He had saved Slife, but that didn't mean was out of danger. Through his insight eye, Ash quietly examined the state. Numbers and readings appeared before his inner vision. A species. A gender male. Type of fighting. Level beginner junior. Ability prankster. Moves bite detect bullet punch feint vacuum wave quick attack. A 6-dimensional stats. Physical attack EES. A special attack EES. The defense EEA. A special defense EEA. A stamina EEA. A speed EES. The readings didn't lie, was alive but barely. Normally, stat fluctuations of 1 or 2 grades were nothing unusual. Ash had seen it before, especially when he'd asked the experts in his chat group about it, they'd explain that such swings could come from exhaustion, mental strain, or even mood. But in this case, it was different. That was simply how his power scaled with his emotions and his bond with Ash. However, what Ash saw in wasn't a stat fluctuation. It was an aptitude fluctuation, something entirely different. From E to S. That kind of instability wasn't normal, it was unprecedented. It meant's very essence, his potential was damaged and unstable. His core, what breeders sometimes called his origin, had been injured. Ash frowned slightly, eyes narrowing as he observed the faint traces of energy inside. He could sense it. The little inner flame was flickering, unsteady, but trying to rebuild. He sighed, and with a faint thought, he entered the chat group. Newbie Ash, guys, I need help. Champion Ash, what happened? You get attacked by another divine class. Aura Hero Ash, haha, even if you did, it's fine. At your level now, you can probably handle 1 or 2, but if more show up, just grab your team and run. Newbie Ash, no, it's not that. It's about I came to Professor Cerise's lab today and... He typed out everything that had happened, from finding the damaged egg, to reviving it with aura, to strange condition and his unstable aptitude readings. He'd already guessed the cause had something to do with injuries and weakened life force, but he didn't know how to fix it. And when you didn't know the answer, there was only one thing to do: ask the experts. A new message popped up. Breeder Ash, that's origin must have been damaged. You managed to pull him back from the brink, but his core energy, his origin life force, is still depleted. Breeder Ash, from what you described, that fluctuation from E to S means something important. If it hatched normally, his aptitude wouldn't be fluctuating at all. That upper limit you saw, the S, is his true potential. Breeder Ash, in other words, that was originally a triple S aptitude. Even Breeder Ash couldn't help getting a little emotional. Every version of Ash in this strange cross-world group was a chosen one in his own world, a prodigy of fate, a magnet for miracles. Well, except for the fishing Ash. Still, even among so many extraordinary trainers, with triple S aptitude were exceedingly rare. Most of them could count on one hand the number they'd encountered in their lifetimes. Yet this newbie Ash, a version of himself who'd only been on the road for a single month, had already met 3 with aptitude levels of triple S or higher. Including this who'd almost become a lost cause. Newbie Ash, is there any way to restore to his original state? Breeder Ash, there is, but my method needs special equipment and rare items you probably can't access yet. Still, I think someone else here already knows a simpler way. Right, Aura Hero? Aura Hero Ash, if it were any other, yeah, it'd be a pain. But since it's this one's easy. Ever heard of the Aura Guardian's partner species? Newbie Ash, yes, evolved form, right? I've read about it before. Its use of aura felt really similar to the techniques you described, but why call it standard partner? Aura Hero Ash, because of 2 reasons. One, according to legend, is the partner species of Aura Guardians. And 2, when a true Aura Guardian fights alongside their auras resonate. 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2, it's far beyond that. Aura Hero Ash, is more sensitive to aura than any other species. If you'd found a different today, you wouldn't have been able to save it unless you somehow had a rainbow wing handy. But because this was your aura was enough. Aura Hero Ash, and the same thing applies to healing his origin. You can use your aura to rebuild what he's lost bit by sharing your own life energy to replenish his. Newbie Ash, so should I just pour all my aura into? Aura Hero Ash, are you crazy? You'd kill him and yourself. Use that head of yours, Newbie. Newbie Ash. Aura Hero Ash, just give him a small amount each day. You'll start seeing changes within a week. With your aura's purity and strength, restoring him to his original peak isn't just possible, you might even trigger something unexpected. Newbie Ash, got it, thanks for the advice, I'll get started right away. Aura Hero Ash, good, and remember, train him well, you're the one who inherited my title. Don't come see me again until that evolves into a strong enough to reach Divine Class. Newbie Ash, Divine Class, huh? Ash's virtual avatar twitched at the corner of his mouth before quietly logging out of the group chat. Divine Class, huh? Aura Hero Ash had said it like he was talking about ordering lunch. That kind of power was a joke to even dream about, but still, if truly regained his original potential, maybe that wasn't entirely impossible. When Ash opened his eyes in reality, he found Misty and Brock staring at him, eyes wide. He blinked, startled. Had they somehow noticed his link to the group chat? No, there was no way they could read his thoughts. They were probably just confused by his sudden stillness. Ash, is something wrong with? Misty asked first. Were you using your aura again to check his condition? Relief washed over him. Good old Misty, he thought with a wry smile, best teammate ever. Yeah, Ash said, nodding. I was just checking on, even though he hatched, his body's still weak. Let's put him in a ball for now and take him to the center for a full checkup. The experts in the chat group had already told him how to restore Aura Core, but even so, taking him to the center came first. And honestly, Professor Cerise would insist it anyway. No one rested easy until Nurse Joy gave her verdict. Professor Cerise nodded in agreement. He reached into his coat for an empty ball, then hesitated halfway and lowered it again. Ash, he said quietly, you should be the one to catch. You're the reason he's alive. When he wakes up and realizes what you did for him, I doubt he'll want to follow anyone else. Ash hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. He'd been planning to suggest that himself, but hearing Cerise say it made it feel right. Besides, had to stay with him. Unless the center discovered a miracle treatment, couldn't survive on his own. With Ollie, aptitude was practically crippled in combat terms, like the Surge once trained who couldn't even keep up with opponents of the same low level. As potential defined its growth rate, if its aptitude stayed low, so would its future. If couldn't be healed, then his only chance at recovery was by staying near Ash's aura, which meant, one way or another, was already his. Ash drew a ball from his belt and gently tapped it against body. The small form turned into red light and slipped inside. The ball didn't shake once, it clicked instantly with a soft chime. Ash pulled out his and quickly disabled the automatic transfer function. By default, when a trainer carried more than 6, any additional ones were automatically sent to the regional storage system. But trainers could manually override it for short periods, allowing them to carry extra for up to a day. To exceed that limit permanently required a league authorization to expand one's carry slots, or, riskily, by removing the trainer authentication on the ball itself, which was hardly ever done. Ash made a mental note. He'd talk to Professor Oak later about expanding his limit to 7. If he was going to carry and heal himself, he'd need the extra slot. For now, though, there was only one priority: getting checked out. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the center. The sky outside had already turned a dusky orange as Ash handed the ball to Nurse Joy at the counter. It was already nearing evening. and the examination and recovery results would not be available until tomorrow at the earliest. By the time they returned to Professor Cerise's laboratory, the sun had already dipped low on the horizon, painting Vermilion City in a warm, amber glow. After the day's chaos, none of them felt like continuing their journey. Professor Cerise had offered them rooms for the night, and everyone gladly accepted. As they walked up the familiar steps to the lab's entrance, Ash was just about to ask the professor more about his condition when a figure standing by the door caught his attention. A girl about his age was waiting quietly, her posture neat but relaxed, as if she belonged there. Her hair, a soft reddish-brown like polished yew wood, was braided loosely down one shoulder and tied with a tiny flower-shaped clip. The late sunlight glinted off it, giving her an almost ethereal outline. Her eyes, clear and bright as emeralds, widened slightly when she noticed the group approaching. She wore a sailor-style school uniform and carried a small, pale blue backpack, clearly just back from classes. When she turned and saw Ash, surprise flashed across her face. "What are you doing here?" Ash blinked, momentarily stunned, then grinned as recognition hit him. "It's really you? Wow, long time no see." Now that he saw her up close, there was no mistake. Cerise, Professor Cerise's daughter. "I didn't expect to run into you here," Ash said, rubbing the back of his head. "Wait, are you traveling now too? You're about the right age for it, huh?" Laughed lightly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Despite the years apart, her tone toward Ash hadn't changed. It carried that same teasing warmth she'd always had, as if no time had passed at all. "I'm not traveling," she said. "I just came to pick up my dad. He promised to come home for dinner, but knowing him, he probably got lost in his research again." Her gaze shifted curiously to Ash's companions. "Misty and Brock, gym leaders of Cerulean City and Pewter City, and my traveling companions. They've been helping me out ever since I started my journey," Ash said brightly, gesturing toward his friends. Smiled politely and gave a small bow. "Nice to meet you both. I've heard a lot about Ash's travels from my dad. It's great to finally meet the people brave enough to keep up with him." Her light teasing drew an amused laugh from Brock and a knowing smirk from Misty. After a bit of friendly chatter, clapped her hands together. "You know, you should all come over for dinner. It's no trouble, just 3 extra plates. And honestly, it's been ages since we've had guests. I'd love to catch up and hear how you've been, Ash." So the group left the Cerise laboratory and followed her home. Professor Cerise's house stood just a short walk from the lab, a cozy 2-story home surrounded by neat hedges and a few potted flowers near the steps. Inside, the warm smell of food greeted them the moment they stepped through the door. There they met Cerise's mother. Was calm and elegant, with the same green eyes as her daughter. Her long reddish-brown hair was braided neatly down one shoulder, and the glasses she wore lent her a gentle, intelligent air, a perfect reflection of the nurturing, steadfast woman she was. Beside her was younger brother, Parker, a bright-eyed 8-year-old who wasn't old enough to begin his own journey yet, but clearly had inherited his father's fascination with. Within minutes of meeting Ash, Parker was already bombarding him with questions about training, battles, and adventures. The dinner that followed was full of warmth and laughter. It didn't feel like 2 families meeting for the first time. It felt like a reunion among old friends. Over steaming bowls of stew and rice, Ash recounted his journey from Pallet Town to Vermilion City. The others listened intently as he spoke of his encounters, the shiny that had fallen from the sky, the unexpected bond he'd formed with the trio, and the near-miraculous hatching of. He left out only the secret of Ho-Oh and the mysterious chat group. Everything else he shared openly. By the time he finished, Professor Cerise could only shake his head in disbelief. "Ash, your luck defies logic. A shiny alone is rarer than one in several million, and you just found one, not to mention your other partners. Truly incredible." As a researcher, Cerise knew how infinitesimal those odds were. Even among the entire league worldwide, there were probably only a handful of trainers lucky enough to meet one, let alone hatch one. And to think that ashes had literally fallen from the sky, the professor could only marvel. "It's almost as if fate itself keeps guiding you, Ash," he said, half in awe, half in wonder. Once the plates were cleared, moved to the kitchen to wash up, and Brock naturally went to help her. Misty offered too, but waved her off with a grin. "There's barely room for 2 people in there, trust me. Just relax in the living room." So Ash, Misty, and settled onto the couch. The warmth from dinner faded into a gentle quiet, and Ash finally had time to ask the question that had been nagging at him all day. "Professor Cerise," he began slowly, "about what exactly happened, why was the egg like that?" He frowned slightly, remembering the deep cracks that had run across the shell. Normally, an egg, especially one in a lab, was handled with the utmost care. They were sturdier than they looked. Even a fall from a table wouldn't normally harm them. For his egg to be so damaged, it must have been from something severe. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Professor Cerise's expression froze. Smile faltered, her gaze lowering to the floor. The air grew heavier, as if he'd accidentally brushed against something painful and private. Misty, sitting beside Ash, nudged him subtly in the ribs, a silent drop it. He gave a sheepish laugh, rubbing the back of his head. "Aw, never mind, forget I asked." However, Professor Cerise spoke at this moment. "It's shameful to say, but I trusted the wrong person, which led to the egg becoming that way." It's okay. If it's something you'd rather forget, it's better not to talk about it," Ash replied. "No, Ash," Professor Cerise shook his head. "You're now considered trainer, so you have the right to know about this matter." He paused for a moment, then began recounting the reason behind the egg's damage. 5 years ago, he had organized a summer camp for children aged 8 to 12, aimed at helping them relax and deepen their understanding of. Ash had heard about that camp but happened to attend a different one that year, so he was not present. However, an accident occurred during that summer camp. Had also taken part in that camp, and with her was their neighbor, a boy named Coda, with whom she got along quite well. Coda's personality was rather arrogant. He often felt his intelligence and behavior were above those of his peers, and he loved doing things that drew attention. He liked showing off the knowledge he had learned from Professor Cerise in front of the other children, which always earned him admiration and cheers. As Professor Cerise's daughter naturally knew far more than Coda. To her, his behavior was childish, but since they were only children, it was not surprising. At worst, his attitude made others a little uncomfortable, but it was harmless. However, precisely because Professor Cerise did not take Coda's personality seriously, the incident that followed became something he regretted for 5 years. On the day of the summer camp, Professor Cerise happened to receive an egg sent from town in the Rhoda Kingdom. The egg came directly from Queen herself. It was extremely important, tied to one of Rhoda's ancient legends. However, the egg had not hatched for a very long time. No matter the method, nutrient immersion, constant carrying, or any other incubation process, it showed no progress. After extensive discussions, Rhoda's officials decided to send the egg to outside researchers. Because Professor Cerise was nearby, a respected academic and a student of Professor Oak, he was chosen as the one to study it. If he couldn't solve the mystery, he could easily consult his mentor. Queen left a note explaining that the egg had already been in their possession for several months. They had never seen an egg that failed to hatch for so long. After receiving it, Professor Cerise began researching it every day, even bringing it along to the summer camp. But during the camp, one of the children suddenly went missing. Just as Professor Cerise prepared to take the egg and search for the child, Coda volunteered to stay behind and look after it. He told Professor Cerise not to worry, that he would guard the egg carefully. After a brief hesitation and judging that there were no wild in the area, Professor Cerise agreed. Coda had always seemed more mature than others his age, so he entrusted the egg to him. However, when Professor Cerise returned after finding the missing child, he realized that both Coda and were gone. This made him extremely anxious. He had just located one missing camper only to lose two more. That summer camp truly seemed cursed with misfortune. He immediately instructed the remaining children not to move from the campsite, then set out again to search for Coda. Finally, he found them nearly a kilometer away from the camp, and they were being chased by a flock of. Professor Cerise quickly released the he had brought with him to drive the away. But just as he was about to reach them, he witnessed something shocking. As one of the dove toward Coda, the boy panicked and lifted the egg in his hands to block the attack. The sharp beak struck the shell with full force, and under that impact, a visible crack spread from the point of contact. That, Professor Cerise said quietly, is the reason the egg cracked. I can only blame myself. I should never have left it there, and I should never have trusted. He stopped, sighing heavily. It was all my fault. His face was filled with sorrow and regret. Even now, he admitted, he sometimes dreamed of that day, waking in the middle of the night with the memory burning in his chest, the feeling of guilt clinging to him like a shadow. Ash and the others were silent after hearing this. No wonder Professor Cerise's expression had darkened when the egg was mentioned earlier and says, well, now they understood. She had been there when it happened. After a long pause, Ash finally spoke. Why did that boy Coda go to that place at all? Professor Cerise had clearly told him to stay at the camp and watch over the egg. So why had he left, and not only left but taken with him? What angered Ash even more was that, when danger came, Coda had actually used the egg as a shield. He hadn't taken responsibility for provoking the flock of, and in Ash's eyes, he had nearly killed an innocent life. Even though the egg had survived thanks to the restorative waters of the clear lake, it was, in truth, little different from being dead. If Ash hadn't arrived at the Cerise laboratory when he did, that egg would likely have lost its life completely before long. And the one responsible for it all was that boy named Coda. This expression grew dark as she spoke softly. It's my fault too. I couldn't stop him. Everyone at the camp was curious why Dad brought an egg, so Dad explained the reason. After hearing that, Coda wanted to hatch it himself to impress everyone, including Dad. That's why he volunteered to watch over it. She lowered her eyes. Then he took the egg into the forest, trying out strange folk remedies he'd read about. None of them worked. When he grew frustrated, he threw a stone into the trees, and by bad luck, it hit her on the head. As recounted the story, everyone finally understood what had happened. It was all the result of one boy's vanity, his childish desire to stand out. Because of that vanity, he took the egg into the forest. Because of his arrogance and temper, he threw the stone that struck and because of his selfishness, he used the egg as a shield to protect himself. If he had possessed even a little more restraint, or one less of those flaws, the egg would never have ended up in such a tragic state. With the culprit missing, accountability was naturally impossible. Besides, what responsibility could someone like that even bear? Was he supposed to find the spring water from Clear Lake himself? After town learned of the egg's condition, they immediately reported it to the Alliance. The Alliance dispatched personnel to collect the spring water from Clear Lake, which was then transported to Vermilion City. The egg was placed in that water and temporarily kept at Professor Cerise's home. Originally, given the extent of the damage, and considering Professor Cerise's indirect responsibility, town should have taken the egg back at once. Yet instead, they made an unusual request, that Professor Cerise keep the egg until its life force completely faded. During that period, they would continue searching for a method to repair it, but if none could be found, there was nothing more to be done. Although the decision puzzled Professor Cerise, he still accepted it. From that day onward, he carefully tended to the egg, changing the water regularly and keeping it at a stable temperature. It was thanks to his diligence that the egg had survived in its fragile state for 5 years. Though its life force had slowly diminished, it had never gone out completely. Until today. The egg had always been stored at the Cerise residence, but with the opening of his new laboratory, Professor Cerise had decided to move it to the garden behind the lab. He hoped the change in environment might somehow rekindle the egg's will to live, perhaps even create a miracle. And indeed, a miracle occurred. Though the miracle didn't come from the egg itself, it finally met the person who could create one, Ash. It was as if those 5 years of persistence had all been leading up to his arrival. Ash's appearance saved the egg's life and also allowed Professor Cerise to finally face Queen without shame. Then another thought struck Ash. Speaking of which, he said, I caught, but what about town? Isn't he a very important to them? Originally, Ash had assumed the egg belonged to Professor Cerise, a damaged, dying egg he had simply helped to rescue. Given his close connection to both Professors Oak and Cerise, and the fact that he had been the one to save it, it had felt natural to take in as his own. But now that he knew the egg's royal origin, he wasn't sure. Taking so casually didn't seem right. Don't worry about that, Professor Cerise replied after a moment. It's strange, really. When town first learned that the egg was damaged, they were furious. I was partly to blame, but after Coda disappeared, their attitude changed completely. Instead of punishing me, they asked me to guard the egg with my life. He paused, recalling the letter. Their only request was that I protect the egg until its life force was gone. And if someone could ever save it then, so long as the inside was willing, that would belong to its savior. As Professor Cerise spoke, his mind drifted back to that day. Even now, he couldn't fully understand Town's reasoning. Ordinarily, if an egg of such importance had been damaged in someone's care, it would have been retrieved immediately. Yet they had entrusted it to him and even declared that whoever revived it would become its rightful trainer. He knew how priceless that egg had been to them. Even if it were somehow saved, rewarding the rescuer with the itself seemed unthinkable. It all felt off. But since that was their decision, Professor Cerise could only comply. After all, the responsibility had originally been his. Ash and the others also found the matter strange, but since there was no dispute, it was better left that way. Though Ash's actions might have seemed self-serving, Truly could only stay with him for now. Unless the center had some unknown method of recovery, there was nowhere else for to go. Professor Cerise glanced at the clock. If there's nothing else tonight, let's rest here. Tomorrow we'll go to the center together and check on's condition. Ash nodded, then followed to the guest room to put away their things. The Cerise home was spacious, but with a family of 4, space was still limited. 1 room for the couple, one for Parker, and a single guest room left. That room had only 1 bed, so Ash and Brock had to share, while Misty stayed in his room. Didn't mind, she was curious about Misty, the Cerulean gym leader. More than that, though, she couldn't shake a faint sense of familiarity. Misty's gaze on her felt strange, almost as if they had met somewhere before. She thought she might ask her about it later that night. The next morning, Ash woke up early as usual. Part of it was habit, years of rising early to train, but another part was worry. He couldn't stop thinking about. Last night, he had exchanged messages again with Aura Hero Ash in the group. The other had said that, aside from a divine grade, only Ash himself could save. The center would have no way to heal him. Now needed daily aura infusions, or his condition would quickly deteriorate. However, waking up early that morning turned out to be pointless. They had agreed the night before to go to the center together. He couldn't just go on ahead by himself now, could he? As for training, this wasn't the wilderness. He couldn't exactly start training in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Besides, training required a proper balance between work and rest. So Ash decided to take it easy for once. Having nothing else to do after waking up early, he opened the refrigerator and found some bread, eggs, and tomatoes inside. Rolling up his sleeves, he decided to make breakfast. And who had woken up along with him eagerly joined in to help. Was far more useful than in this situation. She could move things with psychic, while could only run back and forth, passing ingredients to Ash with his small arms. After a while, realized that all his running around wasn't nearly as efficient as simply levitating everything into place. He gave up and sat on the counter, watching Ash cook instead. Before long, warm sandwiches were lined neatly on the table, filling the kitchen with the aroma of toasted bread and eggs. Perhaps it was the smell, or maybe Ash had made a bit too much noise, but before long, the rest of the Cerise household began to stir. Was the first to appear, still in her pajamas, rubbing her sleepy eyes and mumbling, "Mom, why are you up so early?" But the moment she saw Ash standing in the kitchen, she froze, her drowsiness vanishing instantly. Her face turned pink and she hurried back to her room, shutting the door behind her. Ash blinked, scratching his head in confusion. "What's with her?" he muttered. Soon after, Professor Cerise and the rest of the family emerged, followed by Misty and Brock. When reappeared, now dressed and accompanied by Misty, her cheeks were still faintly red. "Ash, you can even cook now," Professor Cerise said in mild surprise. "It seems you've made a lot of preparations for your journey these past few years." "Yeah, something like that," Ash replied, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. Preparations these past few years? Hardly. His growth had all happened within this single month. Before his journey began, he really knew nothing. Everything he had achieved since then, the progress, the knowledge, the power, came from the help of the group, the abilities he'd gained along the way, and his own persistence. After breakfast, everyone complimented his cooking. Professor Cerise's family praised the food wholeheartedly, and even Brock admitted with a grin that Ash's culinary skills had improved again, completely different from a month ago. "Maybe you've got the makings of a real breeder," Brock said teasingly. Ash just smiled and didn't answer. If he wanted to, he could probably become one. In fact, in other timelines, other versions of him already had. Each of them had taken a different path: champion, breeder, researcher, or a guardian, but they were all still him. After the meal, the group headed for the center. Originally was supposed to go to school that day, but since she was involved in case, she took the day off. She wanted to see the little's condition with her own eyes. When they arrived, Nurse Joy greeted them and they immediately asked about. Her expression was troubled. "Although vital signs have stabilized," Joy began carefully, "his consciousness remains in a coma. We don't know when or if he'll wake up. And even if he does, he may never be able to grow stronger or even evolve." Her words fell like a hammer. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. They had thought that once hatched, time and care at the center would help him recover. But now, after the examination, the truth was revealed: had been crippled. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then, almost instinctively, everyone turned to look at Ash. If earlier Ash catching had seemed like good fortune, now it appeared to be a heavy burden. If Ash chose to remain's trainer, it would mean taking full responsibility, covering living expenses, providing care, and accepting that might never fight or grow stronger. He would have to raise him like a child, not a battle partner. No ordinary trainer would do such a thing. If one of them became permanently crippled, unless their bond was incredibly deep, most trainers would quietly release or abandon it. And Ash, he had only just met. How much of a bond could there be? It was understandable for it to be attached to Ash. After all, he had saved its life. But for Ash, taking it now meant shouldering a burden for years, perhaps forever. Seeing the silence that had fallen, Professor Cerise spoke softly. "Ash, how about this? I'll take back to town. Technically, it doesn't count as your capture. It was more of an emergency rescue." "No need, Professor Cerise. Since I caught him, I'll take full responsibility for him." Ash's voice was firm, cutting through the heavy silence. Even if he didn't have a way to heal, he would never abandon him. The moment he threw the ball and caught, that bond had already been formed. From that instant became his, and as his trainer, Ash had a duty to care for him. No matter what condition was in, he would stay by his side. Letting go was not an option. Making excuses to release him or hand him off to someone else was something Ash simply could not do. Hearing this, Professor Cerise looked at Ash for a long moment. His expression was complex, relief, admiration, regret, and remorse all mixed in his eyes. To take responsibility for a who could no longer fight, that was something 99% of trainers in the world would never do. The regret and remorse Professor Cerise felt now were not for the past incident, but for his own decision. Back then, he had let Ash catch thinking it was only right. The boy who saved its life should be the one to care for it. He had also thought would one day become Ash's strong partner, his right hand in battle. But now was a burden. And yet perhaps not entirely without hope. Joy, Ash said, turning to the nurse, "Where's now?" Joy quickly led them down the corridor. Lay quietly on a recovery bed, surrounded by faint light. The machine connected to him was continuously supplying a soft, restorative energy, similar to heal pulse, to keep him stable. He hadn't opened his eyes. His small body remained still beneath the translucent cover of the bed. But as Ash and the others approached, his arm trembled faintly. Then Ash felt it, an echo of aura pulsing weakly in his mind. "Thank you for helping hand." The words were fragmented, broken apart by weakness, but Ash could still sense the meaning clearly. Was conscious, barely but conscious. His fragile body and newly awakened mind could not yet handle full communication, but the gratitude in his aura was unmistakable. Ash stepped closer. He placed his palm gently against the cover of the recovery bed, his hand coming to rest over his head. A faint blue glow spread from his fingertips, enveloping both of them. The gentle pulse of his aura rippled outward, merging with weakened life force. Slowly, his flickering aura began to brighten, its rhythm growing steadier. On the nearby monitor, the readings, heartbeat, brain activity, energy response all began to rise. Nurse Joy, witnessing it for the first time, instinctively covered her lips in shock. What was this boy doing? With just one hand resting lightly on, every one of his vitals was climbing rapidly, something even the most advanced healing systems couldn't achieve. Was this a healing skill even more powerful than heal pulse? But how could he, a human, do it? Nurse Joy, seeing what was essentially a humanoid before her eyes, was completely stunned. Even the most advanced medical technology in the center couldn't do anything for his condition, yet this boy had simply placed a hand on his head, and the dying's vitals were rising before her eyes. What is this, she thought in disbelief. Isn't this boy practically born to be a doctor? For a fleeting moment, Joy even wanted to ask if Ash would consider working at the center. If he agreed, the entire Joy family would probably welcome him with open arms. But now clearly wasn't the time. The situation was serious, and all she could do was watch. As Ash continued channeling aura, his conditions steadily improved, and the mental connection between them became sharper and clearer. Through their link, Ash gradually learned the truth about suffering. His consciousness had actually awakened 3 years ago. That meant he had been aware all this time, conscious yet unable to move, trapped inside his own body, living for 3 long years on the brink of death. It was a state that could only be described as living hell. And yet had endured. If his talent could somehow be restored, even to a modest level, Ash was certain his willpower alone could propel him to greatness. During those 3 years, had also learned human speech by listening to Professor Cerise and his family's conversations. Through that and his own natural perception, he had gradually grasped how to control aura. That was how he had been able to reach out to Ash yesterday. As for why he hadn't sought help from Professor Cerise before, it was simple. If the professor had been able to save him, he would have done so long ago. The only reason had survived this long, even within the ball, was because he had been suppressing his own aura to slow the loss of his life force. The clear lake spring water could only sustain him so far. His survival was largely thanks to his own self-discipline and endurance. But recently, he had felt his strength slipping away completely. In desperation, he made one final attempt, releasing what little aura he had left, hoping that anyone might sense it. That someone had been Ash. The moment sensed Ash's aura, he had been overwhelmed. It was immense, pure, steady, almost divine. And so he reached out one last time. That single plea for help had drained the very last of his energy. If Ash hadn't sensed it, that faint spark of life would have gone out for good. Fortunately, fate had brought them together. This human he had called for help wasn't just powerful, he was kind. Even burdened with his condition, he hadn't hesitated to take responsibility. Had overheard countless conversations while trapped within the egg. Every expert who examined him had declared the same thing, that there was no hope. He had survived somehow, but his existence had been a half-life at best, conscious but immobile. He had even heard Nurse Joy's assessment earlier, that the best-case scenario would be learning to walk again, not to fight. Hearing that had shattered him, fighting was what he had been born for. If he couldn't even do that, what good was he? When Ash heard despair through their shared aura, he immediately responded. Don't worry, I can fix this. It'll take time, but you'll recover. You're not a useless, you'll become the strongest in the world. I promise you that as your trainer. Those words weren't empty comfort. His innate potential was extraordinary, one of the highest it could possess. If he could regain even a fraction of that lost power, he would rise above all others. For a long moment was silent. But through the aura link, Ash could feel it, his faith, his gratitude, his quiet acceptance. Ash's sincerity reached him, clear and unshakable. If the center couldn't save him, then Ash would. So many people had pronounced him beyond hope, yet this single trainer had already achieved what none of them could. No longer needed words. Gratitude wasn't something to say, it was something to prove. When the day came that he could stand and fight again, he would repay Ash through battle, through victory. Minutes later, Ash finally stopped channeling aura. The light faded from around his hands and the room returned to normal. His physical condition had stabilized, his heartbeat was steady, his breathing even. But he still hadn't opened his eyes. According to Ash's estimation, would need only 1 or 2 more aura sessions before he could move normally again. However, for a full recovery, restoring his abilities and returning to his optimal condition, it would take at least 1 to 2 months. Until then, Ash decided there would be no training, just regular meals and rest. In addition to daily aura infusions, nutrition had to keep up as well. And there was one undeniable truth: we're expensive to raise. Though Ash had reassured that he wasn't a burden in his mind, he was already calculating the food bills, medicine, and supplies that would come with adding another team member. His mom's allowance wouldn't stretch that far. He sighed inwardly. He was half an adult now, it was time to start earning his own money. And if it came to that, well, he still had that top-grade moonstone tucked away. Selling it could at least cover travel expenses for a few months. After completing the treatment, Ash gently returned to his ball and clipped it to his belt. Inside, it was a bit stuffy, but far more stable than the outside world, and it would also help accelerate recovery. Just as Ash was fastening the ball, a blur of pink and white darted in front of him. "Oh, you're Ash, right?" Before he could react, Nurse Joy had seized both of his hands. Her eyes sparkled with manic curiosity. "How did you do that just now? Why did his condition recover so fast? That blue light, was it some kind of healing energy? Can it be replicated?" Her words came rapid fire, and the fine spray of her enthusiasm dotted Ash's face. It was obvious, the sight of a boy healing a terminally ill by touch had completely shaken her composure. "That's aura joy," Misty interjected with a small, knowing smile. "Only can be treated that way. Other can't, and it's also a special ability unique to Ash. We've checked online, there's no record of anyone else who can do it." She subtly stepped between them as she spoke, gently prying Joy's delicate hands off of Ash's. Joy blinked, then sighed with visible regret. "I see, that's really a shame. If this could be used to treat the center's medical science would advance by decades." Before Ash could respond, Brock suddenly appeared beside Joy, his eyes shining with familiar, misguided passion. "Joy," he declared dramatically, pressing one hand to his chest. "Even if I don't have aura, I do have a burning heart. Do you think this heart could heal the wounds of—" A bead of sweat slid down Joy's forehead. She waved her hands quickly. No need really, I'm fine." Ash and Misty exchanged a helpless glance, both suppressing small sighs. Brock's antics were becoming a habit now, and his colorful side was growing bolder by the day. Once shy, he was slowly evolving into someone far too confident, especially around women who carried themselves with calm maturity. After that brief comedic detour, the group finally left the center. Although his official diagnosis had been grim, Ash's ability to stabilize him was an undeniable miracle. For now, that was blessing enough. Professor Cerise didn't ask for details about his recovery plan. As long as the little could grow safely, that was all that mattered, and it would be enough to satisfy Town's concerns. On their way back through Vermilion City, the trio was suddenly approached by two brightly dressed women. With big smiles, they rushed over and handed out two shining tickets. They eagerly explained that a luxury cruise liner, the Anne, was about to set sail, and Ash and his friends had been selected as lucky passengers to enjoy the voyage for free. The women described it enthusiastically. The ship was filled with entertainment halls, swimming pools, battle arenas, and all-you-can-eat gourmet meals. The trip itself normally cost a fortune, but this invitation was completely complimentary. Misty and Brock exchanged a look of surprise, then turned toward Ash. Before they met him, they might have thought this was suspicious. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. But after traveling with Ash, they were used to it. This was the same guy who had found a shiny, caught 3 of the starter, and rescued all within a month. At this point, luck didn't even begin to cover it. So without giving it a second thought, they accepted the boat tickets. After the two women left, Ash, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke. "Those two are Team Rocket." "Oh, what?" Everyone froze on the spot. The tickets in their hands nearly slipped to the ground. Professor Cerise blinked in disbelief. "Ash, do you even know who Team Rocket is? That's the largest criminal organization in all of— How could they possibly hand out free luxury cruise tickets?" Almost no one didn't know the name Team Rocket. Even brand new trainers learned about them within their first few weeks on the road. Their reputation was that infamous. But now Ash was saying that those friendly, well-dressed promoters were Team Rocket. That was hard to swallow. Misty frowned. "Ash, the Team Rocket you're talking about, you mean those guys?" They all knew exactly who she meant. Since their journey began, the only rockets they'd run into were that eternally unlucky trio. Ash nodded. His expression turned oddly conflicted as he said it. Honestly, if he hadn't been using aura to maintain his connection with, keeping his perception wide open, he might never have noticed. No matter how perfect the disguise, aura didn't lie, and Ash had already memorized the unique aura signatures of those 3 rockets long ago. That's why he'd recognized them immediately, though the reason for his strange look was something else entirely. He just couldn't figure out how James had managed to pull off such an impressive figure while wearing that bikini. To have that level of disguise skill and use it for petty theft, Ash thought, half amused, is such a waste of talent. No wonder all the experts in the chat group called Team Rocket a trio of geniuses who used their brilliance in all the wrong ways. The blue-haired woman was James. Are you kidding me, Ash? Misty's voice pitched high in disbelief. Her expression froze between shock and outrage. That kind of body, those curves, and you're telling me that was James. Then what does that make me? Brock, meanwhile, had a pensive look. Normally, when faced with an attractive older woman in a swimsuit, his heart rate would spike to dangerous levels. But earlier, he hadn't felt anything. That alone was suspicious enough. Come to think of it, Brock murmured, Ash might be right. Ash crossed his arms. My aura doesn't lie, those two are definitely Team Rocket, and these tickets, something's off about them. Should we go to Officer Jenny? The seriousness in his tone wiped away any doubt. Misty glanced down at the tickets and felt her stomach twist. If those two were Team Rocket, then these lucky passes were either fake or part of something much worse. So instead of heading back to Professor Cerise's home, the group detoured straight to the police station. Ordinarily, Jenny wouldn't have taken a report like this seriously. People making wild claims about cruise ships happened all the time. But since Professor Cerise himself vouched for them, she agreed to check. And as it turned out, Ash had been right. The Anne was a trap. Team Rocket had planned a massive ambush aboard the ship. Jenny's quick investigation uncovered the plot before the ship even departed, and with help from the main task force, the entire operation was shut down before it began. Team Rocket members were rounded up in droves. The Anne incident ended quietly, without a single innocent person being harmed. As the one who had raised the alarm, Ash received official recognition from the League and a surprisingly generous bounty for his help. His wallet, which had been empty that very morning, suddenly felt much heavier. Guess that takes care of my living expenses for a while, Ash said with a grin, speaking of which they really had Team Rocket to thank for this one. If the trio hadn't handed out those fake Anne tickets, Ash never would have gone to the police station and the whole plot might have gone off without a hitch. As Brock joked later, those three think about doing bad things every single day, and somehow, every single time, they manage to turn bad things into good ones. He wasn't wrong. This time, if Team Rocket hadn't tried to lure them onto the ship, the entire organization's ambush would have played out perfectly. Who would guess that a world-famous luxury liner was crawling with rockets? If the Anne had really sailed, the trainers would have been like in a barrel, trapped, surrounded, nowhere to run, just as Team Rocket's members were now cornered by the police. So once again, the Team Rocket trio had done a good deed by accident. Their intentions were rotten, but the outcome had turned out good. Not that Ash was about to thank them for it. They were still criminals after all, and their string of accidental good deeds was getting a little too convenient to be funny. By the time the Anne cleanup operation ended, the sun was high overhead. Everyone returned to Professor Cerise's house, and together Brock, Ash, and prepared a delicious lunch, also making sure all were fed. An hour later, with bellies full and laughter echoing through the dining room, afternoon crept in. Ash checked the time. It's still early, he said. We should probably get going. We've stayed in Vermilion City for 2 days already. Safe, everything's taken care of, time to hit the road. But Professor Cerise smiled and raised a hand. Stay one more day. Tomorrow, school is closed. We can all go to the new resort just outside Vermilion City. He explained that it had just opened, a seaside paradise perfect for summer, complete with white beaches, amusement parks, and fresh seafood. Ash hesitated, a resort hub. His mind immediately jumped to the gym challenge. He still needed to earn his badges quickly. He'd started in June and only had half a year left to qualify for the Indigo Plateau Conference. If he didn't collect all the badges in time, he'd have to wait until next year. But before he could voice his objection, Misty's eyes were already sparkling. A beach resort, I'm in. Brock clasped his hands dreamily. Sun, sand, and swimsuit-clad beauties, destiny calls. Between Misty's excitement, Brock's enthusiasm, and bright smile, Ash realized he'd already lost the vote 3-1. He sighed, fine, we'll stay another day. Anyway, 2 days wouldn't make much difference. Celadon City, their next destination, wasn't far from Vermilion, and a little downtime would help him clear his thoughts and, more importantly, figure out how to earn some money. Celadon was the commercial hub of massive, vibrant, and packed with shops that sold everything under the sun. Of course, you could buy anything there if you had the cash. And if Ash wanted his to grow stronger, he'd need better gear, supplies, and food, all of which cost money. His next priority was clear: find a way to make money. That evening after dinner, Ash, Misty, Brock, and went out for a walk through Vermilion City's lamplit streets. Meanwhile, back home, Professor Cerise made a call to Rhoda Kingdom. He needed to reports hatching and explain what had happened to the egg entrusted to him 5 years ago. When the call connected, the operator on the other end quickly informed Queen of the matter. A few moments later, herself appeared on the screen. She was a graceful woman, her fair complexion glowing softly in the light. Her emerald green eyes held warmth and wisdom, framed by long, golden hair that flowed beneath a delicate crown. A deep green gemstone shimmered on her chest, and her rose-colored dress gave her both regal dignity and gentle charm. "Professor Cerise," she said, "you're saying the egg has hatched." "Yes," he replied, "though that emerged but his condition is complicated." Having spoken with before, Cerise wasn't overly formal. He calmly explained everything: the egg's state, Ash's rescue, and current recovery under Ash's care. As she listened, his expression shifted from surprise to relief to quiet contemplation. "I didn't expect that after Aaron, another person capable of using aura would appear," she murmured, "and that he would be the one to save. Perhaps this is destiny." Cerise tilted his head. "Aaron." "Nothing," said softly, shaking her head, "just an old legend of Rhoda." Then her tone became decisive. "Since the boy named Ash rescued and still requires his aura to recover, let him stay with Ash. As I said before, whoever can hatch the egg shall be the rightful trainer of the within. Ash has earned that right." Cerise blinked, slightly stunned. He had thought that statement had only been ceremonial, a polite way to motivate researchers to save the egg. He had never imagined town would truly give away such an important. Doubt swirled in Professor Cerise's mind. Even if he asked, Queen probably wouldn't answer, and pressing the matter would be rude, so he stayed silent. After chatting for a while longer, requested that he send her a copy of Ash's personal information. Cerise agreed, and after a few more polite words, the call ended. Meanwhile, in Rhoda Kingdom. After hanging up, Queen rose from her desk and walked through the marble corridors of her castle. Her heels clicked softly against the floor as she entered a grand hall illuminated by sunlight pouring through tall stained glass windows. There on the far wall hung a massive oil painting. It depicted a man holding a slender staff, and beside him stood a dog-like, gazing up at him with unwavering devotion. This was the legend of the Rhoda Kingdom, the hero of Aura, Aaron, and his faithful partner. Generations ago, Aaron had quelled a great war, saving countless lives. Their bravery had long since become legend, their portraits displayed in every corner of the city. Every citizen of the kingdom grew up knowing their names. Years later, something mysterious had happened. An egg had appeared in the city, an egg that, after careful study, was confirmed to belong to but not just any. After extensive investigation, the scholars of the kingdom concluded that this egg was very likely the descendant of Aaron's own. If that were true, its birth would have been a monumental event for the entire city, a symbol that the hero's legacy still lived on. However, months passed and the egg never hatched. Its life signs began to weaken, and in desperation, the people sought outside help. Their search eventually led them to the esteemed Professor Cerise. Then tragedy struck. During a summer camp, an accident caused cracks to form in the egg. Its life force nearly vanished. The castle erupted in outrage. Some cursed the foolish boy responsible, others blamed Cerise for his lack of caution. But anger couldn't fix what was already broken. No matter what methods they tried, the egg could not be restored. They had planned to bring it home, to keep it under watch and pray for miracles. Perhaps if the legendary progenitor Mew appeared, it might be able to heal the egg. But before the egg could even be retrieved, Mew did appear. It materialized above the shrine, shimmering with rainbow light, and communicated through telepathy, showing everyone a series of 4 images before vanishing into the air. In the first image, a blurry figure stood before the cracked egg. In the second, blue light radiated from that figure and the egg began to resonate. In the third, the egg hatched, a small nestled in the person's arms. And in the fourth, that same figure fought side by side with a resembling. It wasn't exactly the same, its form was more majestic, its aura even stronger. Most believed this was future evolution, a unique form of unlike any seen before. Perhaps the bloodline of Aarons had changed subtly through the generations. Following Mew's guidance, they chose to leave the egg in the damaged place. 5 long years passed, and finally the good news arrived. Although had hatched. Though his current state was far from ideal, the prophecy had come true. The egg had found its destined savior. From the images Mew showed, they knew would recover, evolve into that extraordinary, and reach heights even greater than Aaron's partner had. His expression softened as she gazed at the painting. The descendant of the heroes had survived, and that alone was worth rejoicing over. As for the boy who saved him, had a quiet intuition. Something about this ash connected him to the hero's legend. When their paths crossed, she would know for certain. But for now, she would wait. The boy still had his own journey to complete. The next morning. By the following day, the Cerise household was lively again. The night before, they'd also called Professor Oak to inform him of situation, and Ash had taken the opportunity to ask about expanding his carrying limit. Professor Oak had readily agreed. With his influence, no official paperwork was even necessary. By morning, Ash's carrying capacity had officially increased from 6 to 7. And as fate would have it, Oak mentioned that he and were also heading to the resort for a short vacation. Ash hadn't expected such a coincidence, but it made the upcoming trip even better. They'd arranged to meet there. So early that morning, Ash, Misty, Brock, Professor Cerise, and set off together for the resort. A sunshine, beaches, seaside breeze, swimsuits. Together, they painted a vivid summer scene along the sparkling coast. Ash reclined on a beach chair beneath a wide umbrella, sipping chilled coconut water and wearing sleek sunglasses. The corners of his lips curved in satisfaction. He hadn't felt this relaxed in ages. Beside him, mirrored his every pose, tiny sunglasses perched askew on his face. Meanwhile, sprawled across Ash's chest, limbs splayed without a hint of grace. She looked anything but ladylike, but she was comfortable, and that was all that mattered. Besides, and Ash had released all his other as well. After all, this was a vacation, and what kind of vacation would it be if everyone didn't get to play together? And were happily building, had dashed off to the sea, splashing around with unrestrained joy. Up above, soared freely through the warm sky, its wings cutting against the sunlight like silver blades. And standing beside Ash was, gazing curiously at everything around him with those bright, round eyes. That's right, could now control his body again. Although he still couldn't train, and his physique remained fragile, ordinary movement was no longer a problem. After struggling for so long just to survive, could finally see the world with his own eyes again. Before this, his world had been nothing but colorless auras, a silent gray fog dotted with faint lights of life. But now the world burst with color. The golden sands, the turquoise sea, the bright sun, everything dazzled him. He was seeing it all for the very first time. Ash smiled as he watched small form exploring the world. His other were also laughing and playing, and for once he felt himself relax completely. Since beginning his journey, Ash had barely taken a break. Every single day had been spent either battling, traveling, or training. And while he trained hard, his own training was even harsher. Though he possessed the powerful aura, his personal aura was still developing. Under the guidance of the aura he'd inherited, it had slowly begun to merge, strengthen, and evolve. The stronger he became, the stronger his connection to his, and the more naturally he could guide them. His aura wasn't just power, it was understanding, empathy, instinct. So he never slacked off. If his rolled 10 times, he rolled 20. But today, for the first time in a long time, he allowed himself to loosen every muscle, let the sun warm his skin, and simply breathe. Just this once, he could rest. Ash, come play, don't just lie there sunbathing. Misty's voice rang out over the surf. Ash turned his head and froze for half a second. Misty was standing by the water in a bright orange-red bikini. Her fair skin shimmered under the sunlight, and the sea breeze lifted her crimson hair in soft waves. Though she wasn't as maturely built as her older sisters, her figure was healthy and athletic. For a moment, Ash's heartbeat quickened. He wasn't quite sure why, or rather, he didn't want to think about why. He turned away hastily, muttering, "And no thanks. It's way more comfortable to just lie here and enjoy the sea breeze, plus I've got shade. I'm not gonna burn like you will." He barely got the last word out before. A cold jet of seawater splashed straight across his face. Ash was still talking when a sudden splash hit him square in the face. He jerked upright from the beach, water dripping from his hair, and glared at the culprit. Misty stuck out her tongue at him. "Who told you to just lie there all day? It's boring to come to the beach and not play in the water." "Oh, you dare to splash me, just you wait." "Come and catch me then." Misty made another face, turned around, and wiggled her hips playfully as she ran off. "Brock, give me the water gun," Ash yelled, grabbing for the toy in Brock's hand. Brock, too distracted by a group of bikini-clad older women nearby, handed it over without a second thought. Ash charged forward. His physique and stamina were on a completely different level from Misty's. In no time, he caught up to her and tackled her into the sand. Misty froze, her eyes widened as her mind ran wild. What was Ash doing? Had he finally lost control of himself after seeing her in a swimsuit? Before she could react, a light blue muzzle appeared right in front of her forehead. Misty blinked in confusion then. A powerful stream of water hit her face, soaking her from head to toe. "Let's see how you escape now," Ash laughed, relentlessly spraying Misty's face with the water gun. Not far away, watched the scene unfold, her expression shifting from shock to disbelief to quiet laughter. Ash really hadn't changed at all. She had thought that after traveling for a while, he might have matured a little, but no. He was exactly the same as when he was 8. "Ash," Misty roared, her voice echoing like an enraged. She wiped the water from her face, her eyes blazing. But Ash had already bolted down the beach. He even turned back and made a funny face at her before running off again. Misty fumed. She grabbed the water gun to chase after him, but he was too fast, leaving her sputtering in frustration. The laughter of their friends mixed with the sound of the waves. Before long, the whole morning had flown by, and everyone's stomachs were rumbling. They found a nearby restaurant for lunch. After eating, they decided to look for Professor Oak, and both had said they would come to the resort today, but they hadn't seen them on the beach at all. Now the afternoon sun was blazing overhead. Even with umbrellas and sunscreen, the heat was unbearable. Misty and were already starting to wilt under the sun, their fair skin flushed pink. If they got tanned, it would be a disaster. So they agreed that if they couldn't find Professor Oak and soon, they would find a shaded spot to rest and look again later when the sun wasn't as harsh. It was troublesome not having a proper way to contact people. Word was that the League was developing mobile phones, which would be available soon, making communication much easier during travel. About 30 minutes later, it was 2 in the afternoon, and both girls looked tired and listless. Ash, are you sure Professor Oak said he was coming today? Yeah, Ash replied, scratching his head. He said he left Pallet Town this morning and drove here. They should arrived by now. Didn't they come to the resort to play on the beach? If they were exploring inside the resort, it would be harder to find them. Can't you use your aura to find them? Your aura should cover about 50 miles, right? Asked. But I never recorded my mom's or Professor Oak's aura, Ash admitted awkwardly. He had only gained his aura powers after beginning his journey. Back then, how could he have thought to record or Professor Oak's aura? Aura was fine for detecting terrain but identifying humans was difficult unless you had already memorized their unique aura signature. Otherwise, you could only sense faint life energy, not detailed forms. As the group discussed this, they suddenly noticed a crowd of people jogging toward the right side of the beach. Confused, they stopped to listen. I heard there's a battle going on at the battle arenas. Yeah, some young kids already won 5 matches in a row. If he reaches 10 straight wins, he'll win a special prize from the resort. Supposedly, it's a very beautiful orb. An orb, that must be valuable, but 10 consecutive wins sound tough. Of course it's tough, otherwise would the resort offer something so rare? It's just a way to attract attention. Do you know who the kid is? Apparently he's a famous up-and-coming trainer named Gary. They say he's already earned 3 gym badges within a month of starting his journey. Pretty impressive for a rookie. A rising star trainer, Gary. The moment Ash heard the name, his eyes lit up. He already knew Gary had set off on his journey and was heading toward Vermilion City to challenge the gym there. He had been wondering if they would run into each other, but he hadn't expected it to happen here at the resort. And now Gary was battling again, racking up wins and showing off in public. A prize, an orb, whatever, just hearing Gary's name was enough to get on his nerves. 3 gym badges in a month, big deal. He also had 3 badges, so why was everyone calling Gary a rising star while no one mentioned him? Ash clenched his fists. He greeted his friends quickly, then sprinted toward the direction of the crowd. Before leaving, he told Misty and to rest if they were tired, but there was no way he could miss Gary's battle. Misty sighed as she watched him go. That boy never changes. Still, curiosity won out. She wanted to see what kind of person this Gary was, the rival Ash spoke of so often and so passionately. So the 4 of them followed him to the arena. A flamethrower. A woof. A burst of searing flame shot from his mouth, engulfing on the opposite side of the field. The fire blazed intensely, leaving the scorched. Gary stood with his arms folded, a confident smile on his face. Is that all you've got? 10 straight wins are too easy. I do not even need the last match. Just hand me the prize already. Gary is great. Gary is handsome. A row of pretty girls in cheerleader outfits chanted behind him, pom-poms flashing in the sun. Not far away, Professor Oak, in beach shorts and a floral shirt, covered his face as if he could not bear to watch. In a swimsuit with a white long-sleeved cover-up, hid a small laugh behind her hand. Gary's performance was the picture of youthful bravado. He was arrogant, yes, but he had the strength to back it up. Even so, what really made Professor Oak wince was that cheer squad trailing his grandson everywhere. He wondered how Gary could stand those embarrassing cheers in public. There is one more challenger who wants it. Hurry up, I want my prize. I will. A figure burst from the crowd, spun in a full aerial flip, and landed neatly in the trainer's box opposite Gary. Heads turned at once, Gary's mouth twitched. He had worked hard to steal the spotlight, and this showy newcomer had snatched it in a heartbeat. Who was this clown? Then he got a clear look, and his expression changed. Oh, Ash. That is right, it is me. Ash rose from his half-crouch, tipped his cap with one hand, and grinned. Long time no see, Gary. I did not expect you to be battling here. You did not even tell me you were coming. What is wrong? Afraid I would beat you and steal your strongest rookie title. On the way over, Ash had thought up several flashy entrances to outshine Gary. In the end, he went with what he did best, a crisp 360 flip and a clean landing. It worked. Every eye in the arena was on him. For this moment, he was the coolest person in the place. Since when did the clueless, good-for-nothing Ash start talking big? Gary shot back. I crushed you on the theory exams in Pallet Town. All you have ever had is raw athleticism. In the old days, Gary would have flattened Ash in any war of words, but things had changed. Under the guidance of real experts, Ash's knowledge, strength, and even his tongue had sharpened. 1 month was short, but compared to before, he was a different person. Enough talk, I am your 10th opponent. What are the rules, one-on-one or multiple? Ash lifted his chin, meeting Gary's stare. Whatever manners he had picked up over the past month evaporated in the face of this rival. He remembered Gary's old taunts and felt only one thing get him. Looks like a month on the road gave you some strange confidence. Gary recalled, then raised his own chin and drew a new ball. One-on-one, I am the challenger, so I send first. Ash, you will be the last stepping stone to my 10 straight wins. Go, my darling. He kissed the ball and threw it. It arced through the air, burst open in a flash, and a dark blue, turtle-like landed on the field. A sturdy shell, small fangs, wing-like ears, and a wave-shaped tail. Evolution. Ash's eyes narrowed, so your starter was. Gary might talk big, but he was never careless against Ash. He had sent his strongest partner to finish the streak, and this was clearly his current ace. Generally speaking, a trainer's ace is usually their starter, especially in the early stages of a journey. The starter is the one that stays by the trainer's side the longest, receiving the most care, training, and attention. Over time, that bond can push the to surpass even its natural limits. There have been rare cases where with low growth potential became top tier simply through the strength of their connection with their trainer. However, those are exceptional cases. Very few trainers in the world possess such a powerful bond. In short, for a new trainer like Gary, who had only been traveling for a month, his ace would almost certainly be his starter, just as was Ash's. No matter how far would grow in the future, right now, he was undeniably Ash's strongest partner. Ash glanced at its data. Level Advanced Peak. Ability Torrent. Except for speed and attack, all its stats were rated A, and even those two had B potential. Ash's brows twitched slightly. Was Professor Oak giving him special treatment? With that kind of potential was 1 in 10,000 among its species. How on earth had Gary managed to get it? Then again, his own had 6 A-rank stats. If anyone was being favored, it was probably him. Gary smirked, seeing Ash's expression. What's the matter? Intimidated by my heroic presence? Let me tell you, my starter, how about we make this a showdown between starters? Your partner should be that little mutt at your feet, right? He tilted his chin toward. Blinked a pika. Then his ears twitched, pika. For this was his first time meeting Gary. He didn't know much about him, but he knew one thing. Gary's words had just insulted his pride and his trainers. Fine then, he had planned to fight normally, but after that there was no holding back. A partner form activated. Ash could almost hear the spark snapping off's tail. His mouth twitched, and he looked at Gary with an expression that could only be described as pity. You have no idea what you've just done, Gary. A normal might have had an even match with. But once entered partner form, Ash honestly didn't know how Gary could possibly win. To look down on his opponent in words but take them seriously in tactics, this had always been Gary's battle philosophy. As long as he provoked his opponent's anger, the battle would become easier. Against a trainer and who lost their composure, his commanding skills could secure victory with ease. This time facing Ash, he was still following that same approach. And how did he know Ash's starter was? Because he had asked his grandfather, Professor Oak. Gary cared about Ash's progress more than anyone else, even if he never said it aloud. Deep down, he admitted that Ash was his rival. So although they hadn't met since beginning their journeys, Gary still had some idea of Ash's team. From what he knew, Ash would definitely send out for this battle. Not only was his starter, but it also had a natural advantage over. That was why Gary decided to strike first, mock, provoke, and then battle. However, after his taunt, Ash didn't react the way Gary expected. Instead of flaring up, Ash simply gave him a strange look while barked out an angry pika pika. Gary blinked. What was that about? He had insulted Ash's starter, yet Ash remained calm. That was completely unlike him. Usually when someone mocked his, he would get furious. An uneasy feeling crept into Gary's heart. He suddenly felt that his words earlier might have been a mistake. Then, as you said, Gary, Ash said calmly, let's have a battle between our starter, I choose you. Pika Pika leapt into the arena, his body charged with fighting spirit and barely restrained fury. The outdoor arena, normally open for casual trainer battles, had been temporarily set aside by the resort staff for today's event. Barriers surrounded the area to keep the crowd back and prevent injuries. The battlefield was paved with hardened concrete, tough enough to withstand fierce exchanges, though not invincible. If two professional-level fought here, the ground would likely be reduced to rubble. That was why a clear sign at the entrance read, "Professional-level battles are prohibited in this arena." Then again, professional trainers rarely had time to play around at a resort. As stepped onto the field, murmurs rippled through the crowd. That challenger's Gary, right? The rookie who's been making waves lately. Yeah, I heard he already has 3 gym badges after just a month of traveling. 3 badges in a month, that's insane. But who's that guy battling him? They seem to know each other. No idea, but using it in battle doesn't seem like a serious opponent. Exactly, are weak and not worth training. No experienced trainer would rely on one. Misty's eye twitched at the comments around her. She turned toward the crowd, irritation flashing across her face. How could they know Gary but not Ash? Ash had also earned 3 badges. And one of them came from defeating with that very same they were mocking. People still carried the same old prejudice against, but if there was one that broke every stereotype, it was Ash's. Misty crossed her arms and huffed softly, waiting for the moment when those smug onlookers would eat their words. On the other side of the stands, blinked in surprise when she saw Ash step onto the battlefield. After arriving at the resort, she and Professor Oak had been looking for him but couldn't find him. So they had ended up here to watch Gary's match instead, only to have Ash walk straight into the ring. Ash is here too, said, smiling. So this is their first time seeing each other since they started their journeys, and they're already battling the moment they meet. Typical trainers, one look and it's time to fight. And Professor Oak chuckled softly, nodding. That's how it goes. A month apart, and the first thing they do is test each other's progress. That's the spirit of a true trainer. I wonder if Ash can win, murmured, resting her chin on one finger as she watched the 2 boys face off. What do you think, Professor? If Ash had heard that tone, calling him Professor so naturally, he would have been utterly shocked. Since when was his mom on that level of familiarity with Professor Oak? Professor Oak rubbed his chin. It's hard to say, it depends on their strategies. But on paper, Ash might have the edge. His is quite remarkable. It's already, well, at least elite level. He muttered the last part quietly, almost to himself. Didn't catch it, but it didn't matter. She was already cheering softly for her son. Her voice, however, was drowned out by the crowd's noisy chatter. Ash didn't hear her. His attention was locked entirely on Gary. "Are we going all out from the start?" he asked, eyes gleaming. Pika Pika nodded fiercely, his small cheeks sparking. He was ready to crush that smug turtle. The turtle might not have said anything, but its trainer had, so it was guilty by association. "All right then, Gary," Ash said, grinning. "You've just awakened a sleeping lion." Gary blinked. "What? What on earth are you talking about? What in the world is a sleeping lion?" Gary barked out a laugh. "You're not talking about that, are you? Do you actually call that thing a lion?" Ash didn't answer. He just pulled off his hat and flung it toward the field, leaped up, caught it in midair, and it landed perfectly on his head, as if the hat were magnetically drawn to him. The moment it settled, a faint surge of energy rippled through the air. His entire aura changed instantly, his posture sharpened, his fur bristled faintly with static, and even the light in his eyes grew fierce. Gary squinted. "What is that, battling with a hat? Is that supposed to be some kind of held item?" In the world, there were countless mysterious held items. Sashes that let survive a devastating hit, vests that amplified defense, bands that boosted certain move types. To Gary, this hat might have been one of them. But when he looked closer, his expression darkened. That's just one of those limited edition league hats, isn't it? The ones you can only get through the lottery system." Ash grinned. "That's right, what about it?" Gary rolled his eyes. "I thought it was some miracle item. Why are you letting wear it in battle, trying to win with style points? This isn't a contest." "What's a contest?" Ash tilted his head. "Forget it," Gary said flatly. "You'll find out after I beat you. Since he wants to show off with that hat, let's knock it off. Use water gun." At his command, cheeks puffed out and it launched a powerful jet of water, thick as a man's arm, aimed directly at its head. "Thunderbolt," Ash countered, sweeping his hand forward. A golden surge of electricity exploded from his body, meeting the water gun head-on. The instant they clashed, the water stream disintegrated, and the lightning raced up the remaining water like a live wire, charging straight toward. "Dodge," Gary shouted. Cut off the water gun and rolled aside just in time. The thunderbolt struck the ground, leaving a scorched crater where the turtle had been standing. Gary's expression tensed, and for the first time, a flicker of unease appeared in his eyes. That wasn't an ordinary thunderbolt, its power was terrifying. "No way," he thought, jaw tightening, "is Ash's higher leveled." He almost couldn't believe it. Was his starter, the he trained the most intensively. In barely over a month, he'd raised it all the way to the advanced peak. That was something 99% of rookie trainers couldn't even dream of. Yet this roadside mutt was stronger. How was that even possible? But Gary didn't have time to dwell on it. Doubt was poison in battle. No matter how absurd the situation, he had to adapt. "A water pulse," he ordered sharply. Inhaled deeply, then expelled a swirling blast of water that spiraled into a roaring wave, surging straight toward. "Iron Tail," Ash called. Pika." His tail gleamed with metallic light. He leapt high into the air, flipped once, and brought his tail down like a shining blade. With a flash of white, the crashing water pulse split cleanly in two, the divided waves exploding harmlessly to either side. What the heck?" Gary blurted, eyes wide. He knew Iron Tail well. Used by a steel type, it could shatter boulders, but wasn't even close to a steel type. With that tiny frame, there was no way he should have generated such force. Yet he had. Then showed him just how strong his force could be. The shimmering wave split cleanly in half, the two sides crashing harmlessly to the ground. "Is this really that stray dog?" Gary thought in disbelief. "Whoa, is that a... What a cool, and that hat looks awesome on him." Or maybe it's not the maybe it's because he just cut a water pulse in half. Who's that young man? How can someone train to this level? The crowd buzzed with excitement. His dazzling counterattack instantly drew everyone's attention. A trainer who could train a species considered more mascot than fighter, to that level couldn't possibly be some nobody. In fact, Ash wasn't entirely unknown. Though news of his victory over Surge and his third badge hadn't yet spread widely, word had already reached a few that he held 2 badges and was traveling through just like Gary. And of course, there were always people who knew things, the ones who got information faster than anyone else. When those bystanders learned that both of the battling trainers were new rookies, the astonishment in their voices grew even louder. 2 rookie trainers, both extraordinary, clashing in front of their eyes, this was something worth watching. How about it? Ash tilted his head slightly, a confident grin on his face. Still calling my a stray dog. Gary's expression darkened. Before this, he had always been a step ahead of Ash, but now on this field he was being suppressed, and that was something Gary Oak could never accept. Still, even with the sting of frustration, his battle composure didn't falter. "A withdraw," he commanded sharply. At once pulled into its shell, its defense sharply rising. Ash smiled faintly, thunderbolt. Withdraw boosts physical defense. In that case, we'll strike with a special attack. All those lessons from the experts weren't for nothing. Pika. A rapid spin plus hydro pump, Gary countered. The shell began to spin at high speed, jets of water bursting from its sides like roaring engines. Streams of water sliced through the air, their force creating whistling sounds that sent sand scattering from the battlefield. The high-speed rotation, combined with hydro pump, formed a powerful whirl of water around, a defensive barrier that shimmered like a miniature storm. Golden lightning erupted from, lancing toward, but the rotating water barrier deflected it completely. Gary's lips curved into a confident smile. Excellent, push forward and ram him. In his mind, the match was already decided. His combo, rapid spin, hydro pump, and withdraw was foolproof. The goddess of victory was smiling upon him. Electric acceleration dodges. Pika. Crouched low, electricity flickering across his fur, and with a sharp crack of thunder, he vanished. Gary's grin froze. Oh, what? Oh, bang. Oh, screech. Before Gary could even process what happened, a heavy thud echoed through the field, followed by a sharp cry. Still spinning moments ago, was now tumbling helplessly across the ground, his shell smoking as he rolled to a stop. Reappeared exactly where he'd started, calm, still sparking faintly, as if he had never moved at all. The underside of shell was scorched black. He had been struck squarely by lightning mid-spin, but Gary hadn't seen a thing. And on the field lay on its side, the underside of its shell scorched black. Stood calmly where he was, as if the devastating attack he'd unleashed moments ago had been nothing more than a warm-up. Gary's eyes widened, his thoughts were a storm of confusion. What did just do? That speed, no, that movement, it was unreal. Even an elite level couldn't possibly move like that. And that move, electric acceleration, he had never even heard of such a technique being used that way. Was it a move could even learn? Countless questions filled his mind, but this was a battle. Even if he asked Ash, the other boy would never reveal the secret behind it. Gary could only bite down on his frustration and try to find a way to counter. Can you still fight? The turtle emerged from its shell, breathing heavily. Its eyes were tired but determined. It wasn't ready to give up yet. Good, use aqua jets. Streams of water coiled around its body, and in the next instant, it shot forward like a rocket. The jet stream trailed a perfect curve through the air, its speed slicing the air with a piercing whistle. But Gary wasn't finished. Now combine it with Zen headbutts. A pink light flared on his forehead. The force of Aqua Jet merged with the psychic momentum of Zen Headbutt, creating a spiraling charge that was faster and far more destructive than either move alone. A combination techniques like this were Gary's trademark, his key to defeating gym leaders despite being a new trainer. Electric acceleration. At Ash's calm command, crouched electricity sparking across his body and then vanished. In that instant, lost sight of its target completely. The same move again, Gary's jaw tightened. So long as I can't keep up with electric acceleration, it doesn't matter how strong my attack is. He scanned the battlefield, searching desperately. A faint flash of gold darted across his vision, gone before he could focus. Then he realized it, no matter how moves, he still has to strike to win, his landing point. Oh no, behind you. But it was too late. Reappeared directly beneath mid-charge, ramming upward with a sharp headbutt to the base of its shell. Oh bang. Spinning stopped instantly. The impact sent it flying, tumbling helplessly across the ground like a kicked boulder. After rolling over a dozen times, it came to rest on its side, motionless. Gary shouted, panic breaking through his composure. But didn't respond. The difference in level, the repeated electric attacks, there was no strength left for it to continue. Withdraw might have boosted its defense, but electric acceleration's strikes always targeted weak points. In that state, even boosted defenses meant nothing. In game terms, critical hits ignore defense increases. Combined with superior level and raw stats, the outcome had been inevitable. If 2 electric acceleration hadn't been enough to end it, might as well have buried himself on the spot. Gary stared blankly at his fallen partner, disbelief etched on his face. He actually lost. And not just lost, he'd been completely overpowered. His ace, the same that had defeated elite-level grass type despite the disadvantage, had been flattened by Ash without landing a single hit. This wasn't an exaggeration. It was a total, overwhelming defeat in level, in power, in speed, in every single aspect. For Gary, who had always been one step ahead of Ash before their journeys began, the blow was crushing. How could the balance have flipped so completely in just a single month? Oh, we did it. Paika Paika leapt into Ash's arms with a cheerful cry, while perched on Ash's shoulder clapped her small hands in delight. Around them, the spectators broke into excited chatter. Wait, wasn't that Gary guy supposed to be amazing? How did he lose like that? Looks like that Ash guy is even stronger. Who is he anyway? I've never heard the name before. I heard he's the trainer who got the pewter and cerulean gym badges. Not just that, I'm from Vermilion City. Ash also beat our gym leaders to earn his badge. That's evolution, right? How does an evolved lose to its form? Maybe the gym leader was weak. No, you don't get it. Vermilion's is a professional level. A professional level. News about Ash spread rapidly through the crowd. Every few seconds, gasps of disbelief rippled through the air. For a moment, the oppressive heat of the blazing sun seemed to fade, replaced by the excitement of what they had just witnessed. They had already thought Gary was a prodigy among rookie trainers, but now there was another one, an equally terrifying monster of talent. Where had these two even come from? Clearing 3 gyms in a single month was already unheard of, but one of them had even defeated a gym leader's professional level. That wasn't just talent, that was something approaching legend. Even back in his day, might not have advanced that quickly. On the field, Gary recalled, his expression grim. He had rarely lost to Ash in his life, and never this badly. To suffer such a blow right after beginning his journey was almost unbearable. He couldn't make sense of it. His starter was he had the best possible resources. Even though he traveled in comfort, he hadn't skipped a single training session. On the contrary, driving between towns actually saved him time for training. By all logic, he should have been stronger than Ash. So why was Ash's already elite level, while his own, even after evolving, was still stuck at the peak of advanced? What kind of twisted logic was that? Gary, you lost this time. Ash walked up, grinning from ear to ear, his expression radiating triumph. Did you see how powerful Mai is now? Still think he's just a stray mutt. Usually, Gary would be the one smirking and taunting, but this time the tables had turned completely. What goes around comes around, Ash thought gleefully, and today it's my turn. And just temporary luck, Gary said through clenched teeth. Don't mistake luck for strength. I lost this time, but I'll win it back soon enough, just you wait. His tone was forcedly calm, but the way his jaw tightened said otherwise. He was grinding his molars hard enough to crack them. Ash folded his arms smugly. Don't talk about later, just answer me this: did I win today? Because today's record clearly says, Ash, first battle against Gary, undefeated. Gary, are you serious right now? One battle undefeated? There was literally only one battle. Anyone overhearing this would think Ash had a years-long winning streak. What happened to the honest, straightforward Ash from Pallet Town? Who taught him this nonsense? Gary glared but puffed out a resigned sigh. Fine, fine, I'll let you have this one. But next time I'll be ready and I'll figure out how to counter that weird move of yours. Truthfully, if Gary hadn't provoked earlier, Ash wouldn't have used electric acceleration at all. Without that speed-boosting technique, the battle might been far closer, something like a 60-40 split at worst. But once entered his partner form, it was over. Electric acceleration wasn't just a speed enhancer. Its power was formidable, and it could ignore defensive boosts to strike directly at weak points. Combined with the partner form's overall stat increase, wasn't fighting in the same league anymore. So in the end, Gary had been crushed not because he was weak, but because his own arrogance had awakened fury. Talk about next time when it comes, Ash said cheerfully. Oh yeah, since I'm the defender now, what's the prize for 10 consecutive wins? He blinked, only now realizing that by beating Gary, he had taken over the winning streak. Gary glanced toward the judge's platform. It's a orb. I haven't seen it up close, but they say it's related to electric type. Look, it's over there. Following Gary's finger, Ash looked toward the elevated stand beyond the crowd. Several officials from resort sat there overseeing the matches. Next to them, displayed beneath a glass dome, was a shimmering golden orb. Intricate carvings spiraled across its surface, forming a four-leaf clover-like symbol at its center. Within the symbol, faint runes pulsed softly with light. No wonder Gary had guessed it was an electric-type artifact. Its color glowed like sunlight trapped in lightning, and even from a distance, Ash could sense the powerful electric energy radiating from within. However, the moment Ash clearly saw the orb's appearance, his expression changed completely. Oh, that thing is. Gary noticed the shift in Ash's tone and frowned. Ash, you know what that is. Ash's look of recognition only made Gary more confused. How could Ash know about an orb even he had never heard of? Just how much had Ash learned in this single month of traveling? Ash said slowly, his eyes locked on the orb. If I'm not mistaken, that's a light ball. Light ball, Gary repeated, frowning deeper. He searched his memory, but nothing came up. Even with all his reading, he had never heard of such an item. Maybe his grandfather would know, but right now, what really stung was the fact that Ash did and he didn't. Since when did he pull so far ahead of me? Ash's expression, however, was filled with excitement. A light ball is exclusive item. Talk about good luck. I never expected to find one here. His voice practically trembled with joy. If this hadn't been a public event, he would have been jumping up and down like a kid. This was it, the item the big shots from his group had told him to keep an eye out for. And here it was, practically delivered to him on a silver platter. A light ball had no effect on other, but for it was a game changer. Its effect was simple, it doubled offensive stats. Simple but brutally effective. Doubling offense was the same as inherently using Sword's Dance or Nasty Plot once, but unlike a temporary buff, this enhancement was constant. And if used Nasty Plot after that boost, his special attack would skyrocket to 4 times its base value. 4 times. When Ash had first heard about this item, he'd been completely stunned. How could something this broken even exist? Just thinking about the potential made his blood boil. If held a light ball, entered partner form, performed an aura fusion, and used Nasty Plot on top of that, even a professional-level peak opponent would be vaporized. With all those multipliers stacked, could overpower 2 entire tiers above him. That was the terrifying strength the light ball could unleash. A fierce determination ignited in Ash's eyes. Originally, after defeating Gary, he had only planned to casually defend his spot, maybe win a few rounds before calling it a day. But now that he knew the prize was a light ball, there was no turning back. He had to win it. He clenched his fists, eyes blazing. No one's stopping me, I'll win 10 straight, whatever it takes. Gary, watching from the side, felt a chill run down his spine. He recognized that look. It was the same expression Ash wore when he got into what he called his mad dog state. When Ash got like that, reason went out the window. Winning became everything. Gary had a dozen questions he wanted to ask about that move, about this mysterious light ball, but now wasn't the time. He'd save them for later. That item's clearly important to you, Gary said finally, waving his hand. Then go get it. You've already got 1 win, just 9 more to go. He turned and started walking toward the crowd. I'll see you next time, Ash. When Gary returned to the crowd, his expression immediately darkened. Don't be fooled by his earlier nonchalant attitude. Losing that match stung deeply. But there was no way he could show that in front of Ash. That would have been even more humiliating. Even in defeat, Gary had to lose with style. Soon, his cheerleading squad and a few of his girlfriends came over, showering him with comfort and encouragement. Under their doting care, his mood lifted slightly. Gary. He turned toward the familiar voice and saw his grandfather, Professor Oak, standing beside. Grandpa, I'm sorry for showing such an embarrassing side of myself. Gary pursed his lips, the words coming out reluctantly. What's there to apologize for? Oak smiled faintly. For a trainer who's only been traveling a month, your performance is already quite good. To be honest, your grandpa wasn't much stronger than you back then. He made a small gesture with his fingers as if measuring something tiny. Gary rolled his eyes. That was supposed to be comforting. Couldn't he at least say, you're better than I was? Oak chuckled at his grandson's expression and continued, his tone softening. Besides, losing to Ash isn't necessarily a bad thing. Failure can be a good teacher. It tempers pride and helps you reflect on your weaknesses. A setback like this will make you grow. Then Oak's gaze drifted toward the battlefield, where Ash was already engaging in his next match. Actually, he said quietly, I'm more concerned about Ash than you. His love for runs deeper, but his personality is a bit rougher than yours. He's the kind who gets overconfident after even a small success. I used to wonder how many times he'd need to stumble before learning restraint. Oak's eyes softened as he watched Ash's focused expression on the field. But his growth this past month has truly surprised me. He knew these 2 boys better than anyone. He'd watched them both grow up. Their strengths and flaws were like night and day. Gary's progress had been steady within expectations. His skill had improved, yes, but his mindset still needed work. His journey had gone smoothly, too smoothly. Success without hardship dulls humility. Ash, on the other hand, had far exceeded expectations. From his phone calls and today's battle alone, Oak could tell that Ash's mentality had changed completely. The impatient, hot-headed boy who used to get carried away by every small victory had matured more in a month than Oak could have imagined. Perhaps it was traveling with two gym leaders that influenced him, or maybe the trials he'd faced along the way had forced him to grow faster. Whatever the reason, Oak was genuinely proud. And with both Ash and Gary pushing each other as rivals, the outcome could only be positive. It seemed that this year's Indigo Plateau Conference might just have two successful contenders from Pallet Town. Gary followed his grandfather's gaze, watching Ash's battle silently. The frustration in his eyes hadn't faded, but behind it now burned something brighter: determination. If Ash could do it, then so could he. An hour later, a final thunder shock illuminated the field, landed gracefully as his opponents fell with a thud. With that, Ash had achieved 10 consecutive victories. The small official tournament came to its conclusion. Aside from Gary, none of Ash's opponents had posed much of a challenge. Most of them were casual trainers, advanced level at best. A few had elite level, but not enough strength or experience to compete. For fighting 10 of them in a row was child's play. Ash's 10 consecutive wins were achieved easily. After a brief award ceremony, the organizers presented Ash with his prize. They explained that they didn't know exactly what the orb was, only that it contained powerful electric energy, but seemed to have no effect even on electric type. Ash would have to figure out its use himself. In other words, they had no clue what it did. It was just an unidentified item, repurposed as a flashy prize to attract attention. Still, their gamble paid off handsomely. They'd given away something useless, and in return, their event's popularity skyrocketed. The resort's revenue doubled that day, and the post-tournament shopping rush promised to triple it again. And compared to those profits, the little golden orb was nothing. Ash didn't argue. He simply smiled, tucked the light ball safely away, and patted the pouch where Ball usually rested. They might see it as worthless, but for him, it was a treasure beyond price. If ranked by the chat group's tier system, the light ball was an S-level item. 2, it was more than a weapon. It was evolution in item form, a permanent doubling of offensive potential that would only scale with future training. Feeling immensely satisfied, Ash regrouped with Misty and the others. Nearby, he spotted Oak and a now much calmer Gary. Everyone found a restaurant with air conditioning, ordered some snacks, and settled in for a well-deserved break. As the tea arrived, Gary finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. He leaned across the table, eyes narrowing. "All right, spill it. What was that electric move of yours? How did it make you that fast? And don't dodge the question, did you feed something? We've both been traveling for the same month, so how on earth is your already elite level?" "That's because my is exceptionally gifted," Ash said proudly. "And with my powerful training methods, reaching elite level is just a matter of minutes, isn't it?" He said it with that smug grin that always made Gary want to throw something at him. Speak human," Gary muttered. "I defeated a professional level that was above my level, so I leveled up." Gary blinked. "What?" "I told you to speak human, not to brag." Did this idiot just say he defeated a professional level across 2 tiers of power? What kind of nonsense was that? If had really taken down someone 2 entire levels higher, Gary would eat the table in front of him. Before he could retort, Brock spoke up calmly from the side. "Ash just battled Surge, the Vermilion City gym leader, 2 days ago. He applied for the highest challenge difficulty and defeated his professional level. That's how leveled up." Gary froze. Brock wasn't the type to lie, and since he'd personally fought Gary before as the gym leader, Gary knew he was telling the truth. So it was true. Ash really had defeated a professional level with that. Gary slumped back, his earlier irritation melting into disbelief. Then my loss doesn't sound so bad anymore. Still, curiosity gnawed at him. How did you do it? Professional and advanced levels aren't even on the same scale. No amount of tactics should work against that kind of power gap. Ash smirked, because my is well trained, Surge's on the other hand was a little sloppy, so that's how I won. Gary stared blankly. That's not an answer. Could this guy be any more infuriating? The old Ash used to spill everything he knew at once. Now he was dodging questions like some secret agent. All right, fine, Ash said with a grin, seeing Gary's exasperated face. I'll tell you, when wears my hat, his entire state changes. His strength increases by 1 level and he can use moves other can't, like electric acceleration. That's one of the reasons I beat Surge. He underestimated way too much. After teasing him long enough, Ash finally gave a half-truth. It wasn't really a secret anyway. Once used the move a few more times, everyone would find out. Hatless and Hatted were two completely different beings. Even if Ash hadn't explained it, Misty and Brock had already noticed. As for Gary, he'd figure it out the next time they battled. Besides, the hat itself was special. It couldn't be knocked off unless wanted it to come off. The hat clung to him as if magnetized, completely immune to physical disruption. So trying to weaken by removing it was a hopeless plan. Gary listened, his expression turning increasingly bizarre. Good heavens, is you're even legal. He silently glanced at his grandfather, as if to say, you gave him this thing, didn't you? But to Gary's surprise, Professor Oak's face looked just as stunned as his own. Wait, you're surprised too? Gary blurted out. Didn't you give him that? Oak blinked. Of course I did, but I had no idea it was that special. Ash rubbed his forehead. Seriously, you're the one who gave me and you didn't even know what he could do. Oak coughed awkwardly. I caught him by chance about a year ago. There are plenty of like stray dogs really, but for some reason when I saw this one I felt he was different, so I caught him. He looked at who was happily munching on a cookie and sighed helplessly. This little guy never liked being inside a ball, but when I let him roam free, he caused chaos everywhere he went, so I had no choice but to keep him contained. Stopped eating when he heard this. He looked up and gave Oak a slightly embarrassed smile. He really had been a bit mischievous back then. But honestly, what kind of isn't mischievous? It was that very mischief that had kept trainers from choosing him, and also what eventually led him to Ash. At first, they'd butted heads endlessly, but unlike the others, Ash had shown something different he could fight. At the beginning, it was only that simple. Yet as time went on, discovered more and more extraordinary things about his trainer, including the mysterious power that awakened within him, the partner form. Without Ash, he might still be just a stray, an ordinary wandering the world. Ash gently rubbed his head, a small smile tugging at his lips. How lucky had he been? If he hadn't overslept that day, maybe he would missed altogether. Then again, considering how many Ashes across worlds had maybe this meeting was destined no matter what. They were born to be partners. Oak's voice broke the moment of quiet. You should know what that item is, right? I do, Ash replied with a grin. It's a light balls exclusive item. Oak blinked, then laughed softly. You really surprised me, Ash. I didn't expect you to know something that obscure. Times sure have changed. He remembered the days when Ash used to doze off during lectures. Now the same boy was talking about specialized items and advanced training strategies. For a brief moment, Oak even wondered if his old teaching methods had been the problem all along. Of course I'd know. That's treasure after all, Ash said proudly. I'll let you carry it later. Pika's ears perked up happily. The group chatted a while longer, and before they knew it, evening had settled in. They headed down to the beach one last time, letting the sea breeze wash over them as the sun dipped below the horizon. Eventually, everyone went their separate ways. Oak returned to Pallet Town. Professor Cerise and Gary prepared to head back to Vermilion City. Gary's next destination was clear, his 4th gym challenge. Ash, Misty, and Brock decided to stay one more night at the resort. Tomorrow they would take the morning boat. Once they crossed it, Celadon City, their next destination, would be just ahead. There was no need to circle back through Vermilion City. Before parting, told Ash to visit Vermilion again when he had the chance. Ash grinned and agreed without hesitation. And just like that, the once lively group scattered, leaving behind the familiar trio. After a full day of fun, Misty and Brock were exhausted. As soon as they returned to the center, they showered and fell asleep almost instantly. Ash, however, stayed up a bit longer. Sitting by the window, he entered the group chat. He'd grown to treasure every bit of knowledge the experts shared. Now he finally understood what Professor Oak had always told him: knowledge is power. Only by learning could he make smarter battle decisions, train his more effectively, and see the world more clearly. So from that night onward, Ash resolved to never stop learning. Whatever he had neglected in the past, he would make up for tenfold now. The next morning, the trio arrived early at the dock, ready to board a boat to Gorge Town. However, instead of a boat, what greeted them was a fainting. The poor thing was listless, barely able to stay afloat. Misty immediately sent out to rescue it, then rushed to the center. Because of that, they missed the morning boat, but once had been treated and recovered its strength, none of them felt it was a waste. After all, there would be another boat in the afternoons. Once had fully recovered, it began babbling urgently the moment it saw Misty. Misty frowned, clearly flustered. Though she adored Watertype, she couldn't actually understand what they were saying. Her eyes darted to Ash. Of the three of them, only he could understand. But the moment Ash listened to what was saying, his expression darkened, his brows knitting into a tight frown. "Ash, what's wrong? What did it say?" Misty asked, impatience slipping into her tone. Ash exhaled slowly, said that someone in this city is building a construction project out at sea, but that construction site is right on top of the colony. They've destroyed this nesting grounds. If this keeps up, there'll be a full-on war between thee and the city. What? Misty's eyes widened in shock and then blazed with fury. Who would do something so horrible or so cute? How could anyone bully them like that? The boys immediately inched away. Her hair seemed to bristle like an angry sphinx. Even the air around her felt dangerous. Ash and Brock exchanged wary glances, wiping imaginary sweat from their foreheads as they took a few cautious steps back. If they said the wrong thing now, they might become collateral damage. Still are cute. Ash pictured the jellyfish's face, then shivered slightly. He liked, sure, but he wasn't about to pretend that was adorable. After venting for a while, Misty finally forced herself to calm down and think. Whoever had the money to build a water amusement park over a nest had to be powerful. But how were they supposed to deal with someone like that? How about we report it? Ash suggested carefully, raising his hand like a student answering a teacher. Good idea, let's report it. Misty grabbed his hand before he could react and dragged him toward the police station. When they arrived at the station and saw Officer Jenny, Brock's eyes immediately lit up. Even so, he managed to restrain himself long enough to help Ash and Misty explain everything they'd learned from. Ordinarily, Jenny wouldn't have taken such a vague report seriously. The site in question wasn't close to the resort, and confirming whether it was truly a nest would require divers, equipment, and a lot of manpower. Without solid proof, she couldn't simply mobilize a team. But the moment Ash showed his 3 gym badges and the issued by Professor Oak, Jenny's attitude changed instantly. She ordered an immediate investigation. Once again, Oak's name worked wonders. Just like during the Anne incident, his reputation saved them from red tape. Without it, by the time they gathered proof, they might already have attacked. Under Jenny's direction, the investigation quickly confirmed the truths. The amusement park project was indeed being built directly over the colony. Jenny led her officers straight to the site and confronted the developer, a woman named Granny. At first, Granny tried to brush them off, claiming she had permits and connections. But when Jenny released her, flashed the League's enforcement credentials, and had a dozen officers surround the site, Granny's defiance crumbled instantly. No matter how rich she was in this world, crossing the Jenny and Joy families was practically a death wish. By the end of the day, Granny's Waterpark Hotel project was completely shut down, her permits revoked, and she was slapped with a heavy fine. Ash and his friends even received a small reward from the League for reporting the situation in time and preventing what could have been a large-scale attack on the harbor. It wasn't as big as their bounty from the Team Rocket case, but it was still a nice boost to their travel funds. After the brief interlude, Misty ended up catching the. She'd always liked its gentle eyes and graceful fins. If that woman, Granny, hadn't enraged the colony, Misty might have even tried to catch one of them too, but with the still angry, catching one would be asking for trouble. In the end, she was happy with. When Ash checked it, he found its potential surprisingly high. It seemed Misty had lucked out this time. By the time everything settled down, it was already afternoon. The trio rushed to the dock and barely managed to catch the last boat. The sun was already sinking when they arrived at Gorge. The small coastal town there was bustling with preparation, colorful banners fluttered, and music echoed faintly from the streets. A festival was set to begin the next day. Since travel was routine but celebrations were rare, Ash and his friends decided to stay for 2 nights. The townspeople mentioned a bonfire party scheduled for tomorrow evening, and Ash, who had never attended such an event, was instantly curious. After registering at a cozy little, the 3 went into town to explore the pre-festival attractions. Colorful stalls lined the streets, snack vendors calling out to customers, shooting games, and goldfish scooping booths lit by hanging paper lanterns. The festive air was infectious. Ash and Misty had a blast, laughing as they tried everything, and were equally happy darting around between stalls. None of them noticed, however, that one person had quietly disappeared. "Hey, where's Brock?" Ash suddenly realized, clutching the plush he'd just won from a shooting game. He'd been so absorbed in playing that he hadn't noticed Brock was gone. Misty glanced around and shrugged. He probably wandered off on his own. "Let's go find him anyway." Closing his eyes, Ash focused and spread his aura outward. He had a record of Brock's aura signature. If Brock was anywhere within 50 miles, Ash would sense him. And this town wasn't anywhere near that wide. Moments later, he opened his eyes and pointed ahead. He's that way, but there's something else, a powerful aura right near him. Misty frowned. A powerful aura. "Yeah, and I don't like how it feels." Ash's voice grew serious. He slipped the doll into his spatial backpack, grabbed Misty's hand, and ran in the direction of the disturbance. Misty froze for a heartbeat at the warmth of his hand, her face suddenly pink. She'd gotten used to Ash grabbing her hand during emergencies, but that didn't stop her heart from skipping every time. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? She wasn't sure. They ran until they reached the edge of a cliff overlooking the sea. A stone statue of a maiden stood there, her gaze turned eternally toward the waves. The wind here was strangely cold, biting through the summer air and sending a chill down their spines. "This place, what is it?" Misty whispered. "Ash, why'd you bring me here?" Because Brock's here," Ash said simply. "What, is he crazy? There's a festival in town and he's standing around in a creepy place like this," Misty muttered, hiding half behind Ash as the wind howled past. Ash didn't answer, his gaze locked on the cliff edge where Brock stood unmoving. And next to him was a familiar figure with blue hair. "James from Team Rocket." Ash's eyes narrowed. Misty gasped. "What, they're here too? What are they doing here of all places?" Before Ash could respond, the sound of running footsteps echoed from behind them. "Hey, you little brats, what did you do to James?" Jesse's sharp voice cut through the night. Ash and Misty spun around to see Jesse and rushing toward them. Who did anything to him? Misty shot back. You're the ones who always cause trouble. I should be asking what you did to Brock. James, snap out of it, Jessie barked, ignoring Misty. At her shout, James, who had been staring blankly over the cliff, turned his head slightly. His eyes were dull and lifeless. His lips trembled as if trying to form words. Save me. Ash's stomach dropped. He barked, Thunderbolt, aim over there. Pika dot dots. Although was confused, it didn't hesitate. Electricity crackled over its body, then burst outward in a blazing flash. Golden lightning ripped through the dark sky, illuminating the cliffside like daylight. Thunder roared, but the bolt stopped midair, blocked by something unseen. A ripple of force spread through the air, dispersing the light. On the cliff edge, the dazed Brock and James suddenly snapped awake. They stumbled backward, cold sweat on their faces and terror still lingering in their eyes. Just moments ago, their minds had been clear, yet their bodies moved on their own, drawn step by step toward the cliff as if by invisible strings. They could feel their souls being tugged free. And just before losing all control, they'd seen it, a translucent maiden's spirit drifting in the air before them. She was beautiful, too beautiful, the kind of beauty that made their hearts and minds freeze completely. If Ash and Jessie had arrived a few seconds later, both of them would taken that fatal step off the cliff. Now that the spell had broken, they scrambled back to the safety of their respective groups, Brock with Ash and Misty, and James with Jessie and... Misty looked past them toward where Thunderbolt had struck. A chill ran down her spine. From the darkness, faint purple mist began to gather. The haze thickened, swirling into shape, purplish-black gas coiling like smoke, faintly glowing in the night, its eyes gleaming like twin embers. A ghost type. Ghastly, Ash muttered. The culprit that had hypnotized Brock and James. And now that he could sense it clearly, he realized this was the powerful aura he'd felt earlier. In Ash's mind, his aura sight filled with information. A species ghastly. Type ghost poison. A gender male. Level Elite 4 high. Ability levitate. Moves confuse ray like hypnosis, grudge, curse, hex. Hundreds more detected. Stats. HPS. Attack B. A defense B. A special attack A. A special defense B. A speed A. Ash's eyes widened. An Elite 4 level ghastly, with every stat at max potential, that shouldn't even be possible for a wild. What was going on with this ghastly? Was it really wild or was someone controlling it? And why had it targeted Brock and James? Before Ash could piece together an answer, a voice echoed across the cliff, smooth, almost amused. Well, I didn't expect this. Today's youth truly are remarkable. In this remote corner of the world, I've stumbled upon a human who can wield aura, and such a powerful aura at that. Everyone froze. The voice came from the sky, from the ghastly itself. Its glowing eyes narrowed as it spoke again in perfect human language. It wasn't as though capable of human speech had never appeared before. After all, there was one right beside them, Team Rockets. But besides, this ghastly was the first Ash and his friends had encountered that could speak fluent human language. And what it said right away dropped a bombshell. This ghastly new Ash possessed aura. Leaving aside how it had detected the aura within him, the very fact that it even knew what aura was shocking. Even Misty and Brock hadn't understood the concept when Ash first mentioned it. Is that the one who hypnotized Brock? Misty asked quietly, half hiding behind Ash. Hearing Ghastly speak was already unbelievable, but realizing that it could identify aura pushed her disbelief to the limit. Combined with what happened to Brock earlier, this Ghastly was starting to feel deeply unnatural. That's right, Ash said firmly, eyes narrowing. My aura sense picked up on its presence earlier. It's using a power that connects to Brock and James, probably through hypnosis or a similar move. Hypnosis normally just put people to sleep, but a more advanced version could make the target obey commands while unconscious. Clearly, this Ghastly knew that version. Brock's expression turned sour. When I got here, I swear I heard a woman's voice calling to me, a beautiful voice, so that was you. His frustration wasn't just from nearly falling off a cliff. He was furious that he'd been fooled, especially by a fake, beautiful big sister. Me too, James chimed in, nodding rapidly like a bobblehead. I saw that girl and my mind just blanked out. You were behind that, weren't you? Ghastly gave a low chuckle, its eyes glowing faintly purple. I only did it to keep the legend of this place alive a little longer. I never intended for you to actually fall. You humans can be so fragile. Then its gaze shifted back to Ash. Tell you what, young man, let's both take a step back. You return to your lodgings and I'll stop causing trouble. How about it? Everyone turned to look at Ash. They hadn't expected that. This Ghastly, strong enough to hypnotize humans at will, wasn't mocking or threatening Ash. It was negotiating with him. For Ghastly to show such restraint, there were only two possibilities. Either it was an unusually polite Ghastly, which, let's be honest, was impossible, or Ash's power had startled it so much that it didn't dare provoke him. Judging by the way its eyes flicked warily toward Ash, everyone silently agreed it was definitely the latter. You think you can just hypnotize my friends and walk away? Ash replied coolly, his tone sharp. Your friends are fine, aren't they? Ghastly grinned. Tell you what, I will give you some compensation. It opened its mouth wide and something small and dark floated out. A talisman. It shimmered faintly purple, etched with glowing runes that seemed to pulse with ghost-type energy. This, Ghastly said proudly, is a cursed talisman, what you humans call a held item. But unlike the trinkets you make, I've nurtured this one inside my body for 1,000 years. Gasps rippled through the group. A normal curse talisman boosts ghost-type moves by 20%, Ghastly continued, his voice full of smug pride. But this one boosts them by 35. In your human world, I believe that qualifies as a rare treasure, yes? Isn't that fair compensation? Misty and Brock both stared in shock, while Jesse, James, and only blinked blankly. They clearly had no idea how valuable that was. Brock leaned toward Ash, whispering urgently, Ash, take it. Items like this can't even be bought with money. Even elite trainers or champions would fight to get one, especially ghost specialists. He gave a short laugh. Honestly, to trade one little scare for this, I'd make that deal every day. Misty nodded quickly. If you don't get what that means, think of it this way, Ash, this thing's worth at least 100 million. Ash froze. Oh, what? He hadn't quite understood words like invaluable or one of a kind. But worth 100 million was a number he did understand. 100 million, that was enough for a lifetime of traveling and then some. Before Ash could respond, Jessie snapped, her tone sharp with indignation. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Our side got scared too, you know? Why does the brat get compensation and not us? That's totally unfair. If we're talking about victims, Jessie snapped, there was one on our side too. That talisman Ghastly had given Ash looked ugly, sure, but from the way it was described, it had to be a rare treasure. Why give it to him and not them? Wasn't that blatant discrimination? Ghastly's eyes flicked toward Jessie and her teammates, and it let out a low, derisive chuckle. Compensation, it said coolly, is only for those of equal strength, as for those who aren't. A grin stretched across its vaporous face. You might as well go to sleep. Jesse, James, and he's looking down on us. James, go show him our power, Jesse roared, throwing out a ball. All right, James stammered, sending his own flying. Go. Let's show them. Both hit the ground hissing and growling, ready to strike. A bite, Jesse ordered. A smog attack, James shouted. But Ghastly merely floated in place, unimpressed. Its eyes flashed, and a black energy ball began to form before it, dark, swirling, dense with power. Oh, pathetic. Get fired. The orb shot forward with explosive force, striking and square in the chest. Oh, bang. Both were sent flying backward at triple the speed they'd charged in, crashing directly into Jesse, James, and before launching all three skyward. Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again. They vanished into the night sky, leaving behind a faint twinkle. Ghastly huffed, "With that level of strength, you think you're worthy of my compensation? Dream on." Then it turned back toward Ash, its tone shifting back to calm, almost respectful. "So, young man, what's your decision? I'll leave this here for you. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." The contrast in its attitude was striking. It had dismissed Team Rocket without a shred of hesitation, yet when addressing Ash, it spoke like one warrior to another. Misty and Brock exchanged glances. They knew Ash was strong, but this, from the way Ghastly had just handled Jesse and James, its power was clearly beyond gym leader level. And that cursed talisman it mentioned, it had been nurtured inside its body for 1,000 years, meaning this Ghastly had lived for at least that long. A old elite-level ghost showing deference to a human. Was Ash really that powerful now? But Ash didn't answer immediately. He stood still, eyes closed, expression unreadable. Ghastly frowned. It had already gone out of its way to de-escalate things, yet this boy was just standing there, ignoring it. Yes, his aura was unsettling, almost divine, but even so, Ghastly wasn't one to bow easily. It had only offered compensation to avoid unnecessary conflict. Did this brat think it was afraid? Before its irritation could deepen, Ash finally opened his eyes. "Ghastly," he said quietly, "the reason you hypnotize people, making them see the maiden of this place and remember her legend, it's because of her, isn't it?" He nodded toward the statue of the girl standing at the cliff's edge. Ghastly froze, its expression twisting in shock. "You can see her." Ash nodded. "Since you know what aura is, you should understand its nature. Even if she exists here only in spirit, it means her life hasn't completely dissipated. And if life hasn't fully faded, then there's still aura. As long as there's aura." His gaze softened slightly. "I can see her." Both Misty and Brock looked utterly lost. "What are you two talking about?" Misty whispered, looking in the direction Ash was staring. "See who? There's no one there." Ash didn't turn his head. "Is that so? I can see her perfectly. A girl in a white dress, she's beautiful." From his point of view, the air shimmered faintly, and there she was. A girl, ethereal and silent, her translucent form glowing like moonlight. The ghost everyone spoke of in hushed tones, the Maiden of Girl Gorge. She floated above the cliffside, her face calm, eyes sorrowful. To everyone else, the air was empty, but to Ash, she was as real as any living being. Ghosts were simply souls separated from their bodies, and as long as a soul existed, aura existed too. Whether human, spirit, or even a blade of grass, everything alive carried aura. And aura was something Ash could always perceive. Ghastly's stunned expression slowly eased into a thoughtful smile. "So that's how it is. I've heard of aura, yes, but I thought it was merely a force for battle. I never imagined it could reveal so much more." Its tone softened, tinged with something like respect. "It seems the mysteries of aura far exceed even my 1,000 years of knowledge." Ash being able to see the girl surprised it somewhat, but that was all. Seeing her wouldn't cause any harm. On the contrary, if Ash could see the girl, it might encourage him to further spread the legend of girl in town. As long as someone believed in the girl's existence, she could continue to exist in this form. If left unchecked, she'll eventually turn into a ghost like you, a newborn Ghastly with no memories, no past, Ash said, dropping another bombshell. This time, Ghastly couldn't maintain its composure. "You even know about that? Who exactly are you, young man?" Not only Ghastly, but even Misty and Brock looked at Ash with bewildered expressions. Since when did Ash know so much? I just happen to know, Ash said, waving his hand. Though he tried to keep a calm face, the faint curve at the corner of his mouth betrayed his pride. In truth, this information had come from the experts in the group chat, of course. When he first saw the girl's spirit, he'd been startled. It was clearly a soul, yet Misty and Brock beside him had no reaction at all, which confused him. Couldn't they see the ghost? Later, when he asked the group about it, he learned that the reason he could see her was because of his aura. The effects of aura were endless. Even though the group had given him an explanation when granting him this power, they couldn't fully describe its wonders. Many uses Ash had to discover on his own. Today's discovery was one of those new applications. When he recounted his encounter to the others in the group, he asked whether he should just take Ghastly's compensation and leave, or if there was room for something more. It was then that the experienced champion Ash suggested an idea to capture Ghastly. Originally, Ash had planned to head to Celadon City first, then to Saffron City. After all, Saffron's gym was one of the toughest in a place that never held back. Going there now would be suicide. Even after defeating the Celadon gym, his chances against Saffron would still be slim, almost zero. But if he could capture this Ghastly, his odds would rise to at least 60%. Yes, 60%, even with an elite-level Ghastly. That was how terrifying the Saffron gym was. As for how to capture an elite-level Ghastly, Champion Ash had already given him the method. It would depend on Ash's words and whether Ghastly's attachment was truly what they suspected. Ghastly, your reason for staying here is because of this girl, isn't it? Ash asked again. That's right, Ghastly admitted. If left alone, she will eventually become like me, so I keep spreading stories about her here. As long as people remember her, she won't fade and turn into a phantom like me. Ghastly no longer hid anything and spoke frankly to Ash. Ghost type like it were often born from the lingering souls of humans. The spirit had existed for a long time. Even though she worked hard to make her presence known every year, she couldn't stop her soul from slowly deteriorating. But what else could she do? That was all she could manage. What if I could purify her? Ash suddenly said. Ghastly froze. You can send her to the pure land of peace. With aura, it should be possible. What are your conditions? The battle, Ash replied. If I lose, I'll purify her soul. If I win, you'll become mine, and I'll still help purify her souls. After talking for so long, Ash had finally led Ghastly right where he wanted. Now it was just a matter of whether Ghastly would accept. Becoming a human's, the condition Ash proposed was beyond Ghastly's expectations, yet the more it thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. A Ghastly that had lived for 1,000 years, that could even speak human language. If such a being became his, the help it could provide would be immeasurable. Of course, Ghastly itself was well aware of how rare its existence was. Even among ghost types who naturally lived longer than most, of 1,000 years was exceptionally rare. Over those long centuries, it hadn't focused on power alone. Instead, it had learned countless strange techniques and even mastered human speech. That was why, after 1,000 years, its strength had only reached the elite level, not because of weakness, but because it had spent too much time learning other things. Ghastly carefully weighed Ash's proposal. Finally, under the gazes of Ash and the spectral maiden, its gaseous form bobbed slightly as it gave a slow nod. I agree, young man, Ghastly said. You have good character. If you hadn't said you'd purify her even if you won, I would never have accepted your condition. Those words earned my respect and let me understand what kind of person you are. That way, even if I lose and become your, it won't be so unbearable. Ghastly's tone carried a hint of warmth. It had accepted not only for the maiden's sake, but because of Ash himself. To say that he would purify her soul regardless of victory or defeat, Those words alone were enough to reveal his heart. Behind Ash, Misty and Brock were completely lost. They were about to battle for a now, and what was all that talk about purifying the maiden's souls? Misty and Brock couldn't even see any ghostly maiden. "Do you want to see her?" Ash asked, glancing back at them. "See what the maiden really looks like." Though Misty was afraid, her curiosity quickly overpowered her fear. She nodded with determination. Brock, of course, wasn't afraid at all, only intrigued. "Wait a moment, Ghastly," Ash said apologetically, then placed his palm gently on Misty's shoulder. A faint blue light radiated from Ash's hand and slowly spread to Misty. A warm current flowed from her shoulder through her entire body, replacing the eerie chill of the gorge with gentle warmth. "This feeling is this aura." As the aura flowed into her, Misty's eyes widened. Suddenly, she saw the maiden. The woman's figure was faint and translucent, yet her pale skin still shimmered softly. Her white dress swayed in the wind, and her delicate face carried a sorrowful beauty. The sight stunned Misty. All her fear melted away in an instant. "So beautiful. Are all ghosts this beautiful? If so, ghosts don't seem scary anymore," she murmured. "That's her true form before she turned into a vengeful spirit," Ghastly chuckled. "If her soul really deteriorated, she'd scare the little girl here into fainting." There was a gleam of curiosity in Ghastly's eyes. It had known of aura, but never imagined it could be used this way, to let someone without spiritual power see the spirit world. Truly fascinating. Ash then turned to Brock, sharing the aura with him as well. When Brock saw the maiden, he was stunned speechless. This was the same maiden he'd seen under hypnosis. Even without being controlled, he might been drawn here by her beauty alone. James had simply been unlucky. Brock's arrival was definitely not coincidence. After letting them both see the ghostly maiden, Ash stepped forward. "You two back up. The battle's range might get a little large." An elite-level battle could level the entire area. The destructive power of such was no joke. In official matches between trainers of that caliber, barriers were always used to protect spectators. So it was best for Misty and Brock to move as far away as possible. "Wait, Ash, do you really have a that can handle this? Ghastly? Its level is at least gym level, maybe higher," Misty said anxiously. Until now, they'd been too shocked by Ash's actions to even consider Ghastly's strength. But this was no ordinary battle. Ghastly's power wasn't something they could take lightly. Ash's was currently elite-level mid-tier, having gained another small level since Vermilion Gym. The growth rate was fast, yes, but compared to Ghastly, it was still far apart. Even with the hat, even in partner form, it wasn't enough. How could an elite-level fight evenly with a higher-tier elite? Ash paused at Misty's words, then turned to Ghastly. "Ghastly, your level should be elite high-tier, right? My strongest is only at the elite level. If you don't mind, how about 2-on-1? A Brock and Misty." "No, wait, Ash, what did you just say?" Brock stammered, his voice rising. "Elite high-tier, are you serious?" Ash shook his head. "My knowledge may not be as deep as yours, but my aura perception and these eyes of mine don't lie. Ghastly's level is already elite high tier." "Elite levels," Misty exclaimed, nearly pulling her hair out. "What are you even trying to fight? Just surrender already." If it were a gym level, there might still be a 1 in 1,000 chance could pull off a miracle, especially with the light ball. But against an elite, even if blew itself up, it wouldn't win. "Do as you please," Ghastly chuckled. "You can even send all 7 of you at once. As long as you can defeat me, I'll become yours." Although balls blocked most energy signatures, Ghastly's ghostly senses easily pierced that barrier. He could feel that Ash's strongest was the electric-type mouse beside him. The others, no matter how many, posed no threat. That mouse did give him an odd feeling, true, but still, there was no way it could beat him. That was one of the reasons Ghastly had so confidently accepted Ash's challenge. "Your team, even combined, can't defeat me. So how exactly do you plan to capture me, boy? If Ash couldn't win, then he'd have no argument to stand on. Ash nodded at Ghastly's words, then turned his gaze to the small figure sitting on his shoulder. You're up first. Although the little pointed at herself in shock, blinking. She was the one starting such an important battle. But since it was Ash's command, of course she had to obey. Floated gently from his shoulder to the ground and let out a spirited cry toward Ghastly, her eyes filled with determination. What is Ash thinking? Misty muttered in disbelief. Sending her against an elite Ghastly, that's crazy. He never does this. He spoils her the most. Brock nodded in agreement, equally puzzled. It was like a little princess on the team. Though she trained diligently and joined in lighter battles, Ash usually shielded her from dangerous ones. When it came to fighting above their level, it was always, or one of his sturdier partners who took the field. His role was, frankly, to be adorable. Yet now, against an elite high-tier Ghastly, Ash was sending her in first. Was he trying to make her suffer? What was the point? Is sending such a tiny girl to lead the charge? Ghastly's voice rippled with amusement. Young man, I won't hold back. Don't blame me if she gets hurt. Don't worry, Ash said with a confident grin. You can't hurt her, use discern. A faint, ethereal glow flared in his eyes. Her hair rippled though there was no wind, and an invisible force surged outward. A moment later, Ghastly's smoky form began to stabilize, its once ghostly body becoming faintly solid, anchored by power. Ghastly blinked in mild surprise. Discern, so you can make me tangible, and what then? Planning to hit me with normal or fighting moves? Keep dreaming. He sounded amused, almost teasing. He wasn't even bothering to attack. In his mind, there was no need. That little could strike him however she liked. He'd let her have her moment before effortlessly countering. And using discern of all things, so what if she made him solid? It changed nothing. But just as Ghastly was thinking this, Ash raised his hand and said, All right, come back, you've done your part. The little tilted her head, confused. She'd only used one move. Was her mission already complete? Still she obeyed, floated back toward Ash, ready to perch on his shoulder again. But instead, Ash caught her midair and gently set her down beside. Take and move a little farther back. Pika's eyes widened. You're actually going to perform that. What do you mean perform? Ash huffed, rolling his eyes. Call it a long overdue personal exercise. Pika, fine, we'll watch your exercise from over there then. With perched happily on his back, scampered toward where Misty and Brock stood watching. Despite small frame, he carried easily, steady and carefree, like he'd done it 100 times before. Misty and Brock, however, only looked more confused. First, Ash had used discern, then he called back and now was retreating too. Did Ash have another that could deal with Ghastly? It had to be one that required using discern first to make Ghastly solid. As that thought formed, realization dawned on Misty. Her eyes widened and her face froze in disbelief. No way, it couldn't be what I'm thinking, right? Hey, young man, Ghastly said lazily, forming a pair of smoky hands that stretched out and made an exaggerated yawn. Which are you sending out next? Why not just release them all at once? No point dragging this out. He didn't quite understand what Ash was planning, why that little had used one move before leaving, but at least now he understood why Ash had claimed Ghastly couldn't hurt her. How could he hurt her if she wasn't even on the field? Still, this slow packing was starting to get annoying. Ghastly decided to just let Ash throw everything he had at once. In the face of overwhelming power, any tactic was useless. Ash rolled his shoulders, twisting his neck to loosen up, then cracked his knuckles as he stepped forward. Don't worry, he said calmly. No need for all that. I said 2 versus 1 and I meant it. Is off the field and next up is... He raised his fist, his eyes glinting. Ash from Pallet Town. The air around him exploded. A surge of brilliant blue light burst from Ash's body, his aura unleashed in full. His light blue jacket whipped in the rising wind, waves of pure force rippling outward from him, stirring the dust and pebbles across the rocky cliff. The trainer himself was stepping into battle. Ghastly froze. Wait, hold on a second. Ghastly's smoky form trembled as his voice rose. When you said 2 versus 1, you meant you and a not 2, that's not how this works. Ash grinned, teeth gleaming white against the night sky. I never said I'd be using for the 2-on-1. Ghastly's expression darkened, though his face was already shadow itself. Was this human serious? Trainers weren't supposed to fight, that wasn't how battles worked. But then again, the real reason humans didn't join battles was simple. Their bodies couldn't handle it. Even an ordinary level could wipe out a trained martial artist in seconds. Yet Ash was different. Ghastly's mind flickered back to when he'd first encountered Ash, to that faint, dangerous power radiating from him even then. That instinctive chill that had made Ghastly stop fighting and offer compensation before things got out of hand. He hadn't wanted to risk angering someone who carried that kind of aura, not with the maiden's soul nearby. And now he'd walked straight into this. As the realization sank in, Ghastly felt a deep, spectral headache coming on. Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.